Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market. Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well, the Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the Sky High Spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone! After the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy-to-pick-up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
IQOO.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 1, week 2 of PMSL SEA Summers. And before the game, we have short talk with YOODO Fredo.
Hello.
Yes, please say in Malaysia to your Malaysia friends.
Hello, orang Malaysia.
Okay, last week you guys didn't perform well in week 1, but managed to get the winner chicken dinners and 52 points in last chance. Did you guys figure it out? What is the reason?
Okay, so minggu lepas korang tak lepas ke Super Sunday, tapi dekat last chance korang dapat winner chicken dinner and 52 point. Apakah korang dah tahu apa masalah yang terjadi di YOODO pada minggu pertama?
Pada minggu pertama tu kita orang banyak gaduh drop spot. Basically banyak game-game tu yang kita orang rugi lah. So basically ada beberapa game yang agak penting, map-map yang besar macam Irangle kita orang gaduh drop spot disebabkan terlalu gaduh dan mati konyol. Merugikan kita orang.
In the first week, I think most of the fight that we take is early fight. We much more like we having a problem with our drop spot, so we have a lot of contestant, including at the Irangle map where we always fight early until we forget that our objective. We always forget our objective. That's all.
Okay, so you guys fixed it already, right? Okay, what adjustment or preparation have you made in past 2 days?
Okay, apakah persiapan yang korang dah buat sepanjang 2 hari masa korang rehat ni?
Persiapan yang kita orang buat, kita orang bincang, kita buat team talk and then kita orang analyse balik apa kesilapan kita orang and basically just tengok game balik je lah dan perbetulkan mistake-mistake kita orang. Yep.
So for the past 2 days, we just review our game, we analyse and we having a team talk, of course, in order to fix our gameplay for this week.
Okay, so you guys think that you can go Super Sunday this week?
Adakah korang rasa yang korang boleh lepas ke Super Sunday minggu ni?
InsyaAllah boleh.
Yeah, I think we can do it.
Okay, so as the OG player in Malaysia, how do you feel in this PMSL? Is there any player that you look up? Why?
Sebagai salah satu player legend lah dekat Malaysia and korang sekarang Fredo bermain di PMSL, ada tak player-player yang Fredo look up lah?
Saya rasa semua orang pun tengah memandang tinggi kat dia ni juga as Rosemary daripada AE. Dia consistent every season and boleh dikatakan konsisten every week jugalah. So gameplay dia seorang grinder juga. Saya boleh nampak yang dia grind every day, every season, every week. So yeah, it's a person to look up to.
Okay, the person that I look up to is Rosemary. Yeah, I mean a lot of people like look up to Rosemary as well. He's a grinder. He is a talented person. I can see that he's grind every day, every week. Even though sometimes they are not performing, but Alter Ego Rosemary is definitely gonna be on top. So yeah.
Oh, okay, Rosemary, right? Oh, okay. And before we start, I just know yesterday is your birthday. Happy birthday!
Thank you very much.
Okay, and you think, do you want any wish for this week?
Okay, so
On birthday.
So memandangkan birthday awak semalam, apakah harapan awak lah ataupun hadiah yang awak rasa awak nak dapatkan untuk birthday awak tahun ni?
Ada untuk tahun ni, of course pergi ke Grand Final PMSL. Dan paling penting adalah kita orang semua player ni rindukan family kita orang. So hopefully kita orang dapat perform dan banggakan keluarga kita orang lah, insyaAllah.
So as for my wish for my birthday this year, of course I want to qualify to the grand final, but yes, me and my teammates already miss our family back home, and yeah, we're gonna do our best and make them proud.
Okay, do your best and God bless you for your birthday.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you Frido for the interview. And now it's time for recap.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and when it comes to the recap, so far we've seen the best of the best when it comes to week number 1. The Xaviers, the kings of the Super Sunday. It was incredible, Cloud.
Yeah, and it was incredible the fact that Fredo needed a translator. Well, I'm pretty sure he actually did not, but okay, gotta give Chang something to do anyway. But for the Xavier, yes, incredible performance for them in the Super Sunday, breaking the all-time record of 4 chicken dinners in a single day.
Yeah, and that's going to be the record holder for now when it comes to the chicken, but we still have the most eliminations taken by the RRQ teams. When it comes to individuals, it's going to be 12 per Napeko. And they actually scored it in day number 3, week number 1 at the grouping stage with the high eliminations by team. Is still going to be holding up by RRQ21. Well, this week, week number 2, will be overtaken by a different team entirely.
And it's going to be a very important week, especially for the teams that did not qualify into the Super Sunday last week. They must qualify this week. If not next week, it will be a very difficult week for them. Teams like the Xavier, I'm pretty sure the fans will put a lot of high hope for them to be in the Super Sunday, but the journey will not be easy as we'll reshuffle the groups according to what you can see on the screen.
Yeah, when it comes to today, it's going to be a different group playing. There will be one group sitting out, and that's going to be A versus C. We do have Alter Ego, Infinity, MORPH, Team Secret, PEA, VOIN, Donkey, GEEK, YOODO, O2. And coming up from Group C, it's going to be BTR, Red Aliens, FaZe Clan, RRQ, and KT, YOODO Alliance, the Xaviers, Creep VIP, and Roy. So there'll be only Group B not playing.
Yes, so it will be a grind moment here for our teams, ladies and gentlemen. As we check out the schedule, today we are in week number 2 of the league stage. So you guys should know this by now. After looking at last week's format, there will be a last chance whereby it will be the bottom 16 teams eyeing the top 8 to join the first 8 from the group stage in the Super Sunday later on. The points were collected over 3 weeks, and the best 16 teams will be the grand finals on the 31st to the 2nd of June. So mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, when it comes to you guys who just joined us when it comes to week number 2 of the Summer Split 2024 here, well, a group stage, it's going to be only 3 days of the group stage, which is going to be starting off Wednesday, A versus C. On Thursday, it's going to be B versus C, and then Friday is A versus B. And then the bottom 16 will have to go for the last chance, where the top 8 during the group stage will advance straight towards the Super Sunday. The bottom 16, they have to grind another, which is going to be Saturday, and only the top 8 of the last chance stage will advance towards the Super Sunday as well.
And whoever moves on to the grand finals will have a head start points maximum of 30 whooping points if they remain as the number 1 team in the league stage. It goes all the way down to only 1 point for the number 16 team, but we can see the gap between number 1 and number 2 is 30 and 22 points.
Yep, it's quite a gap, and that's going to be a huge advantage during grand finals. Now, when it comes to the point system in the game, when it comes to the chicken dinner, it's still going to be the same. At least for that, it's going to stay the same. First place take away chicken dinner with 10 points, and then 6 points for second, third place with fifth, and so fourth. But coming up when it comes to the head-to-head, we do have D Xavier's versus Alter Ego. Now, this is going to be a very hard comparison.
Yeah, the number 1 and number 2 team. If you look at the average elimination points, it does favor Alter Ego by quite a bit. 4.9 versus 6.9. But when it comes to place on points, D Xavier, they do have the advantage. So very different strategies coming for them based on the numbers.
Now, interesting when it comes to the rise of the teams here. The Xaviers also have Lamborghini, Rosemary on the side of Alter Ego. Don't forget about Nate T and the rest of the Xavier Singers on the side of Rosemary. We have Hans for You on that side who's rising up as well. But when it comes to between the best of the best, there's two high fraggers with very minute differences except for the average damage. We do have a bit of a highlight between these two players. Lamborghini have been clutching so much last week.
Oh yeah, the OG player for D Xavier brought them a lot of success, especially when it came to Sunday when they scored the 4 chicken dinners. 3 of them back to back. First half of Super Sunday was dominated by D Xavier. But not only that, let's also remember the group stage as well. D Xavier came up on top on the last game against Vampire Esports.
They will almost actually go for the last chance stage. That's where they start to get the momentum. Now, who will do the Xaviers? Who will be the last minute pusher when it comes to this week? Well, we learned our lesson last week. It's best to start out pretty strong. Day number 1 there when it comes to week number 2, starting off with Sunhawk as per usual, triple Wrangle, and we ended up the day with double Murama. So last week we had a very strong day, none other than the highest elimination coming from Boom and Team Flash. But when it comes to losing momentum, those two teams kind of toned down by the end of last week.
And also I noticed that some of you guys out there thought that, hey, why is there a delay? You know, it's supposed to start at 4:55 and all that. Okay, this is GMT plus 7. So you got to tune the time zone according to where you're at. So maybe you're at GMT plus 8, so you got to add 1 hour to whatever timing that you can see here on screen, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the same that goes for the following days as well, up until the grand finals. And that will be the format, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, when it comes to the format, I mean, pretty much the same as last week. But if you guys just join us in week number 2 of the summer split here, don't worry. We'll try to help you catch up when it comes to the game. So last week, everybody learned their lesson. Last minute games, trying to just late bloomers, not doing so well. We are the casters of the day. It's going to be Choo Choo and Sekla as per usual.
Yes, and don't forget to follow us on our social medias as well. You know, we wouldn't mind some love as well from you guys out there. Or you guys out there, you know, everyone can follow us, no problem. We're everywhere, all across the social media. And of course, don't forget to follow PUBG Mobile Esports as well, whichever channel that you're watching this, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's on TikTok, whether it's on Facebook. Show some support to the game that you love, because by showing support, especially to the English stream, we get to see each other a bit more in the future.
Yeah, but hopefully way much longer in the future. Maybe after we're like 60, we're still here. Hopefully one day, who knows. But speaking of which, Cloud, we do know for a fact last week, so many teams having such a late start. Now, there's no more reason to warm up because we're already in week number 2.
Yes, and here are teams to focus. I had a little bit of a scammy moment with our producer. who told me that Group D was playing today, and yeah, I had a couple of those in there, but yeah, we can fix that later on. But anyway, I still have NKT down here, but how about you and your choices?
I mean, like, we do want to see the rise of the team, but I have to give respect to the Xaviers when it comes to the middle slot down there, because they definitely deserve to, you know, if they still carry up their momentum since last week. Now, that's something else entirely. We don't see that a lot across any tournaments or league, because usually they start to drop the ball after they go really high, they go really low. But when it comes to VOIN, this is going to be the team that really extremely dying for those chicken. And also don't forget about teams like MORPH, who didn't score any chicken as well when it comes to the Ninja team last week.
Oh yeah, so last week will be a lot of learning, and this week will be a lot of fixing. So right now we can see on screen BTR looks like they're sticking with the same lineup. Just trying to identify any changes that we can see at least on screen for now. But so far, like FaZe Clan, they are still with the same lineup as well, with Mela turning up. YOODO O2. Last week, they ended up in a last place finish. So it's not the place that they want to be in this time around.
But at least a bit of update from the grouping stage. Then they advance to the last chance later for the bottom 16. They fight and grind once more. At least it's a bit of a comeback from YOODO O2. They jump up to the 12th place, but it didn't actually do so much regarding that because it's just too much of a gap for them to close up. So I think when it comes to building up the momentum, the second page team of the group stage last week seems to be more ready when it comes to the last chance. But when it comes to reset of a week, are they back to cold hands, or they finally have their fiery fingers up there?
Yeah, it's definitely the week that they need to grind. Teams like YOODO O2, teams like Grid VIP, they definitely need to grind it all out. Those teams that did not qualify at all, they need to make it happen this week, if not next week. I don't know. If they somehow, if the situation is that they don't make it this week, but they make it next week, then it will also depend on how the points are for the rest of the teams who made it. So a lot of math to be done, ladies and gentlemen, but a lot more for them to be done in SatHub.
And let's go to the greenery of Sunhawk. So far, Sunhawk has not been so kind when it comes to the circle, right, Cloud? The moment we remember Sunhawk, it has been very joyful with those atrocious circle for the players, giving them so much headache, but so much entertainment to us.
Oh yeah, this is the round or the map that has not failed us in terms of entertainment. Whether it's the circle, whether it's the early fights, we should expect to see some of that. But like what Fredo said in the interview, they realized that they took early fights that did not give them the benefit. So I guess this time they're not going to fight MORPH and Sami, and that's true enough. Sami is left with MORPH. So we keep an eye on where YOODO O2 will drop, and looks like they are in between Quarry and Lakawi and Kampong.
Well, hopefully things are going to fare well for them, but not so much. BTR now. BTR, they did have a good run, couple of days, then they hot and cold, and it comes to roller coaster right. But at least this time we don't have any first blood. Team Secret on the other hand, the team is also like in the middle pack. But it's so difficult for them in the last minute. Remember last week where they almost had it in the last chance as well. It didn't turn out so well for Team Secret after they being bombarded left, right, center in the middle of, when things get really crucial.
Well, interesting enough, we did talk about how crucial this map is and the potential of early fights, but looks like we're not going to see anything. But I'm also looking at some of the changes. So BTR, Luxy is playing as well, and Leon Pang, the new player for BTR, is also in the lineup. So major changes for them this time.
Oh, here comes VA. YOODO O2 now charging to a side of PEA, despite PEA known for being very safe team. They love to go for later engagement when it comes to stage number 4, 5, 6. They always place themselves at the top 5 and then start to frag. But YOODO O2 now finding a victim a bit more early. I have to say YOODO O2 definitely find themselves a bit more engagement and improvement compared to day 1, week 1.
Well, just when I thought we were going to skip the early fights, not only YOODO O2, but RRQ is in the skirmish as well. Now, YOODO O2 with a high ground advantage against the other 2 members of PEA, knocking down the IGR Trexie, and now it's only 1 player left. Adam, it's go time for YOODO O2.
This is going to be the time they've been waiting for the opportunity to get themselves a bit of a good momentum compared to last week. So many things to prove for the side of YOODO O2. So far they haven't translated into 1 point for all those knocked down. Now Dick Boy coming on, turning around towards the corner of the very small apartment here. Jumper ticket on Trexie. That's going to be IGL bleeding out. Dick Boy. YOODO O2. That's going to be secured 4 eliminations by the whole team. Bad start for PA indeed.
Oh, but nice angle led by Adik Boy to anticipate that the final player of PEA was behind that door, and he found a good angle to finish him off. And with that, PEA, early elimination for them. We don't get to see PEA being eliminated this early that often, so hopefully this is a one-off occasion for them.
Yeah, hopefully it's just a fluke because they really had a good momentum last week. FaZe versus BTR next, but Moment having some trouble as they use their shotgun as per usual. Anticipate those DBSs and shotguns when it comes to this very small map. Here comes a nade flying in, a couple of nades exchange hands between these two teams, as Sadar trying to go for far flank off angle entirely. Feels like FaZe Clan has been boxed in.
Oh yeah, with Mormon down, they don't have the numbers against BTR. Let's see if they can try to trade it off back. But if you look at the spread by BTR, like what you said, boxed in this compound, in this house. But they fight back though. Luxy goes down, but Lapa finishes off Mormon, and Ventores went down to Lapa's nade.
There's going to be a bit of a problem for FaZe Clan. It is so well. The return fire and the return nade. My god, things has turned around for the side of FaZe Clan. And that's going to be tough. 1v1. Down to Satap versus Mela. Oh, not going to be enough.
Yeah, Mela had to heal up. He didn't have the choice, so Sata anticipated well, and he finished off Mela, and now he will be able to save Luxy as well as Leon Punk. But on the other side, RRQ is in fight with VOIN for the top of this mountain where Cave is at.
Speaking of the Cave, we've seen a couple of tricky plays in Cave before, trying to run away from the openings. Now if the Cave ended up as the circle, they were my blessing day, but it's definitely away from it, half kilometers away. The side of RRQ, despite they got one of the highest number last week, but they seems to be doing okay with 2 players. No Mercy getting double frag and double sprays, and it seems to be connected perfectly well.
And he almost got a third one. Jiminy got away with the last tick of health. Very, very lucky for him. No Mercy almost eliminated the entire Roy just by 1 magazine. Now Jiminy, nothing much he can do. One last player left. All he can do is just to hold on for positioning points. And the fact that he only has 1 first aid on the outside of blue, it's going to be a tough journey for him.
Speaking of tough, we do have a bit of a replay. What really happened to Team 8 just now? First team to go out this time without any eliminations. YOODO is playing a bit more better than compared to last week. Slowly trying to be a bit more patient, not aggressively and recklessly just going in. Look at them being happy. This is a good start. But for PA, I don't know about the players' camp. Definitely they are devastated right now.
Yeah, Ade Boy with the luscious hair seems to be pretty happy with their performance against PEA. Great start for YOODO 02, not gonna lie. Quick, fast, maintain all their players, and they got all 4 points. This is the best start for YOODO 02 so far.
Yep, it's been a while we actually see them having this good start, and the one that actually engaging the fight, initiating it, instead of running away from you. So they definitely revised during the break of 2 days before we start week number 2 here. But we do have a little bit more early skirmishes. NKT versus YOODO Alliance.
And YOODO Alliance is the one on the outside of the circle. They came from the right side of Sandhawk. And the moment they moved in, NKT will be the one to try to gatekeep them. Now, look at the position of NKT. They got 2 players on the high ground at least, and the other 2 on the lower ground just to secure that checkpoint in case they need to retreat themselves. So a nice backup plan prepared by NKT.
Yep, it feels like they definitely went back to the drawing board, realized what really the biggest flaw for their side. It feels like a lot of teams really have intense revision with the coaching staff and the analysts of their team as well, because everything seems a bit more organized. Everyone seems to be moving in unison, but the one that actually really performed last week kind of having a hard time to adapt with this new dynamic of change of rotation between the players. But the circle is still going to be tough to call out. It comprises all 3 islands now. This is going to be spicy now.
Yeah, another tough circle with majority of it at the Camp Alpha Island. Again, teams like Alter Ego will be happy to get this kind of circle. It's a big advantage to them since they normally drop inside of Camp Alpha itself. So all they need to do right now is to hold on to the Camp Alpha Mountain, wait for teams to come to them. But speaking about teams coming to somebody, Jumper, just next to NKT.
Seems like he's very interested into engaging. I love the fact that a lot of teams on the second page last week of the group stage now take a bit of initiation of the fight instead of waiting for something to happen or just running away from it. Here comes the sprays from Mr. Joe, spotted out Addict Boy, tapping it out to deny their mobility. That's going to be smart. It's been a while we actually see somebody actually do that to, you know, flatten their tires. But YOODO Alliance, it seems like VOIN do have a bit too over-peaking Maxis out there, quite out in the open. Nobody can actually revive him from this distance.
Oh, and Jimmy is in trouble. Rocky tries to find that angle. But Jimmy should be able to heal up by then. But instead of trying to take down Jimmy, he will try to put Jimmy on a handicap by puncturing the tires of his buggy. Now the other members of YOODO Alliance passing by, and Razak will not be able to land the shot thanks to the swift movement of the other members of YOODO Alliance navigating around this terrain.
Boo Boo and YOODO Alliance seems to be exchanging players live down there. But both teams not really actually gaining that benefit, but a bit more to it. YOODO Alliance did translate into 1 point with that one knockdown. But on the side of Roy, I don't know how much health he got left for his health kit, especially for Roy. That one last particular player, at least he scored himself 2 eliminations there. But YOODO too, they are on fire. My god, what a change and a turn of event this week.
Yeah, last we saw, I believe, was Jumper surprising the members of NKT. But 3 other members of YOODO Alliance, they were on the high ground on the south side of boot camp. So they're playing more of a support role to Jumper. Hopefully Jumper is able to survive by his own with the rest of NKT. But then again, YOODO 02, the other members now up against Grid VIP.
Now this could be interesting. Both teams extremely in dire need to prove themselves. Arian push Frodo out, though, is actually in the tower. Frodo is down. There's no more eyes for the support of the team. That's going to be YOODO 02 blinded with the information right now, with no sort of information relayed back to his of roster. But Putra knocked down instead. A bit of exchange of knockdowns here. While Great VIP, they are in trouble. Will jump on the side of Kit, still well in life. All they need to do is just revive on Adibo. Do they have enough smokes for that?
Well, at this moment, they got to focus on winning the fight first. With Jumper on the lower ground right now, spraying back with the AK. He does have an M4 on the other hand. Good VIP. Putra's been picked up, but Jumper cannot advance because Newbie's down putting pressure onto him. Instead, Newbie's picking up Kit. And now going for a 1v1 against Jumper. Newbie's is on his last tick of health. Reloads, and now he goes in, but he got a little bit of help from Mr. Joe all the way from boot camp.
Mr. Joe, always the one that actually surprises us in the very last minute with his flank and his off angle. But back towards the circle, Cloud. Now, there's going to be a tough headache for the teams coming up from boot camp to cross over either bridge or just swim over. We look at how many teams comprise around the coastline. We're talking about these Xaviers taking in the center between those 3 islands as well. It feels impossible for them to actually cross over to Camp Alpha Island with so many teams on top of those very small patch of the smallest of the island of them all. It's going to be ridiculously hard unless somebody tried to land some boat. It's been a while we've seen boats here.
Yeah, and I believe that the return of using the boat, for the most part, it's not good for teams. So that's why. But right now, we can see teams trying to cut across, but the bridge is getting a little bit crowded here, especially on the ruin side of the bridge. Though Team Secret, they will have this advantage against MORPH by knocking down Flippy. They will alert the other members of MORPH, but we don't see them on screen. I guess they're going to let Flippy go.
Flippy is going to see another day for now, but not so much. Knocked down. And Hexar's taking on Hog as well. So we do have a bit of a third party coming from Team Secret, hoping to take advantage between these two teams. RRQ will be fully pursued as all the rest of the teams we're down to probably 12 after this if No Mercy cannot survive. Now at the moment he's gonna pick out, he will overpick himself. There will be bullets flying over this side.
Well, at least he has good cover here behind this rock. And he does still have a 3 first aids. So as always, No Mercy is the last man to survive. But this time, let's see how long more can he do that. Because right now his objective is to try to cut into the zone by getting across into Camp Alpha Island. Hopefully with the spike he's able to zoom past by, but one thing about the bike is that it does make a lot of noise.
At least it's quite quickly can actually just shift away from other, and it's a very team target to shoot down from, by the way. Pretty fast itself. But back towards the bridge, we've seen this before, Cloud. We've seen this last week. We've seen this kind of position as well. And it has been a graveyard last time we've seen this happening.
The last one was on the south bridge, but this time's on the right bridge. But pretty much the same concept. And yeah, not so same concept for No Mercy. If you remember, he hit himself well against PMSL Esports last week. That was one of the highlight moments for him. But this time he got eliminated fairly early. Though RRQ, they still managed to take home a couple of points with them.
And back to his VOIN. Alter Ego start to take out on GEEK Fam in trouble. Team Secret, Alter Ego versus two teams against one GEEK Fam. Now that's going to be very different angles. Big swings coming up from GEEK Fam if they want to survive with one last player remaining. And the circle just happened to be shrinking. Roy, last player Germany, is still in the center. We're talking about sort of players down there. But look at the spread of Alva, feeding so much information towards the rest of Alter Ego.
And Alter Ego, they are blocking 2 teams from coming up. One on GEEK Fam and also the other Team Secret. While Snipes trying to win the fight against Team Secret, he managed to get a knockdown to the Soas, but he's still on the lower ground without the circle. 35 more seconds before the zone starts to close. Certain members have been eliminated, but 1v2 on the lower ground. He gets another one, but Break will break him down.
GEEK Fam feels like they're hitting the same wall just like how they did last week. Things has not been kind to them for week 1, day 1, week 2, day 1. Feels like deja vu for now. Great VIP, on the other hand, now will be having a warming welcome coming from Triple F, tossing a couple of nades across, even a Molotov down there, burning a lot of players alive with Great VIP. They're barely hanging on as well. There's shots come out from the other side, and I think this could be tough because God got the off angle. This is going to be the golden view, and Katie hopeful.
Nice support fire by the God. No Triple F knocked, but beautiful support by the God. And they should have enough time to save their teammate. But we must consider as well this stage 4 moving on to stage 5. But let's move forward to the right side of the circle. YOODO Alliance. Adik look on his knees.
Adik look now. It's going to be trouble for Leons and Flax to do all the job. 2 different angles. Jimmy and Adik look both knocked down here. Infinity on the other end, they have been amazing last week. Quite consistent. But Team Secret taking out Alter Ego. They're not done after they're done with GEEK Fam. They're going to still fighting against each other. So many fights at the same time here. Infinity now advancing, hiking up to NEK. Now prepare himself with a DBS.
They're going up against the tide. Went up to the high ground. Now he has arrived at the compound. Logan on a different angle, but Logan does not have the visual onto GOT20. Though GOT20 got a knockdown onto a member of YOODO Alliance, that's another opening for the rest of the Infinity to come in.
Speaking of Infinity, now Tiger X also trying to climb up. It's going to be the last player at the back here, making sure nothing is behind them.
Yo.
Oh, Flex! YOODO Alliance couldn't hold the ground.
Beautiful follow-up by the Infinity with the opening by GOT20. But D Xavier has arrived to spoil the party. And now Lamborghini took out Logan. 3 more to go.
Oh my, so many teams going back to back down within seconds here. We're talking about stage number 4, half team done and gone. And back to us, Lamborghini versus Infinity. They are running and gunning. Logan finished off early on, but GOT20 bleeding out, while Tonika and Target trying to work things out as a duo. Roy being eliminated, and Jimmy is going to be gone. Tonika, Shadow, D Xaviers. That's going to be Levi, by the way. And Blaze will finish off D Xaviers. They're forcing themselves in the blue zone.
Well, we got 25 more seconds, but looks like the nade will stop the force. 1 more to go for the side of the Infinity. Now D Xavier will need to focus all in on Tiger X on the other side. Tiger X super duper low, punches on the chase. So he has a nade, but he does not need it. As it looks like it's actually Razak. Oh, Razak stole away the potential point out of the hands of the Infinity.
Why would you want to put so much effort when you can just easily take it away from the side? That's going to be the prime gameplay when it comes to Sanhok itself. We've seen it so many times. And with VOIN taking those vintage view from the upside, and it's going to be the golden spot they've been waiting for. A sweet spot they can actually do more with eliminations and taking away from the third party angle. But BTR taking a bit of a valley fight, MORPH versus Luxy. And here comes the advancement of the legendary player.
Check out that mechanic by Luxy. I mean, there's no doubt that he still has it. Now Leon Punk will need to follow up, but he needs to be careful of D Xavier potentially coming from behind. And looks like now Leon Punk is all alone with Luxy knocked down by the name from MORPH.
Say, oh man, that's going to be very painful. Fight back, MORPH. Trying to stay in the line, but it's not going to be enough. It's back to us DBS game. Say, can he do this alone by himself? There's also Alter Ego from the back. They need to wrap things up quickly, but none of them winning. The moment we're mention it, BTR just have to be eliminated here, but they're not done for the fight. They don't have time to revive their alter ego approaching the side.
Well, if Alter Ego can get this angle, does not seem to be the case. It's Alter Ego they want to try, but we can see it's quite hard for them to aim all the way straight down. So they're probably going to let this go for now and reposition themselves better within the circle. And the circle still comprises of Camp Alpha Mountain. Look at this. Alter Ego can have ultimate control of the circle.
The next contender is going to be VOIN, but it's going to be quite across a distance when it comes to between two mountain fights. All they need to do is find a bit of a peeking hole between the Alter Ego and VOIN. Now they found one. Razak, he's pretty good when it comes to getting himself the angle that he needs to peek over. Rocky taking on Alva as well. Alter Ego has been surprised by the hidden rocks of VOIN donkeys.
I like the spread, I like the creativity of Alter Ego, but the only risk is that for them to support each other is going to be a bit hard. But anyway, Alva is not too far away for his teammates. It's just a matter of they need to anticipate to go or no go because Razak is still alive.
It's kind of true. Parajin now on the other end, playing this by himself. We do have Alter Ego with the only team as a full squad right here. The miniature revive 7 eliminations, while BTR gained themselves 7 eliminations as well. Well, we have NKT at 5, but that's going to be a solo player trying to hold his breath as long as he can. Hopefully he got enough first aid. There's so many boxes laying around for Parajin. It's going to be an upgrade slightly, but not so much. He barely got enough to hold on to the next couple of seconds.
This is probably his last 4 first aids, and that's pretty much it. Praying for another team to be eliminated so he can gain more placement points at least. The next team that might be eliminated is going to be NKT, but I don't think that they are in trouble much. So Parajin, probably he needs to be prepared to end in number 5.
At least he got himself a top 5, decent amount of eliminations. But MORPH, well, definitely Zay trying to do with whatever he can by himself. Parajin got himself a low ground spot out Rosemary. That's going to be the end of the Xaviers. He couldn't do much. At least a zone actually finishing him off, so he denied his points rather than giving over to Alter Ego. Now this is going to be a high chance. I mean, like, this definitely going to be Alter Ego's chicken dinner. There's no way they're going to botch this one out.
And they save Alva in the process. Together with this kind of circle, it's always a big advantage for teams who drop inside the Camp Alpha. And Alter Ego has it. Razak forced to come out because of Flu. He'll get a knockdown and they will easily eliminate him. Rosemary will say thank you for the point.
Now speaking of Rosemary, a lot of players definitely know how much this player, how formidable Rosemary is when it comes to grinding with those eliminations. His firepower definitely something to be fierce for. Now back towards Mr. Joe and Katie. We have this surprising Mr. Joe. He always gives us something that very high entertainment value out of his angles to pick out. But we do have another team bites the dust. We're down to only 3 teams between VOIN and NKT. Who will go down first?
If only Mr. Joe had the circle, then we'll probably see something more entertaining. But maybe Mr. Joe can come up with his level of creativity to surprise us. Right now, with his current position, he is in a good spot to at least hold on for that second place. Now, all focus on the Bobo Who, spray onto him. Bobo Who, what? Whoa,
Oh!
Oh man, that gave me phobia there.
Oh my god, that just hard to watch. But Alpha think twice. This might actually them making some mistake, Mr. Joe. I don't think he can shoot through the rocks. But he definitely spotted. Oh boy, shield! Oh, didn't wait. Wait a second! Not like this, Mr. Joe.
Mr. Joe, wait. How?
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? What just happened? What?
How did that even a chicken?
How is that a chicken? Mr. Joe must be telling each other how? What?
No way, that just happened. It was 1v4.
What?
They dropped to their death just now.
I mean, I don't know. It felt like Alter Ego could have just like, okay, I'll stay quiet, I'll hide behind a rock or something, and Mr. Joe can't see me. The blue will force Mr. Joe, but no! Somehow, I'm pretty sure Mr. Joe didn't expect that to happen.
They were laughing, knowing the fact they don't know what happened either. They just happen to be spotting out some nook and cranny just around those angles, just randomly shoot, and it was Boichil. He actually been clipped through those rocks despite he's been trying to hide. Look at the damage output. They don't even need to do too much, Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe.
Mr. Joe again coming up in the highlight, ladies and gentlemen. 6 eliminations for NKT. And also the chicken dinner, so that's going to be 16 points for NKT, the team from Thailand, ladies and gentlemen. And this is their first chicken dinner. And of course, you gotta give the MVP to Mr. Joe. Irregardless, this guy, I don't know, man. He probably didn't expect that as well.
Nobody expected that. What a ending for the first day in week number 2 in Sanok map. Mr. Joe, wow, I have to say this guy seems to be a wizard.
Oh man, but anyway, Alter Ego, they scored at least 10 elimination points. So because of that, they managed to connect more points than NKT. But still, I mean, NKT with that chicken dinner, that was insane. Other than that, the BTR and MORPH is up on the charts as well. So it looks like we have a lot of Indonesian teams up here. But I also want to point out that BTR had a full score time of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. But yet, they are still part of the top 3. Let's check out the best moments here, or rising moments of NKT chicken dinner.
What a start of the day, Cloud. This is definitely going to be an interesting overall day number 1, week number 2. Despite they having a tough time to score those chicken, but they still get themselves at first place. But the gap will be even further if they actually score those chicken. But NKT, I have to say, they definitely found themselves a sweet spot for Mr. Joe and Alter Ego have a slippery death down there.
That is arguably the weirdest chicken dinner that we'll ever see the entire season, ladies and gentlemen. That is insane. But anyway, because of that, they scored 16 points in total. Alter Ego, 17 points, so the gap is not that far, and it's mainly about the points collected. But unfortunately for GEEK Fam and PEA, 0 points in round number 1. BA, they did well last week, so hopefully this is a one-off for them. But for GEEK Fam, they seem to have still not really recovered from last week.
Oh, I don't know really what happened to GEEK Fam. Once upon a time, they're pretty good at playing themselves at the rim of the circle. I just hope that, my wish for this week is just the gap is not too far off. It's like no two different teams having a different tier up there. We have a middle pack and then the very bottom like a different world entirely. I just hope the gap is very small and minute, so it's more entertaining and suspense to watch. But it's been a while we actually have Luxy on the board here, Cloud.
Oh yeah, he's been mostly a sub player for last season, so great for him to be a starter this time together with Leon Punk, the new player for BTR, compared with Rosemary, the MVP of last week. 4 eliminations for Rosemary, 3 for Luxy. Damage do favor Rosemary with the lucky 777.
Rosemary, not just the MVP for last week, pretty much the last season as well. But speaking of the gunslinger, so far it's not the highest damage. We had 3,000 over previously, 3,900 over, but this is going to be the average of 2,125 when it comes to the smallest map of Sanhok. Definitely circle dependent, but YOODO too. Great jumping, incredible jump from last week.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you miss arguably the weirdest chicken dinner for the entire season, so hold on to that. You gotta rewatch NKT's chicken dinner. Amazing stuff there by Mr. Joe, coming up with a big highlight again. And the next match, of course, we'll be playing inside Irango, and we'll be playing the next 3 maps in the OG map.
Speaking of the OG map, now, I hope things don't get even weirder after this, because that was like one of... Remember we mentioned about there's no way 4v1 Alter Ego gonna botch this, but the geography is just, no, we're gonna do something very great and fun. Just make the circle in between those mountains and let's see the players if they're willing to jump or not. We saw the tragic jump before by Alter Ego Rosemary. But when it comes to, you mentioned about it Wrangle, this is where the numbers start to go up, but usually when it comes to the first circle, everybody's like, you know, just walking on thin ice, playing extra careful, just making sure they're not giving away the position easily in the first few stages of the map.
There have been certain occasions last week that in the early stage of Irango, we see early fights, but let's see this time, because the groups changed, number 1. Number 2 is that teams will have extra time to revise based on this lobby on what might potentially happen. Though I thought that instead of sign up, okay, it seems kind of cool like during the first few minutes, but after the first few minutes ended, and then we saw early fights. We might anticipate the same as well. We'll need to keep an eye on that since there's an entirely new reshuffle group.
I agree. When it comes to this reshuffle, it feels like a bit more balanced, but at the same time, it has to depend on the Indonesian teams. Will they go aggressively again, just like how they did last week? Because we do have abundance of Indonesian teams again when it comes to this week rotation. Well, they are the most teams out there, so you cannot really avoid them entirely. But despite of that, we don't have Alter Ego and Boom playing in the same group here, though that will slow down things a bit because these two teams just crazy for those eliminations. But when it comes to comparing with last week, Cloud, of team number 2 or team in page number 2, it feels like there's a bit of overturn where the team of pages number 2 in group in last week's week 1 seems to be a bit more active compared to last week.
Yeah, especially YOODO 02. We do see a significant improvement for them inside of Sanhok. Team Secret did pretty okay as well, but there are some of the teams that still needs to find their rhythm, like Crypt VIP, like GEEK Fam. Those sort of teams will still need to find what makes them tick, basically. But maybe, just maybe, right? Sanhok is always a tough map and it's very circle dependent, and let's be real, that circle was very, very difficult as well for those teams. So maybe the Irango match is where we will see the best of them.
Well, Irango has not been that kind either for the past week. We've seen a lot of very unpredictable circle. We have a lot of Northern Pochinki circle, and we might actually anticipate early Pochinki fight if that happens again here. And also the Potato Hills of Pochinki, that's going to be the hot spot usually. We had only I think there's going to be only one SMB circle so far last week. So if the circle pattern seems to be repeating or sort of the same sense this week, we might actually anticipate some teams will try to play as aggressive in the middle of the circle as much as possible.
Yeah, you spoke about Pochinki. If we do see an early fight inside of Pochinki, because Vampire Esports is not playing today, so potentially, if that happens, it's D-Savior versus Crypt VIP. And in terms of firepower, I mean, just to be real, D-Savior, they definitely have the upper hand. But because of the presence of D-Savior, maybe Crypt VIP will move to somewhere else. But a very early substitution for YOODO Alliance with Leon stepping out for Oleo.
And this can be one of very few cases. Usually, the second half of the day, we do see a bit of changes done for the last Erangel map after a bit of a break later on. But this time, it feels like they are probably trying out something new.
Well, let's see. Maybe there's something new is based on the map. We swap players in and out. So if it's true, then we'll keep an eye on the pattern as well for those players. Because we don't normally see like, oh, after one game, especially a shorter game or a smaller map like Sanhok, you make a switch. Normally you give them like maybe 2 games, maybe 3 games, and then you decide on the switch. But yeah, for YOODO Alliance, they decided on that, and they seem to be the only team that made that switch. So far, we have not had any other announcement that any other changes happen. So it's most likely that we're going to see the same lineup for the other teams.
Yeah, but probably it's going to be a different story when it comes to second half. It depends on the team's, how do I say, coach decision, and probably it depends on the circle, the players' feeling of the day as well, whether they are confident enough or comfortable to play the map as it is, or they needed a break. But so far, seems like everything is just a greeting in Sanhok map, nothing too serious. A bit of a weird stuff to have those chicken, but still, a chicken is a chicken ground.
Yeah, I can't complain of a chicken, right? As weird as it is, you know, over time, probably people don't even remember that how weird this chicken dinner is. They just look at the stats and say that, hey, they got a chicken dinner. So yeah, we'll take that anyway. But this at least will stay on the castle desk for quite a bit here. I want to see if any other chicken dinner can top that in terms of the weird department.
Well, Mr. Joe can always do the weirdest part of during the weirdest moment as well. But speaking of which, when it comes to grenade eliminations, Lamborghini is still number 1. You guys can check out the stats down there. But MORPH, the team that did not score any chicken last week, now can they finally advance and be better this week with at least the Indonesian team with the chicken dinner? Well, we do have a couple of teams that didn't score any chicken, but before we talk more into that and recheck which team didn't score any, let's walk straight into our first Erangel map of week number 2, day 1. Let's fly away.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of week number 2. Do keep an eye on some of the teams who potentially might change their drop spots. Now, I do wonder if YOODO would still want to go to Severny, because last week that was their regular drop spot and they got challenged regularly. But maybe this time they might want to take a fight after having a good confident start inside of Sanhok. So that's something that we need to keep an eye on.
Maybe that's what really they needed when it comes to the teams that are having a tough time of their first week. So they needed a win of change. So that's something drastic coming from the team, especially when it comes to your initial drop spot. Will actually be it better or worse for this case scenario. But let's check out when it comes to the drops. And we do have Team Secret dropping early, Beta, a run over Noya, or even Milton Tower. Nothing too obvious, but keep an eye out. We talked about D-Save is always going to be the one that dropping himself in Pochinki. But I don't think Creep VIP are willing to risk early skirmishes just to fight against a team that has been in Pochinki for ages.
Yeah, wind of change. Reminds me of the Scorpions. But yeah, I just revealed my age there. But anyway, for YOODO, they are still going to Severny. And with this circle, though, it does look like there's a chance for me to the base. Probably going to be a regular circle on the main peninsula, but yeah, there's still that small hope for myself to see a mid to the base circle from this.
The hope that we can still hanging for. I mean, like that's always, we've seen this. We've seen the kind of circle that gives us that 1% of hope sometimes, but in Erangel it's a very rare case indeed. Usually it's going to be like what Miramar or Sanhok, especially. The circle, if it's kind, is 100% kind mostly when it comes to Erangel so far, when it comes to this season. But when it comes to make it really tough, it's like straight off the bat 50 or 60% of water ratio in it.
Yeah, we still have that big river within the circle, so that kind of cuts a lot of land out of the first circle at least. But I guess like if you are the team that, let's say like Team Secret, you drop it to Novo, you probably might want to hold on to Novo for quite a while just to see the second circle where it goes. If it's clear after the second circle that it's going up to main peninsula, then they'll probably decide to cut across from there. But because BTR is also playing the same group, and BTR at times they do like to bridge camp and stop Team Seeker from passing by, that will be the risk that they need to evaluate on the timing, when to cut across and if BTR will be there.
But we realized one thing regarding last week. I think Bass gameplay that had been witnessed by a lot of teams. And I think that a lot of teams try to implement now these days is trying to find themselves the best position to find themselves a third party as it is. But YOODO Alliance, how did that happen?
Well, last we saw on screen, Jimmy OP was taking the vehicle out of the hands of GEEK Fam, and somehow GEEK Fam caught up to YOODO Alliance. So hopefully we get a replay on whatever happened earlier on. That's going to be the first blood given to GEEK Fam, and it was taken away by Snipes. So at least for GEEK Fam, who did not score anything in the previous round, they got out the 0-point mark.
At least this time they got 1 point. But we've seen the worst last time as well, that some teams didn't score any points for like, what, 3 rounds, 4 rounds even. That was really tough to watch. Hopefully it's not going to be the same case here when it comes to week number 2. Everybody can score something, at least a point per map. Speaking of GEEK Fam, YOODO Alliance, that was the replay just now that we missed early on. It was basically the clash of the parachute.
Well, that was a very nice, accurate spray. He had to spray that through the vehicle window, through the Mirado window to land that, because he didn't take too many shots. So, very accurate spray by Snipes to score that first blood for GEEK Fam. And on top of that, he got a vehicle for himself.
That's going to be a bonus in that. Not even breaking any sweat to get that one out. On the side of Create VIP, this is also going to be the team that need to improve themselves this week to prove that they are here to stay. But we've seen first week and first day, I think it was first day, is it? Bill kind of slightly rise to the occasion, but then they kind of lost it again once more. Create VIP, it feels like what's lacking right now is going to be the strategy to move as a team. And it feels like they have their own mind and not working out quite right as a full.
Yeah, Bill had some good, interesting performances last week as a solo player. So he definitely warrants himself. Though he's a new player in Creed VIP and also the first time playing in the stage, he definitely deserves to remain as a mainstay here for Creed VIP. Now, the only player that we have not seen to be played for Creed VIP, well, technically 2 of them. One is Chewy, for sure. The other one is XERXIA. He is a registered player, though he's the coach, so he can play. It's a matter of if he will play or not. So far, we have not seen any of them play, and they're trusting the process of sticking with the same lineup from last week.
Definitely they need some chemistry to be built up, because that's what lacking. Most of the teams that are having problem for PMSL this season, it's going to be how to work out with their lineup, which we do have so many transfers during the off season, so they need to work out their new dynamics between the team, despite they only have 1 or 2 players, especially even 1 players being transferred in and out. There's going to be major difference when it comes to the mindset, how to actually work out as a team, who are going to be paired with who when it comes to the duo, and who's going to be the scouter. Everything will change, including their timing or rotation, depending on the comfort zone of the players and how confident they are with their new lineup. So some teams adapting way fast than the others, like we mentioned about TALON example. That's going to be one of the many reasons. But for the others, it feels like time is not on their time. We do know how brutal this year's season's format is.
Oh, we have a preferred weapon stat this time for Rosemary. Honestly, no surprise. M4 is his favorite weapon. We do see him occasionally with the DBS, but Rosemary, he does prefer his trusty M4. Other than that, the QBZ is his second favorite weapon, but the percentage-wise, way favors the M4, which is a classic weapon that has not gone away from majority of these players since the dawn of PUBG Mobile.
And that's pretty much a bread and butter for these guys. It's like, if you imagine if we move M4 to its to the drop up to the airdrop. Now that's gonna be funny, isn't it? But also, speaking of which, we always have the argument about regarding DPS should go back into the airdrop. Now that's going to be a fun thing to watch. So hopefully that's going to be in the future because I want to see how the players gonna adapt to it, and have Micro Uzi back will be definitely very nostalgic.
Yeah, both the DBS and M4 inside the airdrop. That will be absolutely fun. That'll be absolutely fun. At least it will also force the players to use other weapons like what you said, right? The Micro Uzi or at least the UMP. So that's pretty nice as well to see a variety of challenges for the teams. And I would say one of the major factors of whether they win fights or in every round is what sort of weapons do they get. And if they're forced to use weapons that they might not be as comfortable in, I guess that will be an interesting observation of how adaptable the players will be.
I agree. I definitely want to see that. Speaking of adaptable, we do still have the 50-50 cloud. Now that's going to be funny, comical even, if the circle just shift down the south. Because nobody coming up from SMB anymore.
Even Team Secret moved from Novo to the main peninsula even before the first circle shifted. So yeah, all emptiness. And I would really want to see that. Like the circle goes to the beach area on main 30 base. That would be absolutely hilarious. That would be like circle of the season if you ask me.
Hilarious to us, not so much for the players, though. They're definitely going to be devastated if that happens. We do see a couple of teams already start to take the players in, including the Infinity, YOODO O2 as well. While we look at the numbers, definitely Alter Ego and KT right now, they can actually stretch up the gap by playing a bit more conservative here and there and a bit more aggressive at the end of it. But BTR, this is going to be the team that's still trying to find some fights early on. I guess Team Secret, I think they fought Team Secret as well in the last one.
Yeah, they did. So looks like it's going to be round 2 between the two of them. This time at least they have a good distance. So any knocks were long range and they should be able to recover each other. Now, though they did not meet at the bridge, they somehow meet in the middle of the circle. And at least it's in the middle of the circle. They don't need to be too worried about the blue.
Back towards the one that's scoping up stairs across the other side of a mountain. Cree VIP and Team Secret do have a bit of a greeting between these two teams, but despite of that, I don't think this is going anywhere for now, unless somebody trying to go open up their angles, which coming up from Team Secret if they want to. But for Cree VIP, seems like quite a prime spot they have, so they don't need to move as much. But BTR and Team Secret, now this is going to be a mystery for the side of BTR. They need to figure out the solution.
I like the spot by Quick VIP. That high ground, lots of stones to cover. It's a good spot to be in. But for VOIN and MORPH, right now by the edge of the circle, not much covers. Boo went down to Alpha for Alter Ego.
VOIN also taking a bit of a fight against more Flippy. And Maxius, I think 2 times in a row now, he's being eliminated quite early on, straight on the ground. Boo and Razak trying to be savior. Razak still healing himself up. Rocky on the then might actually have to support Fiber. He's running away instead because he heard the audio cue. Rosemary coming in. Alter Ego surrounding VOIN and silence just now.
Yeah, finish up the job quickly because most likely they'll need to move away from the circle as stage 3 is coming in. Flippy will finish up by Adam from PEA. Stole away the elimination from a distance.
Rocky, the doors open up, not welcoming those bullets in, but it's being forced in anyhow. PEA coming up from the side. Now we do have too many teams on this side of the circle. Cloud is just too crowded.
Yeah, it's a party here around the area of Potato Hill as No Mercy will get one for himself, but the Peko went down to Kiddo. Slip went out as RQ falling apart to PEA.
Oh boy, PEA, can they actually redeem themselves from the last one? RQ having so much trouble for this season. Not this season, particularly in this map and last map as well. In day number 1, feels like they need some warming up to do again once more before heading to those high frags, mesmerizing round. But back to the side of MORPH. Now they do have a bit of only one player left on their side. Singers with the side of RQ, 2 teams with a solo player. Especially MORPH, things seems to be a bit dim at the other end there.
And he is done with the fight. But that one player from MORPH, like what you mentioned, still spending time in the blue. So I don't know how long he can last and whether he still has a vehicle to get out the blue. But I also noticed that RQ again, as usual, No Mercy. the last man standing. And now we have him on screen in this small little roofless shack. And he will be praying for teams not to come by.
Jose feels like he's just waiting and biding his time for the inevitable right now. Inevitable right now. And as Zay, 1 for 8. Spotted out Razor. He's praised. Here goes. And Razor still not being knocked down yet. And that's going to be the end of it. MORPH. First one to be out, but at least the score is 0.
As much as he tried to fight his way through to the circle, but unfortunately for him, VOIN was still waiting. And they will be happy to pick up the point. Now it's VOIN's turn to get into the circle. The only team spending time in the blue at this moment. And within the middle of the circle, last we saw the circle at least, it's starting to get a little bit crowded here. On the minimap, 3 teams already taking some of the best spots possible in it.
Now, we do know this is going to be one of the hottest spots where Team Secret is at right now. We've seen that kind of circle before, but Roy and YOODO 2 moving in parallel motion. Arctic Boy and Jumper taking a bit of a later rotation and migration, but it's going to be a messy one. YOODO 2 versus Roy.
Oh, 50-50 between the two of them as Kid comes in, trades back onto Tuss, and Jiminy went down as well. This time Kid is going to be the one to win the fight for YOODO 2. Noah has to get away, but Noah spots PEA.
Here comes Noah. Definitely trying to change the course of navigation, yeah, but at the same time barely got enough space, but lucky he got himself a bit of a crate to take covers. We've seen that before. It's quite an open space, but somebody still need to pick quite nearby if they want to try to take down whoever hiding in the crate. VOIN Donkey raise up, managed to survive, but PEA taking out the last of Roy, and that's going to be the first team in this map ended up with a 0.
Another tough round for Roy, only managed to pick up 2 points from the Sandhawk match with an average of 1 point per round. Now for the circle, looks like he shifted a little bit up north, so GEEK Fam, Crit VIP, Team Secret and BTR, the ones that got the hot spots, no longer within the circle. Now look at the mini screen, looks like VOIN is in trouble. Oh, like that.
Trouble is your friend, because 2 teams at the same time. There's going to be a big swing, but we're not done, because Crit VIP versus Team Secret next as 2 players knocked down. I am pro. There's going to be the last person standing. Not really. They do have another extra player. Team Secret, this is easily just spamming and spraying and hoping it will clip and connect, but the problem is if they're not being careful here, there might be another team across the other side of a map that take advantage of this situation.
Yeah, Lenka will be in the middle of that fight with the soundtrack. But for GEEK Fam, looks like they're going to take this kind of slow, or they're going to clear off the sides first, which is okay as well. I mean, they can stay by the edge of this circle, take their time, try to clear off Team Secret before moving in, because you don't want to move in straight into the circle. If not, the same situation with Crit VIP will happen to GEEK Fam.
We've seen that multiple times happen. Many times where somebody thought, hey, it's gonna be nobody there, we're just gonna go again, and just like how the other team did before, just a repeating mistake over and over again. There's no room for error when it comes to week number 2. Yeah, they need as much point as they can for the side of especially Crit VIP and GEEK Fam, because last week they worked out so well for them.
Well, let's see if it will work out again for YOODO 2, as now potentially they may face the giants of Alter Ego. Rosemary is out though, but we've seen it before last week. They can still perform without Rosemary, something that Alter Ego has fixed from last season.
I agree. This season they come out way stronger. Everybody pulling their weight. But for Kid, right on top of Alter Ego. Now this is going to be interesting. I want to see how much utilities on the side of Alter Ego right now currently has, because it will be so crucial if they want to flush out the rest of YOODO 2. Well, YOODO 2, they do have one far flank out there. If they didn't catch the off-angle play, they might actually walk straight into a trap here.
Oh, let's see. From the lower ground now, they can still take their time though. They do have the circle. But for GEEK Fam, they're in action against BTR somewhere else. With BTR, 1 player knocked. Still anticipating what will Alter Ego do. If they show themselves up, they still need to cut across, and it's going to be an open space between them and YOODO 2. But GEEK Fam, oh, not only BTR, but also D-Xavier.
Seems to be a very merry round here for the teams that's quite crowded on the right side, south side of the circle. We do have three teams, like you mentioned, GEEK Fam. At least they have the advantage of elevations. And Team Secret will try to hunt and hike up. But the problem is, if these two teams happen to be open fire non-stop, these Xaviers start to take actions down there. Alter Ego, on the other hand, they're not done against... I thought they were fighting YOODO just now, but it seems like they changed their target next.
Well, YOODO still on one side, and now NKT wants to come in as well, but YOODO knocking out Triple F, doing Alter Ego a favor, and Alpha will say thank you for the knock. I will secure the point.
Speaking of more points coming in, but they only scored one for now for Alter Ego. But YOODO to Addict Boy found the flaws and a loophole. And KT charging in. Oh my god, we've seen this happen before. Two teams versus one on in the center as well for Alter Ego. Left, right, center. They're being hammed down here, Cloud.
Everything Alter Ego at this moment with Namcute knocked down somewhere else, but Luxy, BTR got their hands full as well. Now trying to dance, shooting with Jumper, 40% of health left with the blue just right behind him. Jumper, hopefully he does have enough first aid to recover himself.
Speaking of recovery, they're not so much for Spider as well. Only last first aid. Octa drop a big one on Jumper, and that's what they needed. The flanker to shut down, but they do have a kid on the backside to give support. These Xaviers fighting GEEK Fam. Spider on the other hand, NKT, they thought they had this going. Despite being ham left, right, center, took them quite a bit long time, but finally have to surrender down because it's too much of a force for two squad against one Alter Ego.
Yeah, it was almost impossible for them to get out of that situation. Even though they clear NKT, YOODO will put all in focus onto Alter Ego. But now, since NKT they have cleared Alter Ego, it's their turn to move in. BTR on the other hand, they won the fight against Team Secret, taking them out fairly early this time with only 1 point.
Back towards BTR on the other end. Oh, Luxy, I don't like that vehicle. It's going to be very risky for him to actually just drive it across the map, because the moment they drive in, it's going to be a VIP waiting at the other end. Mr. Joe, unfortunately, there's no more weird chickens for him this round. Feels like he is dying for help out there. Definitely his teammate trying to just revive him back up, but Addict Boy will try to deny that. What a jump shot!
Oh, but he didn't secure the point just yet. And it's going to be Kid with a follow-up fire on the Spider Tan. But Kid, okay, looks like he's going to go in for the save. Alright, he's going to pick out his teammate, move into the vehicle, and they'll make their rotation first, get away from the circle. But the God, as he made the rotation away, Tiger Axe got him, NKT out.
NKT, they're really trying, and we can see how they have changed when it comes to the rotation tempo down there. But PA, despite they kind of having a bit of a tough start early today, this time they're back to their original state of getting themselves trying to play safe and conservative at first. BTR, Leon Punk having some trouble, but barely got covers, Cloud. There's going to be only one vegetation and one vehicle, and that's it. He will be shot from afar, and that's just it. This, wow, that's quite a long shot.
Oh yeah, all the way from downtown to eliminate the final member of BTR, out with 3 elimination points. But the same goes for YOODO, but this time they got 6 elimination points together with 1 placement point. So not too bad for YOODO.
Pretty decent, I agree. FaZe Clan and Infinity. Now there's going to be a sharing of the hills. The uneven terrain of the hills will be shared by 2 teams at the same time, but different side of the hills indeed. These Xaviers on the other hand, can they score a chicken again? Because this last time we saw the momentum, the circle not in their favor though, but Infinity right in the center plus an airdrop. The only contender they have to take over is going to be FaZe Clan, but the thing is, they might be the center of attention for PA and YOODO Alliance, but at least for now, PA and YOODO Alliance seems to be interested with each other.
The homegrown boss smiles on the FaZe Clan and the Infinity for them to get the circle. But the bigger focus right now will be on the northern side, where PA and YOODO Alliance will face off against each other to get it.
Speaking of getting in, the nades are getting into the side of Adam, and it will clip down to only like what? Around 30% HP down, but YOODO Alliance are coming in. Look at how Jimmy is trying to bait them out. Blaze in trouble. They might actually run across the smoke and hope it will actually run down on any of the players.
Go time for Jimmy OP to knock down Adam. On the left side, 2 back-to-back. But Jimmy OP counter-fire point by Tiger Axe from afar. But Trixie is going to be one to steal away the point out of the hands of the Infinity. And now Arielu together with Olio, the duo that's going to fight against the other members of PEA. But let's remember that they still don't have the circle, and they seem to be pretty focused onto getting onto the inner side. Taken out by Olio, PEA now down to the IGL.
Pretty tough for Traxi to pull this one now. Look at the net. Look, will try to pressure on Traxi, but he at least got that one big three. But the Blue Zone is not being kind to them. But Adik, look, this might be the opportunity for YOODO Alliance they've been waiting for. And not so much. Traxi fight back. He's still got the finally clutch it.
Oh, not just yet, because Olio is there to say, no, that is me, but great VIP. Had to burst Olio's bubble.
Oh man, speaking of third party, here we go again. Full squad for all four teams. Xaviers, Infinity Crew VIP and FaZe Clan. This might be super interesting if these Xaviers score another chicken starting off a day number 1 of week 2.
Oh, it could be here. This could be crazy. But still, we are at stage 6, so we still have a couple more circles. We don't know if the circle might do a hard shift. But so far, so good for Crit VIP. If you remember earlier on, Crit VIP was in the middle of the crosshair of like BTR, and they still survived with the full squad. So great work for them in terms of survivability this time.
I agree. They kind of try to pull back a bit with their trigger discipline, not being too reckless and too active like how they did before without thinking twice. It kind of jeopardized the entire team by going in blind. So they learn their mistake. Now taking a bit more patience game, it actually goes a long way for most of the team that actually play the patient games when it comes to this season.
Let's see here. Okay, we talked about the circle. We're going to get circle number 7 soon in about 21 seconds, but they got their hands full with the Infinity on the other side. Strict VIP in the middle of the circle. Very nice spot to be in. You should get the next bit of circle however it shifts. I can't say the same for D Xavier, and we know that in about 5 more seconds.
Newbies shredded almost his fast. Now it's all about utility plays here, Cloud. We've seen this before, and these Xaviers, they're being smart last time. They don't actually invest too much and don't let it run dry when it comes to their utilities. Look at how much steel they have. Every single person have a couple of smoke, a couple of nades, and a couple of mollies just to make sure they will need to use it. They will not actually waste it. But a couple of shots from afar from Crit VIP kind of clipped just a tiny bit of the HP from these Xaviers, but they're being extra careful. Here comes the smoke spot. It shows that they will start to migrate, whether they go up north or they go straight cutting across Crit VIP.
Nice a matter of timing, right? Will FaZe Clan move first or D Xavier move first? So FaZe Clan probably evaluating their options as well. They set up scouters just to be sure positioning of D Xavier and also whoever who's in front of them. But D Xavier, they're creating the smoke bridge. They do have one buggy though, but they can only carry a maximum of 2 players. But that buggy, oh no! The buggy tire punctured! Now the buggy is unusable!
Oh, this is gonna be tough. They barely got any mobility when it's really in the dire need of it. Newbies, Crit VIP don't really have even a helmet. He barely can actually pick out here. They're just gonna blind themselves with the smoke for now. But FaZe Clan taking a bit of action. These are in trouble. 2 teams to fight at the same time.
This is going to be pretty much it for D Xavier. Now, it's Peter and also FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan has the better ground against D Xavier, so probably D Xavier is going to go out first. But the happiest bunch of them all is going to be Crit VIP. Nice clean spray there by Iron Pro. It's just that he needs to secure more elimination points out of the situation.
Speaking of elimination points here, FaZe can also try to score for more, but down to 2 players. Infinity, the one that actually sitting this quietly. These Xaviers in shambles. Slowly, they're losing the percentage of chicken dinner with only 1 player left. Infinity also losing members. As since they got himself quite in the center for the longest time to FaZe Clan Infinity. But the one can win is Crit VIP. Is it? Not yet. We're not done. 4v2 now.
Wow, okay, these areas do manage to eliminate FaZe Clan first before themselves. But now Crit VIP 4v2. Well, if we saw a weird chicken dinner earlier on, anything can happen. But then again, numbers cannot lie. Crit VIP now has 74% advantage.
Due to the firepower they do have on their hands, but TIGERX sees opportunity. He knows how to do some damage control. It feels like it's still a bit of a tough spot for the side of Create VIP to close this one up. 2v3 with Create VIP hanging on a bit of a high ground elevations, but Infinity, despite they have those slightly low kind of curvature, kind of a convex and concave kind of terrain, but still use it quite well, hiding themselves, slowly approaching to the side of Create VIP.
Whatever it is, Creep VIP already scored 9 eliminations, so that's pretty nice by now. But they can wrap things up with the chicken dinner. There'll be icing on the cake for Creep VIP as the Infinity Tiger X. Though he's running, so newbies, you can hear the footsteps. Does have a P90 together with him. Newbies prepared with the TPP onto Tiger. Still at the circle though, so can still kind of play with Stage 8.
Speaking of trying to play it safe, now everybody's shifting to shotgun and Scar L. UMP even. I love UMP versus DBS. So is UMP majority wins over DBS sometimes. But for Create VIP, Bill, quite a risk that he took himself to be just slightly in the blue zone just to check things out, to open up some angles, widen up the spread. But the side of Infinity, they're not gonna give it up. They're not gonna just easily give it away. They're playing the patience game here.
Yeah, because they know at this moment it's all about who makes the first move. Now, Tiger X is still closest to newbies, but he don't know exactly that newbies is there. Though newbies, he does see Tiger X, but he's not gonna make the first move. So it's a matter of who will make that move first. But now, without time on either side, they will be forced to make their move. Here we go, the finale.
Between these two teams, down to 2v3. We've seen weird chickens before. Will it ended up another weirdness down here? 64% with Create VIP, but they're trying to spread it out and open. Newbies, no more helmet. Here comes the nade. Nothing seems to be connecting.
Okay, they tried. They tried to anticipate that probably someone's behind the tree, but not that tree. It's the other tree that newbies is at. Until now, they don't know that he's there. Whatever it is, newbies could probably surprise them. Now Bill is waiting on the other side as well. It is pressure onto the Infinity since they are on the closest side to the blue. Here we go now, newbies. You can see here, this is the major bit. Okay, newbies taking the shot against the Infinity. Now, got two new fires by the newbies. Oh my goodness! But then again, the Infinity expose their position. Iron Pro will get one more to go, and there's gonna be Got2D 2v1 together with Bill on the other side. Iron Pro with a high ground. Got2D has no space to play with. Got2D, here we go. No clutch, and it's gonna be Chris Bianchi with the chicken dinner. Iron Pro responding to the drama. You know.
If you know, you know. It is what it is. But speaking of which, this is how he proved himself despite so many spicy behind the scene dramas happening right now. But Create VIP, I think I just scored one.
And there you go. And they scored a total of at least 11 eliminations in this round. So if 11 is a golden number for them, that is going to be 21 points for Create VIP. Man, like what you said, right? YOODO 2, not too bad as well. Now Create VIP with the chicken dinner. Page 2 teams of last week rising up.
Feels like they finally found their footing for the teams that actually performed not so great last week when they were at the very bottom. But Putra, it's been a while we actually see Putra with this high damage for his frag with 480. Last time we saw him like what? Couple of literally last year or last 2 years. That was the last time we saw him actually perform this well.
Yeah, and he's still one of the, if not the record holder for the most eliminations by single individual in a single run. That was probably back in PMPL MYSG season 2 or 3. That was way back then, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the number was about 17 or something. But for now, what we're sure is that Create VIP ranked it the most points of them all, obviously. But interesting enough, the Infinity, though they got a second place finish, but they are behind the Xavier and PEA.
Speaking of PEA, they finally got themselves the momentum that they always hoped for. But these Xaviers still consistently, when it comes to week number 2, let's rewatch. Bit of a highlight of how the Create VIP team got themselves their chicken dinner.
But the highlight here for Grid VIP was that they definitely did well when defend their ground against BTR to make their way into the final circle and score this chicken dinner with 21 points. Other than that, the Xavier 13 points, PA 10 points, and the Infinity, though they got a second place finish, but because they only got 3 eliminations, so they only collected 9 points. But 9 points, pretty sweet.
Yep, definitely. It's more than definitely more than Roy down there with 0 points. And when it comes to MORPH Team Secret, RRQ having a tough spot here. I mean, like Alter Ego, last one was something else entirely. But when it comes to RRQ, this is quite concerning. Based on their week 1, it feels like they start to slow down with week number 2. And KT, there's going to be hot and cold, but they're going to be okay. But here comes the overall ranking. Crit VIP within that one round with a whooping amount of elimination. Definitely pushed themselves way up there at number 1 spot with the Xaviers followed pursuit at second with 4 points gap.
And if we base out of last week, the golden number is probably around 85 points to qualify onto the grand finals directly. So we're going to keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, top 8 and also a bottom 8 separated by the 2 pages. And on page number 2, we still have Roy, GEEK Fam, RRQ, Team Secret way back there. But 4 more rounds for them to go today to try to recover themselves.
And speaking of recovering, there's still games and there's still more maps to go, but it's getting lesser and lesser. If they don't wake up now, there's going to be a bit of a problem. We saw that in week number 1. And when it comes to damage, it's still going to be the average standard here, 2,299. I think 2.5k to 2.1k is pretty much the standard when it comes to the top 4 gunslingers as number 1 these days. But second place, quite a distance when it comes to the damage difference here with VIP, YOODO Alliance, and also PEA.
And for the smokes, well, Grid VIP, last we saw, they need to defend their ground against a BTR from that long distance shot. So I guess that's where they use a lot of their smokes to try to hold on to the position as long as possible. And it worked out for them. Nobody got eliminated and they still found a way to get into the next phase of the circle, into the middle of it, and scored the chicken dinner. So great work. 34 smokes used by Grid VIP.
Quite a number, and it just shows and translate the moment you actually get yourself a lot of throwables to actually be deployed in the game. Usually the outcome is way much more because it's so hard to see that the teams with so much hand grenades and throwables and even smokes out there don't actually end up in the top 5. So that kind of an easy recipe for you guys who, want your team to perform. Tell them to get more throwables. But next we're heading into another Erangel before we're having a bit of a break. And that's going to be half day done. But speaking of which, Cloud, there are some teams that's still trying to find their pacing in week number 2.
Yes, so if we look at based on last week and this week, GEEK Fam still needs to find their pace. Team Secret, at least you can see that, okay, they're putting out a fighting chance, but in terms of points collected, they could use more because, especially for teams who did not make it into last week's Super Sunday, they will be the teams that need to work on or put on a little bit more work to ensure that they can get the spot on the Super Sunday. Of course, if they can go directly, it will be the perfect scenario, but if not, at least they collect a comfortable amount of points for them to be the last chance qualifier, just like what Vampire had last week.
Now, funny enough, when it comes to the teams that didn't make it through for the last Super Sunday, all of them are actually playing here right now. That's going to be NKT, MORPH, Team Secret, YOODO 2, GEEK Fam, Roy, TODAK, and VIP. Now, this actually gave them so much pressure not to be in the same spot like how they ended up in week number 1.
Oh, that's a very good point. I like that point. And if we look at, out of all of them, NKT and Grid VIP both scored the chicken dinner. So now the challenge is hard, and it's going to be the same case. Let's say if you make it into last week, Super Sunday, you made it to 1 week, and then you don't make it into the other 2 weeks. It is still pretty much the same scenario of like the sweaty moment for them. So even though they made it last week, they cannot be complacent of like, we can skip this week, it's fine. And then you put yourself in a high pressure situation in week 3.
I have a feeling we might actually have a couple of teams that happen to be in that kind of boat, especially when it comes to not going to Super Sunday week 1, not even budging when it comes to week number 2. Now that's going to be very demoralizing for the teams, especially the team we just mentioned just now. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, but somebody will have to stay down there if that's gonna happen.
But of course, for entertainment value, that will make things fun. Imagine if like you have the same 16 teams who go into 3 Super Sundays. Then you'll be like, you don't even need to play the last Super Sunday, you know? You're like, oh, why even bother? I might as well give everyone an extra day holiday. But if you have like a big swap, like assuming like all the teams that did not made it to last week's Super Sunday made it into this week's Super Sunday, next week the race will be super duper interesting.
But there definitely somebody will actually get a back-to-back Super Sunday entrance anyway. But speaking of which, I think it's pretty much safe formula that we actually calculated and also kind of tabulated the scores. As long as a team that just entered every Super Sunday, despite they don't actually get as much point, they're gonna be a-okay.
Yeah, technically, if you can make it into every Super Sunday, technically you will be able to survive. Well, unless of course if you get like only 8 points per Super Sunday, then you have a bit of a risk. But yeah, I guess so far the record is that if you join all 3 Super Sundays, you know, it's hard for you not to be the grand finals.
The subtle burn by XERXIA. If you know, you know. We have so many if you know moments here today. But speaking of which, yes, I agree. But at least they still score something for their Super Sunday compared to the team that never entered Super Sunday. That's going to be a 0 from the start. Now that's going to be more painful than not entering and then just, you know, getting a single digit for their Super Sunday. So one set at a time, especially teams that's playing just now. The one that we should be concerned with when it comes to getting a back-to-back not entering Super Sunday, not the consistency one, by the way. High chance it's going to be GEEK Fam because they don't seem to have that much of progress when it comes to scores, of course, and their elimination. It feels like it's still the same quiet GEEK Fam.
Yeah, though it's only 2 rounds, benefit of the doubt. Out of the total 12 rounds potentially that they can play in the group stage. But yeah, I do agree with you. Like based on the sample of 2 rounds, it still seems to be a tough week so far for GEEK Fam. Early on with the kind of circle, I would have kind of expected to actually take for them to take the position of quick VIP by the edge of the middle of the first or the second circle, because they were close by. They normally drop in very here and they had easier access to the area, but somehow they let that slip by. So yeah, that was kind of like a little bit of a missed opportunity if you ask me, but probably it was also because they were kind of busy with YOODO Alliance as well, so that kind of like slowed down their pace of rotation to take that spot that they normally go to.
I agree. There's so many teams just now that they thought they are the only team that actually just tunnel vision towards what's in front of them. There happened to be a sandwich between 2 or 3 teams that we saw so many times, including Alter Ego, but they lasted slightly longer than the rest of the team due to how experienced they are dealing with such a tight situation and being choked by 2 teams at the same time. It's just so different when you see the teams that kind of used to those kind of pressure in that certain circumstances where they're being cornered down, they still can last long enough and fight back, compared to a team that's pretty much kind of letting their guard down entirely and just being ambushed and they're just gone.
Poof! That's the sound effect, ladies and gentlemen. So okay, so we are coming to game number 3, right? And benefit of the doubt, I'll just play the benefit of the doubt moment. That was the first Erangel with this grouping. So perhaps they're like, okay, we don't know where exactly the team's going to drop or how they're going to play, or yeah, at least at the start, right? Like GEEK Fam and also YOODO Alliance, they probably didn't expect these 2 teams to be like next to each other. So now with the first Erangel being played, maybe some things will change onto the next round, and we might see some of these early points being avoided.
We mentioned about regarding the grouping, and right now it's Group A versus C, right? And mostly Group C is the one actually in trouble when it comes to last week. Majority of them, except for GEEK Fam, of course, they are in Group A. YOODO, they are in Group A. But for NKT, Group VIP, pretty much a mix and match, but YOODO Alliance a bit more slightly heavier towards the Group C. Now, if they kind of skipping here today, if they're done for the day, they want to catch up for another day. The problem is with this kind of reshuffle of the Group B, there's high chance Group B that's currently in here right now will be more aggressive than last week Group B. So do you want to risk that to wait it out for the next day?
Well, I guess to a certain extent, it's not their choice. They still have to face Group B somehow. But I think that's a very good point, though, that you pointed out. Group B, everyone went to Super Sunday. So I think that's also an indicator of like, okay, if you were to ask the question of which group do you think is the group of death? And I think you pointed out right. If all the teams of Group B went to Super Sunday, I guess that's the answer. So tomorrow's games will be potentially high-paced. Tomorrow and the day after, of course, Group B is going to play back-to-back.
And funny enough, when it comes to week 1, Group B is also the deadliest group of them all. But when Group B actually playing, Group A versus C is actually more aggressive last week. So I don't know about that because sometimes Group B a bit more tactical and they're just trying to gain those eliminations. And during the top 5, top 6, or after 10 teams being eliminated, that's where they start to make a move, basically. They're a bit more tactical, some of them. But when it comes to firepower, I have a feeling Group B this season, for this week, do have a bit more aggressiveness to it compared to the last. But last one is also pretty much the same. So I guess it might be the same case. Or maybe I love it if it's actually more aggressive than before. Please.
Yeah, though last week, of course, is a reshuffle of this week. So it's going to be a different understanding of how we see the group. And I guess for me, the stats don't lie. I think now that you pointed out all those interesting points on Group B being the group that every team went to Grand Final or the Super Sunday, I truly cannot wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be super duper interesting. But that also means that today, for teams within Group A and Group C, especially those who did not make it to Super Sunday, if they were to like have a quote-unquote chiller round, it has to be today. Tomorrow is going to be scary for especially those teams who did not make it.
Oh man, especially the teams coming up from the one that we just mentioned before. If you know, you know again. But RIQ now, this is not going to be the RIQ that we know in week 1, but RIQ, they are known for being in the middle of the week, for example, day number 2 or they're playing, or just halfway through the day, the suddenly just pushed up, and this is going to be his debut for Lumo.
Oh yeah, it is. Replacing Jiminy. And I guess it's a okay substitution. I think Roy needs to switch up something because the first 2 rounds that they have played wasn't their round. And they could use a change. Though the circle was tough for them. But anyway, sometimes those reasons are no reasons for teams to be playing at this high level. You have to be able to overcome every single scenario. And whatever changes that they need to make, they have to make it fast because games are running out quick.
That's gonna be the toughest part of being a pro player. I mean, like, a lot of us like, oh, why this player didn't do this and that. I swear to God, of all the profession in esports, the hardest one, the route that's definitely nobody wants to take, it's going to be being a pro player. Definitely the toughest one. You have to adapt yourself, and also don't forget about how exhausting it's going to be if there's no break in between. You barely got 5 minutes to talk to your coach about what strategy should you implement in the next round.
Yeah, by the time you grab a drink, by the time you talk, the marshals are already calling you back to your seats. That is how fast it is, like, behind the scenes. And obviously they have to be ready even before we come back to the casters scene. So yeah, so they have probably shorter time than you guys might think as well behind the scenes for all these teams. They already need to like log into their game. They need to do their own personal warm-ups or whatever that's needed for them to prepare for the next match. And speaking about preparing for the next match is going to start real soon, and then we'll have an extended break. But before we go on to that, we're going to go on to Irango number 2.
Flying back this time from the south, but slightly towards the left side from Sanos Community Base, probably up to Ruins and Savani. And we do have quite an okay, not so bad of a flight path, but a bit too far for those who love Milta Power and Kamishki. But it's all about the circle, we do know. Based on today's performance with the last in Wrangle, Alter Ego definitely got more points when it comes to this week. But when it comes to getting this chicken, we do have different teams here starting off today.
Yes, so different teams, this time slightly different flight path. It's more on the left side, so we might see different drops perhaps. So yeah, looking forward to see like any major changes when it comes to the drops. In military base, it's still going to be only Team Secret, still heading to Novo, and they probably realized that based on the last map, no one else dropped into military base. Especially we don't have PIGMY this time; they're in a different group. So Team Secret, they can go to military base instead of Novo, since it's a nearer drop for them. They can make quicker loots and decide on where they're going to move from there.
And also, hopefully, there's no other teams thinking the same thing, yeah, because that happens sometimes when they thought, oh, nobody is here, we should go here. And that happened to be the same mindset that the other team just coincidentally having at the very same moment. We've seen that happen before. And that was one of the things that, you know, very frustrating for the players that tried to make a comeback in the game and it didn't happen well. But it's going to be a wonderful day because we have a very excruciating circle for the players.
Oh, if we're going to get another left side bridge circle. Oh, not left side bridge, left side beach circle. Like we've seen before this, it's going to be havoc. There will be so little land for the teams to play. So much open space. That will be super duper interesting. But if it goes to Gadka, then, well, it's going to be another regular circle that we've seen a lot. But we will see it early fight here. MORPH 0 against another player in the same area, but probably heard the footsteps and he's like, okay, nope, ain't gonna have any of that.
Yeah, it's best to actually just avoid the fight, especially for Roy. Didn't turn out so well just now. Definitely want to have a better spot, especially the teams that are actually trying to force themselves fight so much. They definitely want to play a bit more safer this time. We've seen that happen before. They definitely want to be a bit more conservative compared to they force themselves too much and they score anything, and that's going to be the worst case scenario, especially we're halfway through for the day now.
And I like the fact that Roy also evaded that fight and they didn't go for the chase because they know right now they're all the way down there. So early fight, probably don't want to risk it. They focus on the routine, the circle, but the fight is forced onto them instead.
It's not great for lockdown. It's going to be fine. Spider 10 easily just shut down with an AKM. They got themselves quite an early start here for NKT. Seems to be more active than before. We've seen a lot of NKT early actions here today.
This almost reminds me of last season's NKT in week number 1. Very active, scored a good amount of points almost every round, except for the last round. But anyway, they got the chicken dinner in the first round, so they kind of compensated for it. But the point is that NKT doing well so far. The best of the Thai teams at this moment with 21 points collected, including the 2 points out of Roy. But that also means for Roy, even though they made the change, but unfortunately because of the rotation, happened to clash with NKT, lose 2 players early. So with the new player coming in, and he will be forced in a situation that he has to play passively.
Hopefully he can actually try to survive. I think not so bad. We've seen that before, you know, like one person, we've seen Mr. Joe earlier today can actually just single-handedly still score the chicken despite he's having a tough time to get those 5 hours. It's still possible, doable for the teams that actually don't have the whole squad alive to just score himself a chicken. It's just they have to play smart, have to play patient. But BTR is not too hot either today, but they're not really that cold. They're pretty much in the middle pack these days. But we haven't seen the twins play together yet so far in this season, I think.
Yeah, making the swap to allow Luxy, who was playing as a sub player majority of last week, and also Leon Punk as well. So I guess part of it is also, I mean, if you're BTR, right, maybe part of it is also like, okay, we're looking forward, like we're preparing for the grand finals, and we really want to use this platform to kind of test it out, like who will be our starting lineup in the grand finals. Because if you think about it, Leon Pang may be one of the newer players, but I'm sure he has high potential. That's why he's brought here to the PMSL. But for Luxy, another OG player, then you will have like, oh, do I feel Luxy? Do I feel Zaxi? Or do I feel anyone else? So maybe the coach and the manager behind the scenes, they are also taking this chance to evaluate the potential grand final starting lineup.
I agree. I mean, like, it's a mix and match for them right now to see what really works for them to formulate the last lineup that actually will work and more consistent. And it kind of remind me boom days. They keep rotating those players again for some reason. But we do have some early shots coming up from afar. That's going to be across the field here. GEEK Fam and MORPH seems to be interesting against each other.
Oh, here we go. And GEEK Fam, are they going to stop by? Okay, some of the players still circling around. Same goes for the members of MORPH as well. I guess they might take this fight. Okay, yeah, they have to because Snipes is in this. So, nevertheless, GEEK, they have to support Snipes.
Oh, Snipes. How to support it, quite spreading out. But MORPH moving in as a trio, working himself as a triangle mode. Say slowly closing in the distance. Mika got shot from the back. Now there's no more support 5 for the side of Snipes. Oh, one by one, limb by limb, taken out by MORPH. Not even trying that hard.
Potentially another tough round for GEEK Fam here. The other two members of GEEK Fam, hopefully they'll be able to survive because they're somewhere in the middle of the circle, and obviously we still have 16 teams pretty close by with other teams. That's where they really need to be careful since there are only 2 players left. That means only 2 pair of eyes to scout around the area to find another safe spot to be in.
Speaking of safe spot, DAMROOT, that's not safe. Definitely not going to be safe at all. Lucky enough, he just finished the 3, but it's clear shot for 0. He sprays, nothing connects. Like it's just a red dot for now, but GEEK Fam, that's going to be the last player standing. And not really, they have one more, but I feel like they're being forced to separate here, Audrey and DAMROOT.
Oh man, if that's going to be the case, then it's going to be super tough. Okay, here we go. NKT is interested. DAMROOT trying to get away, but he has only about 20% of health. One more hit onto him, and DAMROOT will be down. Oh, but DAMROOT, look at the minimap. I think his speaker's punctured, and he's knocked down by the god.
NKT aggressively trying to find the target of their crosshair. Everything that moves, they will start to shoot it down without thinking twice, and they've been doing it quite stellar performance. Therefore, day number 1 of week number 2. FaZe Clan on the other end. Now, this is going to be another member of GEEK Fam from the Palm to the Fire. From the one that actually lost between themselves and now totally just cowered inside of a very small apartment, hoping somebody will find him, but definitely not his partner. And in this case, definitely don't want to be found.
Want to be as invisible as possible. Yeah, I mean, being the last member at this stage is super duper scary. Like, it's all into you to try to collect placement points, but with 16 teams still in the game. And with GEEK Fam not at the best morale, looking at their current condition, it's going to be real hard for him. But when it comes to the circle, looks like we're not going to get at least for now, all the way left side circle, but we're going to get a more centered circle around the area of, just on the left side of Gaga.
We've seen this circle like 3 times last week, and a high chance it might ended up right on the southern side of the hospital. But we talked about the Gaga Mountain so many times there. Surprisingly, nobody ended up from that side, so we might actually see a lot of players cutting across ruin, even trying to go from the hospital area. So there might actually be a lot of early skirmishes there. Feels like everybody wants to avoid Gaga Mountain except for VOIN. Well, we do see YOODO 2 early on. They were way early here. So do you think they can make it for VOIN to be up there?
Well, I wonder if they still want to go up there now, right? I had the thought of like, okay, maybe VOIN might want to play in the middle, but there's also the evaluation of like scouting work that they need to do to see whether they have space to play in the middle or not. If not, then the Gaga Mountain is still pretty okay. But if they go up there, then they just need to plan the next step of coming down, since Gaga Mountain is pretty much by the side of the circle. So maybe stage 3, they won't get the circle if they go up there anyway.
Speaking of the circle, Audrey definitely not really in the best spot, even though he got himself slightly. The circle, just stage number 2, he got himself surrounded already. Now we talked about YOODO 2 and VOIN. We definitely have our answers now regarding Gaga Mountain. And Kit and the rest of YOODO 2 will reposition himself. But I love to see this kind of fight. Who will actually win? And they definitely will have a third party later on.
Oh, here we go. Looks like VOIN, they do want to be part of this Gaga Mountain. But they're going to hard push on the YOODO 2. I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it though, because there's a chance that the circle will go away. But look at the minimap. One of the members of YOODO 2 opening up the flank on the left side. That's going to be Kid. Interesting spot to be in. If they can get a knock onto VOIN, they might continue to put pressure onto them since they do have high ground.
And this is going to be definitely interesting. I do want to see how things will actually do for the team that's trying to fight for the high grounds. And this might actually not be in the next few circles because of how at the edge it is right now. But for Maxis, is it really worth fighting for? We've seen so many times Maxis with the first few to be knocked down by the side of VOIN Donkey. And it just like they are kind of paranoid to just push forward due to how many teams they can see from migrating from the blue zone to the safe zone. But they actually got himself a couple of advantage by taking a couple of knocks from afar.
We go, trying to get them knocked from afar. On our screen, at least we could hardly see who that is. We only saw a moving buggy without anyone in it. So feels like a haunted buggy. But okay, look at the map now. Oh, it's somebody from PEA. Okay, whoever that is. But Circle, yep. Gaka Mountain, not the main focus now. So we're gonna go down to the lower ground where MORPH and the Infinity fight.
Now here comes a couple of UMP and DBS found out each other, and it's going to be Infinity also on the side of MORPH playing a very small shack around across the Gaka field. We do know this is going to be a famous shack. If you got yourself a couple of hand grenades, always toss something there. There must be somebody there, and Turnike just turned out flippy well.
I like that nade, but now Hawk needs to defend his ground. Logan eliminated by Flippy. On the other side, jump shot coming in onto Hawk. Hawk fights back, and Hawk loses the fight. Almost got it. That was so close.
Speaking of Zero, next turn, he came down on the ground while Zero and Say trying to give a bit of a support fire from the front, but Mr. Joe. Here comes Mr. Joe, and KT is here to take and clean everything away.
Oh man, but we got at least 3 teams in the same area. NKT now coming as a cleanup crew, taking out Hawk. And NKT with that, just passing by. 5 eliminations already, but they got Gatuni in this area. Triple hour finished off by Gatuni. Mr. Joe, when he follow up, Spider Tan, knocked down the God on one side. Mr. Joe on the other side. Gatuni sandwiched between the 2 members of NKT.
Whether you got it or you are actually got Tony. This between the Goth and the Goth. I don't know which Goth is actually stronger, but Mr. Joe, he wants to do something extraordinary, but the Mollies didn't actually go in. Here comes Tony prepping out the nade, hoping Mr. Joe to actually just walk in. He dodged it. Switch over UMP. No, the wrong turn, but it's gonna be this one blind over Mr. Joe. He's confused right now. They're playing around a bit of a ring around the Rosie, and Mr. Joe found it out. Mr. Joe didn't make it through.
Attempted prone shot by did not work against Gatuni, the legendary play of the Infinity. MORPH, on the other hand, kinda how Gatuni by taking out the member of NKT on the other side. Now they will put all in focus onto Gatuni. He's healing up at this moment. Should be back on to 80% of health. There you go. But he still has 2 players from MORPH to deal with.
Speaking of Zero, and also Zay, the double Z's can make it through. Zay down to 1 loss, but at least they managed to revive themselves, but not for so long. We can see a couple of taps coming in that might be Creep VIP or somebody else entirely.
Yeah, but gotta give credit to Gatuni. I mean, he had to manage like multiple teams at the same time, and he still managed to made it to the final fight against MORPH, and then MORPH overwhelmed him. So it was still good work there by Gatuni.
Yeah, too many things to handle by one particular person, but he got only 2 hands with 10 fingers, unless he actually playing with his toes in a different device entirely. Then it feels like almost impossible for a person to handle all that by himself. Now next we do have Gaka Circle. It has been a while we've seen ourselves this kind of circle quite open, and it's gonna be fun.
Fun for us, not so fun for them. Especially for VOIN right now, as they need to leave the Gaka Mountain. But they can follow a back exit down while they left Razak on top of this mountain just to gather information. So they have an idea that Alter Ego is in front of them. Now on the other side, in the middle of the circle, we do have FaZe Clan here together with RRQ. They are quite okay in the middle, but can't say the same for Roy, as they just lost Noah, and now they only have 1 player left.
Oh, back to a set of Onsen, FaZe Clan. Kind of in the center, but there's going to be only, like you mentioned before, Noah, the last player there is. It's not really a bit of a threat coming out to a set of FaZe Clan, but YOODO Alliance Team Secret seems to be a bit of a fight of a combat, and that needed lands right on top of the rooftop. There was a perfect timing cooked up by the side of Team Secret.
Here we go, Molly by Soas on the other side to buy time for himself to kill up. And YOODO Alliance, they just lost Adik Luke in the process. Jimmy OP is going to come in. Oh, Jimmy OP! Oh no, Jimmy OP missed his shot!
Missed it, you're done, brother. And that's going to be the case of PUBG Mobile.
Okay. Oh.
Closing now. Namkyu coming in. DBS ring around. Rosie jump shot. Didn't make it happen.
Beautiful done by Namkyu. That was just so sweaty, and he managed to pick up GK in the process. Just in time for the next piece of the circle. YOODO Alliance unfortunately had to power up pretty early this round, but they still got 3 points out of Irango number 2.
Yep, at least a couple of points, then a 0, and that definitely a very close one between those two teams just now, down to 1v1 till the end between the massacre fight. But Alter Ego now, they have been quiet for quite a long time, and they got themselves no elimination just yet. Feels like very different from the Alter Ego in week number 1, where they tried aggressively bulldozing every team from behind. But this time it feels like they're approaching the map very differently in week 2.
Oh yes, that's, I guess, just based on like the learnings of last week. And of course, readaptability is important for these teams, since we have different grouping for all these teams. Now for VOIN, they came down from the Garka Mountain, and it looks like they're not going to take the safe route of rotating to the left side. Instead, they seem to be wanting to take the fight against Alter Ego.
Here comes Alter Ego, Rosemary and Razak, both high fragger when it comes to star player of each team. But Rosemary got it even better. He barely whiffed.
Oh man, it's Rosemary we're talking about. Back onto his peak performance, still A-OK and still important to keep him alive as long as possible. Though Alter Ego could still work without him, but hey, having Rosemary on your side, you always want him there.
Speaking of wanting him there, who would want them here for Alter Ego? It seems like they're keeping VOIN right now, despite they got elevations. It feels impossible for them to march forward unless they want to take a bit longer rotation. But Audrey finally being founded up by D Xaviers from afar, with MORPH on the other end. Pretty much a tough spot when you have this kind of open circle, barely got compounds, only a couple of Aztec, a small apartment. To play solo, it feels really tough.
Ah man, 2 points out of 3 rounds for GEEK fam. Ooh, it's tough. And if Roy somehow scores 1 point, they'll be above GEEK fam, pushing them down to number 16. Not the spot that anybody wants to be in. But for the spot that nobody wants to be in, it's on the outside of the circle as well. MORPH, they don't have it. And look at the vehicle. The buggy smoked up now. Zero taking a bit of a risk here. But at least he has a healthy vehicle.
How much healthy he can get after a couple of times. But Roy Lemay, well, despite his just debut, he got himself a bit of a fight. But YOODO Fredo will last long enough. I think YOODO, they're quite spread out. Look at how wide they open up their angles on the north. It's going to be a bit of a confidence coming up from the side of YOODO this time. Very different play when it comes to last week. But the thing is, not all of them actually inside of the circle. Now here comes Alter Ego, firing from afar, put it out Fredo. He's in trouble.
Yeah, I also want to point out that the nightmare for GEEK fam happened because Roy secured at 1 point. So GEEK fam pushed down to number 16 in this round. 3 more rounds to go today for everybody, including GEEK fam. But within the circle, so FaZe Clan, they had the previous circle and they still had it now. But looks like the tides have turned for Crit VIP. They don't have the circle. This time is their turn to fight against FaZe Clan. Come on.
Oh, FaZe Clan. It's like we are looking at MORPH. In spite of that, BA, well, they tried to play as a long rotation or a bit conservative. It didn't work out well as MORPH from a 4. My God, VOIN.
Oh, wow, VOIN. So far, so good for them. And man, that movement from TODAK Hill going down, I thought they would go all in onto Rosemary and the rest of Alter Ego, but no. Instead, they take another punt. Because of that Q, now Alter Ego is going to come in. Alpha, knockdown, VOIN, still defending the ground, but they lost 2 players in the process.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Boychill as well. Alva bleeding out. There's nobody can save him. Down to only a couple of Boychill and 2 more players of 2 more players. Octa and Rosemary, the deadly duo of Alter Ego. Can things work for them? But for the side of Boo Boo, who Rosemary pinned down a Kobe on top of him, while Rosemary tried to finish him off. The thing is, he couldn't scout out the rest of VOIN players.
Yeah, no good view for Rosemary thanks to the smoke. Let's see. Looks like they're going to send in nade after nade. Oh, this nade. It's gonna knock down Rocky. Thanks to Boys here. Rosemary got 1 hour Razak as well. And with that, all nades into the smoke. Alter Ego eliminates VOIN.
VOIN, they're trying to breathe, but they have enough utilities. We actually have more nades at this point, where we have less than 10 teams. This might be crucial for them to start using their utilities out there. Quite an open space, perfect spot to cook up and just toss it over the other side. There's not really uneven terrain, and Iron Pro clip down with the Blues coming in. Creep VIP in trouble.
Oh yeah, now Crit VIP facing the same scenario as FaZe Clan before this. With FaZe Clan taking a couple of eliminations out of Crit VIP, but at least their members are still active for now, with Octa shooting Mormon from a long distance.
Now, Octa, very sharp set of eyes he has today. Definitely been cleaning his glasses, or if he's not wearing glasses anymore, he's definitely just wiped his tears early on. Never mind that. But Alter Ego, Team Secret having a bit of exchange of name, Namcute and GK. They have been quite a duo as well for GK and Namcute so far, and it seems to be fun to watch Boy Chill and Rosemary to work things out between GK and Namcute, while we might actually have a third party come up later on.
Oh yeah, I wonder if that will happen from YOODO too, especially. But Nate sent on to the high ground. Lucky enough, it did not connect to Boy Chill. Rosemary repositions himself. But Team Secret still holding on strongly, and they do have the circle advantage against Alter Ego.
Speaking of Team Secret and Alter Ego, seems to be a bit of tension down there. Rosemary and Boichi, I don't know how much left they have for their troubles. Seems like they use it quite a lot by now. Might be running dry, while YOODO trying to rotate the other way around sideway, not engaging this fight. What a crispy one! Blind smoke, but he just blind sprays.
Nice spray there. He got the hit marker, he repositioned his crosshair, and got the elimination. But YOODO now busy with FaZe Clan, as looks like a YOODO. Okay. They do have one player still though, but FaZe Clan, they took the points out of YOODO.
Speaking of the points, there's going to be a lot of third party coming in as well. Alter Ego, YOODO. It's going to be done for YOODO, but Team Secret, they are not done yet. Look at how GEEK dropped one on Rosemary, but these Xaviers try to flush out the rest of RQ, still having a 4. Now RQ, is this their turning point game? Are they coming back here?
Oh, looking good so far for RRQ, like what you said. 4 players still active. But let's not forget about BTR, still a full squad as well. But for RRQ, behind the edge of the circle, in front of them 2 different teams. D-Xavier, one of them. They can defend the ground against D-Xavier. Oh, with a little bit of help from Mela with the nade on the Parajin. Now only Shadows active, but Parajin should be able to save by Shadows.
And back towards the spray, Mela. Just keep all the pressure onto the side of these Xaviers. Now, these Xaviers still can actually have the space and time to revive his teammate. But Mela, how did he approach this? Do he actually cross the road? But Team Secret, JK will have to bow out just now, you like to mention. But for FaZe Clan, how do they decide whether to cross the road or not? If the circle just shrink on their end later on, this can be super tough for FaZe Clan to cross the street.
Well, it's very likely to happen, because they're by the edge of the circle. I've known that for sure in about 30 more seconds. Alter Ego, interestingly, as much action as they had, they are still in the game. They got 8 eliminations, the highest of them all so far, and they are on the clear. Like all up north in this circle, nobody is there. Well, the closest is going to be BTR, but at least for BTR, they have to resort to long range to try to knock down the members of Alter Ego.
Alter Ego. Now everybody's praying for their lives here, hoping the circle will favor them. Alter Ego, the shift, and I feel like BTR, if they actually got the circle, it's going to be profoundly their chicken dinner, because look at this. They got themselves the compound, they got the slight elevations, they got the rooftop. They can see everything that's going on the other side.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right there. 4 players with the compound, with the circle, with everyone else busy with each other. It is now BTR on the driver's seat. Now, this is going to be interesting. The fight on the left side. We talked about RRQ having 2 teams to manage. If they can come out of this, well, let's see how bad the damage it is for them.
Speaking of damage, now they're not willing to take any blue zone anymore for the side of Alter Ego. But the moment they advance forward, that's going to be Luxy spraying over on top of the rooftop. But it's running dry of his clips. 28 more bullets is nothing else for his ammunition. He needs to have a bit of a reload. He needs to upgrade himself. Just find a couple of death boxes lying around. He couldn't find any.
Oh, There you go. Who needs bullets? If you have a nade like that from Luxy to knock down Boychill. Octa still A-okay. Stray nade there. And nope. There you go. Alter Ego, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. PTR will eliminate them.
For the side of the other top 4 team, the Xavier still consistently, despite they only got 2 players left, still in the top 5 here, in top 4. BTR full squad, high chance they might actually score the chicken, but due to FaZe still have 3 players, RQ having a duo, it's going to be tough to call whether they will be attracting all the attention for BTR, but they still got slide of the compound. It's definitely them have a slight advantage against all the others.
Into the middle circle, but they now have to face against BTR. Nade after nade locked onto the side of the Xavier. One more nade for Lapar, and they will be down. There you go, led on the Paragin. And now Shadows. I don't know if he can pick up his teammate. If he goes for the pickup, then he might be naded down as well.
Oh, just missed, just a tiny bit, just around 5 cms also, just a bit over tossed down there, but I have a feeling this is going to be really grim for these Xaviers, but at least those rocks, that one particular tall rock really bought them so much time.
Oh, hello, FaZe Clan, knocking up our dead, just like that. Shadows behind the stone, behind the big rock. Oh, here comes BTR as well, incoming. Ventoras, oh no, Ventoras knocked down. And somehow Shadows is still alive.
FaZe Clan wasn't valiant effort, but it feels like they might just having a bit of a tough spot here. BTR still full squad. This is gonna be them securing. There's no way they are gonna push this, right?
Yeah, unless an alter ego happened, but okay. Okay, we've seen that before. Okay. But I noticed that Shadows denied the point by nading out himself before BTR could take the point out of him. So that was quick thinking there by Shadows. But yeah, come on. The alter ego won't happen again, right? Like circle, BTR, 4 players, even land. Come on, guys.
This is BTR, by the way. We're talking about the legacy team, a powerhouse known for its legendary plays and legendary past history. RRQ now, this one miracle rock will buy them so much time, but FaZe Clan, they need to start to move. Mela spotted out by BTR, Satar taking him down. Only 1 player left. Onzen's in trouble. It's gonna be Playzone or the players.
It's a matter of time now, if you ask me. Well, Onzen's taken out by Hexas from RRQ, so the point is given to RRQ instead. Lapar will counter on the Hexas. RRQ now. 1 player left. And it's going to be Satar landing the finishing blow onto RRQ for BIGETRON Red Thailand to bring it back home.
They are back and they slow and steady building up their momentum, not being a bit too greedy, not being a bit too reckless. Things are doing great and going great for the side of BTR. All they need to do is just keep this going and things gonna be A-okay.
So far, so good for BTR. And they did not lose anyone in the process. So no point given away to any other team. And BTR, at the same time, they scored a good amount of elimination points. We already get a confirmation of how many exactly elimination points that they got. And here are the numbers. So let's do the math together. And they got 10 elimination points in this round.
Quite a hefty amount. I have to say that's more than enough. 20 points to push themselves more than that. Yeah, around there somewhere. That's going to be 20 points. So it's definitely going to push themselves. Last time we saw them around the middle bracket. So it's going to be a good contention up there. I have a feeling this week now, our top 5 teams seems to be in the same league and same ground and world. And
Luxy, who took a break for majority of last week, coming up as MVP together with this chicken dinner. 3 eliminations, 872 damage, 78 damage received. That's pretty low. And 27% team contribution together with a maximum survival time of 26 minutes 40 seconds.
Pretty decent. Now back to our match recap when it comes to the top 4 team. We're back into week 1 situation here where we do have 3 out of 4 teams coming out from the Indonesian side. BTR, Alter Ego, and RQ. Different names are still the same player, but FaZe on the other hand now slowly climb up. Now can they build the momentum or not? Because when it comes to the troubles, seems like the 25 and above actually do have a bit more outcome. If you have more troubles, definitely gonna last longer.
Yeah, definitely. That's also a sign that you win fights and you loot other boxes, and that's how you add to your throwable count as well. So great work for them. As you can see, a full squad time. That means everyone's nice and tight. Let's check out the best moments here, where PTR did a
Here comes the numbers. So far, there's only going to be one team with double-digit elimination, but there's going to be triple team with the total points of double elimination as well. But so far, we do see Alter Ego is always going to be consistent, and it's so hard for them to drop the ball. But seeing this for the side of Xavier, it's quite consistent here today. Seems to be the rise of RQ for this round.
Oh yeah, and the rise of the Indonesians as well. We got 4 of them in page number 1. Including, of course, Alter Ego has to be there, RRQ, and of course MORPH as well. And MORPH got 8 eliminations. Please placement points if you can gather 8 eliminations. But same goes for NKT. All their points were from eliminations, so no placement points, no problem.
It's kind of true, as long as you got yourself quite a number of eliminations. Speaking of zeros, PA dropping it again. Now this is going to be detrimental for them, since they drop it out early on before, and GEEK Fam is the only thing. How many scores do they have across 3 maps today?
So if we look at we'll get to know that in a little bit more later. Okay, here we go. This is them calculating for us because I'm too lazy to do the math now. Oh, but look at this. Alter Ego number 2 with the only team with a single digit of placement points there. And that's interesting. It's just an indication of they are focusing on to elimination points this time.
Very different approach indeed, but it seems to be a bit more slow for the eliminations as well. It feels like a bit more tactical than they used to. But when it comes to the rest of the Creek VIP, I mean, like this, their best round and their best week. Saying this for the side of NKT, seems like the rise of the second page are coming up for MORPH. They had quite a good start last time, but ended up pretty much tough and hard ending.
I'm a little bit more worried about teams on page number 2, especially towards the end. GEEK and Roy, at this moment, after 3 games, they're the only team with a single digit. 2 and 3 respectively. But we got good improvement here by YOODO 2 with 16 points, though they are not in page 1, but at least they are knocking on the door on page 1, so that's a pretty nice improvement for YOODO 2. So GEEK and Roy, especially these 2 teams, they really need to work it out by the second half of the day.
I mean, I wouldn't worry too much for the start of Roy. At least we can see that the third part, they try to aggressively get into those eliminations in. But I'm quite concerned about GEEK fam because it's just so difficult for them to engage. And it feels like they did exactly what YOODO did last week. It feels like a bit of YOODO still seems to be inside of GEEK fam here.
Yeah, I know, right? I don't know if GEEK fam is. I don't. It's kind of hard to tell, right, for GEEK fam situation because there was that only one round that they had a good start where they got the first blood against the YOODO Alliance, and that's pretty much about it. Other than that, it's like you see them later, but you don't get to see them doing much, and then they just got eliminated. So it's still pretty hard to tell, like what's up with GEEK fam.
They lost the first Super Sunday and they were definitely not the best spot as well when they were losing that Super Sunday. Now it feels like a deja vu for them. We're already halfway through Cloud. If this happens again, if they miss 2 Super Sundays in a row, I mean, don't forget we only have 2 days in the group stage these days.
Yes, the new format since applied last season, we saw how that affected a lot of these teams. If they miss out 2 Super Sundays, even the third one. Even those teams that only made it into 1 Super Sunday, it's very, very difficult. It's very, very hard to get through. So I worry that it's going to be the same case for GEEK fam. But not all hope is lost, ladies and gentlemen. It's only 3 rounds. We still have 3 more games to go for today at least. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a break. See you guys after this one.
Hi everyone, today we'll be going over the specific changes of the new motor glider. Let's check it out. First, the new motor glider comes with pitch assistance. What this means is that during takeoff, once you reach a certain speed, it will automatically climb and achieve liftoff. Once airborne, tap to accelerate and slide the wheel back at the same time to travel along the ground. Next, let go of the throttle during flight and the glider will maintain its altitude while gradually reducing its speed to 60 km per hour and engage autopilot. Sliding the wheel forward during flight will cause the glider to pitch up and ascend, and sliding the wheel back during flight gradually pitches the glider downward to approach the ground. Furthermore, when turning left and right during flight, the glider will level itself off. The body of the glider and camera angle will tilt for greater immersion. The view of the ground has also been upgraded to better help players observe their surroundings while turning. Let go to stop turning, and the glider will stabilize on its own. As for landing, after descending to a certain altitude, the glider will disengage autopilot to help you slow down and land. Lastly, if we keep pitching the nose up, the glider will end up upside down. Flying upside down will cause the glider to enter an automatic descent, making it much harder to control. It's a real test of skill. So, the new motor glider is now easier to control for better playability, with greatly improved user experience. We're sure you'll have a great time with the new motor glider. That's all for now. See you next time.
Wow, what a lively sky treasure ship! So many lights and people.
Yeah, every shop is full of color. Let's look around.
Welcome to the Golden Moon Cloud Market! Haha!
You can light the ship's magic lamp each day to get Paradise tokens. During certain periods, there will also be a lucky box drop. The Sky Treasure Ship contains loads of great gifts. Come peruse the various stores and go home with your bags full.
When completing various adventures in Sky High Spectacle, don't forget to head to the Treasure Emporium for the Golden Moon Paradise Crate, as well as tons of Paradise tokens that await you.
Join a new round of popularity battle. Work together with your friends to unlock the 1001 Nights lobby theme, moonlight background, and other great Golden Moon gifts.
Happy 6th anniversary! Here! Not only can you revisit your past year's game data, you can also play a 6th anniversary exclusive target shooting minigame. Head to World of Wonder to check it out. While playing, you can redeem the 6th anniversary theme song as well. The Palace Musician set for free. Awesome!
Choose your exploration path onto the sky-high spectacle Nimbus Islands. Collect your discoveries as you go. Spend more Paradise tokens to aid you in your treasure hunt.
What's this?
Wow! A secret shop!
During the event, purchase items recommended by the genie at discounted prices. You'll also receive additional surprise gifts.
Huge discounts up to 80% off. Come have a look.
What are you waiting for?
Hi everyone, after the last video, I'm sure you already have a basic understanding of the game. Survival, competition, social interaction, and easy to pick up controls, these are what sets PUBG Mobile apart. First, as a battle royale game, survival is of utmost importance. There are multiple maps to play on, and each map is unique. Players can come up with different survival strategies for each map. Besides the blue zone mechanics, this is a completely open battleground. It's free of restrictions. Use your imagination to eliminate enemies and become the last one standing. Combat is also one of the core traits of PUBG Mobile. We have all kinds of weapons available. These weapons let players battle in any environment. You can be a sniper or storm the front lines with an assault rifle or shotgun. Furthermore, there are also protective gear, consumables, items, vehicles, and more. The comprehensive supplies available ensure a fulfilling combat experience. Our game has multiplayer modes with teams where you can invite friends to play together. Enjoy the thrill of PvP battles. Come up with strategies with teammates, find items for each other, and take up complementary positions. Try to make it to the end together. You can also go at it alone and carry yourself to victory. Lastly, we also have some simple tutorials for beginners in the game. There are no prerequisites, and they're super short. Learn how to play in a flash. We're still planning to release more guides detailing all kinds of neat tips and tricks to help players quickly familiarize with the game. Becoming a skilled PUBG Mobile player is super simple. Boot up the game and play now.
Hello everyone, now I'm here with CRVP, Ion Pro. Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Today your performance has improved a lot compared from the last week. What you guys have any trick to share with us that improved the gameplay so quickly? Do you guys have any secret?
Okay, performance Create VIP hari ni sangat-sangat baik lah kalau kita compare dengan minggu lepas. Ada tak apa-apa perubahan yang korang lakukan? Ada tak secret yang rahsia yang korang boleh share kat kita orang lah? Apa yang korang buat sampaikan performance korang hari ni begitu baik?
Untuk minggu lepas kita orang macam banyak study rotation tim-tim lain and then kaji diorang punya face looting diorang. So kita orang antara tim yang paling laju lah untuk gerak daripada looting base. So itulah kot rahsia kita orang kot. Tapi bukan jadi rahsia dah.
So over the past 2 days we have been study a lot last week performance. I mean we study a lot, and yeah, I think we one of the team that having a fast tempo in terms of rotation, and yeah, I think that is one of the reason why we are improving so much for this for today.
Okay, is that a secret, right?
Not a secret anymore.
Oh, okay, it's not a secret anymore. Okay, what do you think about the current lineup of the team? How do you evaluate everyone performance in the game?
Okay, so apa pandangan Ion sendiri tentang player-player Create VIP sendiri di waktu sekarang? Sebab macam mana korang boleh semangatkan satu sama lain apa yang korang buat?
Macam minggu lepas agak struggle untuk kita orang. And then banyaklah ada pergaduhan kecil-kecil internal issue. But kita orang cepat reset, jenis yang player masing-masing cepat reset lah. And then Chillrex pun buat kerja yang baik lah untuk kita orang supaya kita orang tak ada masalah untuk akan datangnya.
So to be honest, what I can share with you guys is basically last week we having a lot of internal problem, which is we having a misunderstanding between the players. And yeah, and of course we have a coach. Our coach is Chillrex. He doing a great job. He managed to help us to understand each other better. And yeah, I think we definitely can do it for this week.
Okay, thank coach.
Thank you, coach.
Thank you, coach. What will you focus on the next match so that you guys can make it into the super weekend?
So apa benda yang korang nak fokuskan dengan berbaiki game lagi beberapa game ni? Apa yang korang nak fokuskan supaya korang boleh layak ke Super Sunday?
Target kita orang hari ni at least 50 point ataupun 40 paling minimum. Supaya untuk hari esok kita orang just collect sikit je lah point. Tapi kalau boleh kita nak buat lebih daripada tu.
For the remaining games, and of course, yeah, we want to do our best, and yeah, we have our own target, which is we want to achieve 50 points. Minimum is 40 points, so that tomorrow we don't have to struggle much to qualify to Super Sunday. And I hope we definitely can get more than 50 points.
Okay, hope you got that score. Okay, last thing, could you cheer up your teammates?
Terakhir boleh tak kau bagi semangat dekat teammate kau? Apa yang kau nak sampaikan?
Untuk teammate saya, Krip VIP, korang masih darah muda and banyak lagi benda yang korang perlu belajar. And walaupun korang masih baru, tapi saya tengok korang ni banyaklah improvement daripada skill map knowledge, rotation team and then macam-macam lagi lah soalan lah. Bagi saya korang ni memang antara teammate yang terbaik lah pernah saya ada.
To my fellow members in Crit VIP, you guys are still young. You have a bright future in front of you. Even though you are young, you have a lot of knowledge in terms of in-game technical thing. And yes, of course, I believe that you guys can go far. And I think I would say you guys are one of the teammates, the best ever teammates I have had.
Okay, Chris VIP, so. Okay, thank you Ion Pro to join us for the interview. And now it's time for highlight. Let's see it.
Iron Pro says hello to Pamburu, but no mind, we'll leave the drama for later. At this moment, Crit VIP, absolutely big improvement by them as compared to last week.
Yep, they're smashing it. Seems very confident coming out from the sort of Iron Pro interview just now. Interesting, giving so much insights to us, which we don't really get that too many. And definitely that's going to be one of the valuable information we have coming up from Crit VIP as well. But when it comes to top 4 rate, I love this comparison, Cloud. It's going to be very neck to neck between these two teams.
Oh yeah, very tight. Even we look at the numbers of the average placement points, 3.7 for Crit VIP and 3.3 for NKT. But when it comes to average elimination points, it's the same across the board between the two. Even for the average top 4 across the two of them.
That's kind of true. Very close indeed. But next we're walking in a lot of red today. Is something to do with the logo today? Wait, I have to see this.
Red logo. Yep. There you go. There you go. There you go. Interesting. Who else is playing today with red logos? Could that be a clue?
So BTR, NKT, FaZe Clan next,
FaZe
possibly.
Clan? Oh.
FaZe Clan. Maybe FaZe Clan.
Oh. FaZe Clan? I'm going to change my prediction now. FaZe Clan.
You probably should, because remember the day that Alter Ego and Boom are actually dominating over the week number 1, and it pretty much kind of the same, you call it the same color scheme of the day. So today is going to be red. It's going to be a red day.
Oh, okay. FaZe Clan. Okay, the next closest red that's playing. Xavier. Kinda Geek Fam. And then we need...
Kinda.
Oh yeah, kinda Geek Fam because there's like, you know, white and black and all that. So, okay, if we get like FaZe Clan, Xavier and Geek Fam, you got the most red out of them all to light them up.
I don't know, Geek Fam not really red, man. It's like mixed of everything. It's a little bit pure red. Because so far we've seen like, okay, BIGETRON really and Crit VIP and NKT. This is like pure red. No, except for NKT, slightly there's a shade at the bottom, but the rest of them not so much. Except for FaZe Clan, they have a bit of, you know, the borders of the
Well, yeah. Well, you need to pick 3 more, right? That's the next closest one. If not, I'm going to put Alter Ego. But if I don't know, from my eyes, you know, my very blurry eyes, I kind of see Geek Fam as a little bit more red. But I think maybe we can argue about that, whether it's red or whether it's Geek Fam or Alter Ego. If not, the next one then is YOODO Alliance. But you know, that's like only the top half, and that's about it.
Too bad that TALON is not playing here today. Maybe it should be their day as well if they actually play, because they are red. And today has been a very red day. But I'm not going to change my prediction so far. Things are doing a-okay, not so bad, not too shabby. Xavier is quite consistent. VOIN on the other end, kind of a bit up and down. But Roy, on your side, interesting indeed.
Yeah. So I just want to give the benefit of the doubt to the teams that didn't do well. The only 2 teams without with only a single digit as of now. So Roy and also Geek Fam, and hopefully the break did do them well. coming into the second half, and they will be able to come back. If not, if they come into the second day that they will be playing with only one digit, they have to work super duper hard, because let's not forget, Group B is the group they will need to face off next.
Which can be tougher than, I don't know, pretty much almost the same. But we do know when it comes to Group B, they definitely, most of them are going into Super Sunday. So that speaks something already by themselves. But back to it, the preparation, do we see any stops when it comes to the second half now?
Well, we'll find that out soon, as we will be heading on to our final Erangel match as well. And looking over at least the first look onto Roy, no indication left. But looks like we're going to see Flux out, and Leons is going to come in, and Olio is going to remain on the lineup. YOODO Alliance making their second swap today.
Interesting. What are they testing really? Because we hardly see YOODO Alliance as so aggressive with their swaps. But Mika, Sonics, this is the first game that we're looking at for the entire season this time.
Yes, this is the first time Sonics is playing. Ladies and gentlemen, making his debut as well. Replacing Mika, the player that had a lot of hype when he returned. But I guess for GEEK Fam, they're also at the stage that they need to do everything in order for them to get more points. And other than that, Maxius is going to be replaced by Zeta.
Oh, we have Zeta back. I mean, like, I don't disregard and discredit when it comes to Max's performance, you know, but we do know how aggressive Zeta can get. He got himself quite a hefty amount of elimination when it comes to last season. He can go aggressive as all the big boys can be out there.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta, he was one of the prodigies of last season. So seeing him coming into the lineup is definitely going to add more firepower into the team. So it will be exciting to see this round with some of these changes happening. And I guess that will be all of the changes so far. Other than that, no other indications. So we're probably going to see the same lineup for everyone else. And even for Crit VIP, they did well in the first half, so no big reason for them to make the change.
And speaking of not changing, there's some teams that still probably we're gonna have to wait and see. Maybe it's like, yeah, we confirm, not confirm. So I think it happens in the game too. But other than that, I think some teams are quite consistent, including the ones actually up there, which are gonna be Team Secret today has been incredible. PA, hot and cold. Now, when it comes to the last Erangel of our week to day one, they want to get aggressive, and here comes the numbers up. Let's fly.
And here we go, the final Erangel before we stop over to Marama. And this time the flight path is going to be different than before. We're going to have a horizontal flight path this time from Primos towards Milta Power. So teams that like to drop on the northern side will need to travel quite a bit. But it's going to be a straightforward drop for teams like GEEK Fam, who is struggling and they could use all the help they can get.
I agree. Speaking of GEEK Fam, I don't want to say there's so many things went wrong, but it just feels like they're still trying to figure out what kind of objective they're trying to go for every single map. Either they want to go for a bit conservative plays, or do they want to focus on eliminations? Because it seems like they probably try to rush for both, and everything just falling off the chart for them.
Oh, early elimination here for the Infinity and Crit VIP Putra, starting off well with the first split. So great work for them. And they're not out of it just yet. 3 other members of the Infinity on the other side, and they seem to have majority of this tower. But Crit VIP, they obviously have the manpower against the Infinity.
It feels like they're more confident than they were last week as well as earlier today. Definitely has a huge progress and just seems to be inclining when it comes to the growth of the entire day here. And even Tiger Access can be rare for Tiger to go out early. But here comes I didn't check out the corners. You need to check the corners, and got done easily, just traded off back. Wow, 3v3.
I mean, to a certain extent, I want to play the devil's advocate, and to be fair to him, like if you're proning there, it's kind of like a blind spot if you were to climb through the window. So Godwin, gotta give it to him. Big brain play there to trade it off back to Crit VIP. But speaking about trading, RRQ and YOODO 02, Looks like there's a not really a trade, but RRQ got their own first blood against YOODO 2.
Well, seems like quite aggressive early plays here when it comes to the final E-Wrangle of the day. Well, we do see back to Infinity versus Create VIP right now. Now, RRQ do have a bit of revival. YOODO 2 seems to be lost one player. Well, definitely in the entire lobby here. That Create VIP, while they are trying to reloot themselves, seems to be a bit slower momentum since they lost one of their members just now. Now they're being high alert mode, knowing the fact these guys will try to hide in the corners if they're not being careful jumping from one building to the other.
Well, these early fights are also forced by the flight path. It naturally happens if the flight path is like skewed towards one side, and that will force these players to drop into awkward positions and without knowing sometimes like other teams are in the same area. So this is the case for Crit VIP and Infinity, and probably also for YOODO 2 and RRQ. Well, for the other teams, so far based on the elimination feed, we don't see much, so probably they have a good spread. BTR wouldn't be too worried for them since Milta is just right on top of their flight path. But we're gonna highlight the player for BTR, Satar here. 1.3 average elimination, and this guy, ever since his move to BTR from GDGIDS, he has been a star player for the Red Aliens.
I agree, such a high value play on the side of BTR after that transfer. You can see the progress, like usually it's heavily dependent towards the Tachibana twins or the twins, but wait a minute. And it's going to be Infinity slowly losing men because how they were hiding in a certain corner, tucked into it, and they've hardly got themselves any loot. Now, Create VIP, they definitely get up, ready to fight. This is going to be last minute Infinity. This is going to be problem brewing out the side of Infinity.
Well, Cartoony, he did it before. Let's see if he can do it again. This time against 3 players for Crit VIP without Putra on their side. And Cartoony all alone. Okay, he does have a stun grenade there. AUG A3 together with DBS. Great weapon to potentially clutch it out in this house. But look at the elimination feed as well. YOODO 2, once they're done with RRQ, now they're up against NKT.
Great VIP. Still trying to finish off. Got Tony. Having a bit of a spray. Not conservative at all when it comes to their bullets. Gonna just force it out. Iron Pro playing around the stairs. It's gonna be a bit of shotgun moment here. We do know this trick between the shotguns. There's going to be a bit of a stir fight.
I like the movement there by Cartoony. Actively move down because he knows that he cannot trap himself up on the second floor. You know, it will be a garner moment for him. Now move down to the ground floor. Crit VIP. Iron Pro still thinks that he's on the second floor. Interesting. They didn't hear the footstep. But okay, he came back up. There you go. And Nate tossed down, and nope, nobody knocked.
Well, both teams happen to be very highly knowledge regarding how to play around this terrain right now. With I mean, like this around this area right now, around the apartment area. It might actually take some time to actually finish off here. Got Tony making it so difficult for the sort of Create VIP. Easy just finish him off. He's not going to willingly easily just go down like that. Still have a bit of a fight in him. Making sure he will be a bit of nuisance.
Ace!
Ooh!
I mean, it was last stick of health. Well, not really last stick of health, but 40% of health left. Going up against the S12K. And Iron Pro just needed to land that one hit. And they will secure that point out of the Infinity. And now we move over to YOODO 2 or BTR. And NKT, oh man, 3 teams in the same area with Spider-Tan trying to get a point out of Satar.
Here comes Spider-Tan has been performing today. NKT Spider-Tan always under the radar of trying to spray on someone down, and he got those eliminations, but BTR behind him. It's not the best spot he can be at. Quite open, when we mentioned he will be immediately knocked down. Liam, finish off Spider-Tan. We cannot praise the players too much.
To a certain extent, yeah. Well, I was about to say that maybe the cast is good, but yeah, we don't want to skew our viewers to think that we are the cause of his elimination. I also want to point out that today, like because Mr. Joe, he kind of like overshadowed his teammates because of that first chicken dinner. And if you guys somehow missed out on the first chicken dinner, that insane chicken dinner by Mr. Joe, you gotta rewind and watch that sign-off match. That is just something.
I mean, who would have thought that one? That was incredible stuff today, man. Definitely one of the rare scenarios we actually got to see in a large-scale tournament like this as well. So I agree. Definitely go and watch it back after we're done with the stream, of course, because you might actually miss all the actions later on. But speaking of which, Infinity quite early on, there's quite a rare scene coming up from Infinity because it's quite, pretty okay team in the middle pack usually. But BTR versus YOODO Alliance, hello!
Oh man, the moment they arrive, but Leon Barnes bringing it back to his twin brother Leon. Inside, and now Satan now coming out on the other look. Get a member of YOODO Alliance, Jimmy OP, leaving the team, probably taking a support position behind, but Ade look, he cannot escape unless he gets the fight.
Going in, Satana cooking up the nade. Lapon will be revived up. Satana still cooking up. Toss it over to Adik. Look! And it will connect. And that goes the spray and finish off with an execution. Satana doing so much work for the team. Playing it flank, playing it left, right, center, giving so much pressure. But the circle just have to shift. Feels like very similar circle than before.
Yeah. Pretty much there as well on the era of Gakka. A lot of teams playing in the middle of it this time. We have a good number of teams on the outside as well, but it's starting to get crowded in the middle, so teams coming in late will need to play by the edge of the circle in.
Which is going to be a fast and furious for most of the team. They don't want to rotate too late, if not they'll be gatekept by so many others later on. We mentioned about it multiple times. A lot of teams have been playing a lot of center of the circle these days just to avoid the blue zone and be gatekept, because that's going to be the most brutal way to go and not fun to have to deal with. Back to a Team Secret, Namcute. Pretty okay. I do love Namcute and GK combination. Feels like they are in sync right now between these two players.
Yeah, Namcute and GK, definitely we see them doing well as a duo. And GK, I remember last season as well. Like he pulled off a great clutch inside of one of the Mirama matches to score the chicken dinner for Team Secret. But then again, for this season, Team Secret, they need to do a lot more better than last season because they missed out on the first Super Sunday. And as of now, 14 points is okay after 3 games. But because they cannot afford to miss out on the Super Sunday this week, they need to do a lot more better. Just like what Creep VIP is doing. And also NKT, that is.
Well, newsflash, guys. Super Sunday is everything these days. If you missed it, you're gone. That's it. There's no way to... made a bit of a U-turn in the very last minute, especially when it comes to second week. You have to get into the Super Sunday, because if not, you might actually lose a chance for the third one as well. And speaking of which, Mr. Joe, that's gonna be a bit quite alarming with the status just now from NKT though.
Oh! Drexy, rotation cut by RRQ. Drexy knocked down, they lost their IGR, they lost their main scouter. So now the rest of PA, somebody has to take over that role.
Hey kiddo, I think probably he will actually overtake that one for now. And back to, Roy's actually putting Luma actually still playing. So it feels like they do have better momentum with him. A change of dynamic, definitely what they needed for the side of Roy to have a bit of a bump up there. But when it comes to the bomb, we're talking about points across the board. GEEK, Fem and Roy, the only ones that are not hitting the double digit yet.
Objectively, better momentum by 1 point, somewhat. But yeah, but because of that 1 point, if we look at it from a different perspective, at least they're not number 16. So GEEK, not looking good down there at number 16. Need to do a lot more work. And I wonder where GEEK is. Okay, normally they drop with Barrier here and they will come now from the south side up. So they're still on the outside of the circle. Now that the circle shifted, hard shift towards the north side. So GEEK, they need to track their way in with a good number of teams in front of them for them to manage.
Kind of remind me back in school days, like, as long as I'm not last in my class, it's fine. I don't know if that's a good way to view it at this point right now for both teams. Pretty much they need a lot of things to be done here, because things are pretty rough for them and it's definitely not going to be great. I'll probably just demoralize for the entire week as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to play the bright side moment, right? But if we look at it objectively, it's not about like just the placement. It's a lot about the points first. So the only two teams with a single digit, I mean, I don't know about that. And plus, Mika being subbed out, I don't know if that will be a detrimental situation to their firepower, because Mika is definitely one of the main draggers. But interesting enough, Fredo only at stage 3, but he got knocked out by the blue.
Multiple times I noted that Frodo feels like not how he used to play back in the day, so I'm going to say it out loud, even though I do know that he's definitely a very lovable personality as well, but it just feels like it's very different the way he plays. It's a bit too slow sometimes, that he always got himself trapped at the back. That's the bigger question. Maybe they're trying to figure out something for YOODO OT. I feel like they definitely know what they're doing. It's just they're trying to find the final strategy of timing or rotation that will work out for the team. Now, Roy, this is the team you just mentioned just now. Whether they got last or GEEK Fam, it's going to be the contender of the bottom right here. But Roy, they definitely have way better performance last week.
Yeah, this week is quite an anomaly for them. Though they missed out on the Super Sunday as well, but it's definitely a lot better last week than now. So I don't know. It's probably also about the other teams performing better that's sort of pushed down their points. Just like Creep VIP, now we can see it on screen. Now they do have the chance against another bottom team, GEEK Fam.
Speaking of GEEK Fam, and they fight back here. Creep VIP and Bro clipping down a lot of damage out there. Sonic still in the lineup to play alongside with Audrey, Damro and Snipes. Last time we saw them, they were ambushed by the other teams and things didn't go so well. They tried to defend their positions down there. Snipes taking on BTR Luxy. Oh wow, that's a big one by IQOO.
Yeah, taking out Lapa, one of the key players. Well, in fact, everyone in BTR is a key player. Everyone's just so good. But we'll check out the circle as well while the fight's happening. And the circle goes to the open area between Gaka and Ruins. And nobody's in the middle of the circle. So now I would say that this is an interesting circle just because of that situation.
Possibly. Oh, well, FaZe Clan is in there now. Pretty fast when it comes to rotations, but it might be a very open space here as for the ending. I agree. This is going to be a super interesting circle this week. GEEK Fam on the other end might actually having a bit of a go against the side of Creep VIP once more. Took them quite a long time to finish things up, but the circle just shifted away from them with 25 seconds on the clock. They need to move, but we do have another contender at the back. That's high chance it's going to be MORPH.
Well, I'll be more interested to see what's going to happen here. So you got a very performing team, and you got a not so performing team against each other. And both of them were not in Super Sunday. So the stakes are high for both of these teams. And now, obviously, Creep VIP and GEEK Fam don't know that it's each other. But if they do know, then probably Creep VIP will be a lot more motivated to try to take this fight against GEEK.
I agree. Both in dire need for the points just to get into this week's Super Sunday, but Roy taking on PEA, a bit of trading down when it comes to the knockdowns, but Creep VIP newbies so far. He's trying to give support fire, but will he be okay? A bit of a trading between two. Emperor drop a big one, Sonix, and it's VOIN Sita from the back as well. I think they got clipped from afar, and GEEK Damro definitely not happy about this.
Maybe some damage from there. And I wonder, will there be a third party or possibility of a third party coming in, especially with Zeta feeding information towards his teammates. But so far, no, not yet. And I guess they're monitoring the situation. But for now, Quick VIP, I think somebody's shooting them from behind. Oh, yes, it is. More got newbies.
You know, there's also VOIN eyeing them out. There's going to be 4 teams high potential fighting each other. But Great VIP, despite they were super confident just now, this is going to be them having some trouble. GEEK Fam down to only Audrey, Sonic, and at least they got him a bit of a revival. But Great VIP, I am proud of him just getting to the interview. Down to only 20% of HP. He needs to just flee. But how?
That's how. Fleeing back to the lobby, that is. With the grenade elimination by Audrey. But they also got some help from MORPH, who took down at least 1 or 2 players from Grid VIP. So, yeah, GEEK Fam gotta buy MORPH dinner after this. But unfortunately, they will lose Snipes in the process. Now with 3 players left, let's see the circle shift in about 50 more seconds.
Speaking of the circle, it is going to be very crowded. Northern side. Look at how many colors are there on top of ruins. And there's going to be high potential, a big mess coming up very soon. Catastrophic even. Depending on how many teams you actually have, but high chance it's going to be around 6, 7, 8.
Oh, Roy! Oh man, the moment they arrived, EA was prepared for them. Bring it to the smoke. Kiddo. Oh, wait a second. Why did he go for the knife? Oh man. Kiddo, he did not have weapons reloaded, but anyway now Adam getting the ground and oh! Third party by VOIN Donkey to eliminate PEA. Oh man, because of third party anyway they would have.
Also, the bottom knife, I think that might be a misclick when it comes to Panicky Moment. But GK will be revived as Roy once more being eliminated, scores themselves at least 4. Now they still get themselves 15 GEEK fam, now the last in the class. But for the side of the circle, Team Secret and NKT will be cleaning up a bit of a crew of Team Secret here. While we do have RRQ versus Ulti Ego in the blue zone, FaZe Clan and VOIN Donkey might have an interesting clash as well.
Whoa! Interesting for NKT. This one name will knock down and also eliminate the members of Team Secret. NAVCUD in trouble. PUBGM will knock down GK, now only break all alone. He's able to say thank you for one of the points thanks to the damage from NKT. And NKT will be happy with that point. But at the same time, they will keep an eye on the outer side where the other teams can't pass by.
Ooh! That was right in the face, Napako. That was brutal. Now down to only 2 players, Rosemary and Alta. They barely scores any elimination. Now this is going to be a super interesting fight. Look at the nade flying over. Perfect toss coming up from the side of RRQ, forcing Rosemary to climb down the ruins. Now Hexas is actually playing here. Snape is going in. What? Oh, we're shifting over the other side. Now this is going to be a blue zone fight as well.
Oh man. On the outside circle. But now VOIN Donkeys putting pressure onto Onsens on the other side for FaZe Clan. Razak. His own nade tossed into the building, but nobody is home. And Razak MP3. And he can't find a good angle. Spray, he knows that his opponent is there. Finally lets the shot to Mela.
Mela having a tough time for the side of FaZe Clan. Mormon can actually clutch this one out. We saw Venture's clutch, and he's cheering. Now, can he cheer for himself? For once, Mormon couldn't do it, but it's okay. Valen Alpha on the side of FaZe Clan with 1 elimination. Next, we have a different team. Northern side is just super fun.
Wow, not so fun for Alter Ego as they got eliminated. At number 9 with 3 elimination points, so not able to catch up to BTR. And for RRQ, decision time for them. Where will they rotate? Probably D-Xavier or Ghost Training. Let's go.
And speaking of which, Lamborghini, a bit of a spray to a side of Snake seems like perfect. One last tick of health, but the Blue Zone just force him to back away. He doesn't have a choice right now. But a monster truck, I think the entire team can see purging a crispy one to the side of RRQ, leaving RRQ to one last player quite far apart. That's going to be Snake popped out the smoke. This will attract all the other teams to his side.
Well, Snake will not go down without a fire. Let's get one knockdown on the side of D-Xavier. Shadows comes in with the DBS. And Snake will not see the end of the light for this round. Eliminated back to the lobby.
Speaking of the lobby, who will be fully pursued next? We're down to 16 here in an instant. Stage number 5. And the next circle coming up very soon. Razak on VOIN Donkey spotted out there a straight lineup of GEEK fam. But MORPH just still is away from the far as well. Too many teams taking on the side of GEEK fam. They're quite in the center of attention right down there. And they're down to only 5 here. Razak and the rest of VOIN trying to just buy them time. Team Secret down to 2 players. MORPH got himself the circle.
Nice circle for MORPH. But it's going to be a havoc up there up north. Team Secret, VOIN, and Team Secret eliminated. So we got VOIN, NKT, and D-Xavier. 3 teams probably going to catch out each other. Oh, for MORPH, they're going to chill on the south side.
Speaking of chilling, this is going to be absolutely capitalization over the circle for the side of MORPH. They don't even need to do anything. They got slide of the compound. They got an airdrop. They got everything needed. This has been presented to them for the circle and the chicken dinner here. But if they can deal with these aviators just riding it fast towards their direction, they definitely can score this chicken dinner.
Arguably, this is the fastest round so far. Stage 5. And we're only at 4 teams left. This is going insane. While MORPH from the long range, Zero tries to take advantage. Zay was securing the point out of Paragen. Triple F will be knocked down by VOIN Donkeys. And now MORPH, look at the pole position there is. They can put a lot of pressure onto the other side.
Speaking of pressure, here comes the pressure from Zero, tapping it up to these Xaviers into one corner. They tuck and clustered up, and the tap of Zero Hell will not stopping anytime soon. VOIN Donkey on the other end. This is gonna be rough for these Xaviers. They're kind of clustered up, but these Xaviers fire back.
But it's a long range, so Zero could be picked up. But bad news still for these Xaviers. They're still kind of busy with VOIN Donkeys on the other side. Now MORPH, 5 eliminations, dominating, and they're just chilling down there.
Speaking of chilling, MORPH, despite their chilling, they need to pick Zero up. They still need 4 men to just make sure 100% of insurance they will score those chicken away. But the Xaviers also picking up their members, giving them a bit of opportunity to get those chicken as well with 2 players left. VOIN with a trio. Regardless of that, they still have abundant amount of the hand grenades and the mollies. It's all about timing when they will deploy those throwables.
It's a matter of time now, right? So 4 nades for Zeta, but nobody's close enough for him to redeploy that. But I think the worst news for Zeta is that he does not have any smoke, so he can't create that smoke bridge to move into a safer position, or at least to the inner side of the circle. Hopefully his other teammates, hopefully his other teammates will be able to support him in that sense. Now for the other side of MORPH, they still have nades, they still have smokes, so their turn to bring the fight across.
Oh, here go! Oh, flying cars! And welcome in the 20s and Flippy! Here comes. Who needs a car on the ground when you can actually fly on the roof?
Wow! Interesting. That's something out of the action movie. But with that, MORPH, they know they managed to get 1 knockdown onto Rocky, and now they will follow through.
Speaking of following through, here comes Zero, trying to toss the nade. He got clipped quite a bit. VOIN and MORPH, they definitely got it in their hands before. But where is the Xaviers shooting from afar? VOIN and MORPH just turned out the vision. This is the opportunity for these Xaviers to make a bit of an opportunity of a third party. Zay spraying over with the UMP, knocked down on Rocky right now, bleeding out Zeta and Razak. How do they respond to this? Working as a duo and the highest fragger for the team.
Out goes up to the rooftop. Nice angle, but spotted out by his opponent. Oh, the molly! Forced it to go down, immediately knocked down by Zeta. MORPH, we didn't fight so far. Zay will get another knockdown. Zeta 1v1 against Zay. So Zay has to win the fight before he can pick up his teammate. But Xavier, they're monitoring the situation from afar.
Speaking of monitoring. Oh, what a perfect one! Oh, right into the grave. That's going to be VOIN Zeta eliminated the assurance of MORPH from hero to 0 for 100%. That is 0% of chicken dinner right now. These Xaviers, despite they were running low in terms of men, they just go for this engagement, silent, peaceful and quiet team. And look at where they at right now. Easily can have a chance of scoring this chicken away.
Oh man, it could have been MORPH's chicken dinner to a certain extent. But yes, I kind of like the fact that they went in aggressive. They tried to take advantage of the damage dealt by Donkeys, but they lost the fight just like that. Man, that was a missed opportunity for MORPH. But with that, Xavier, with the happiness of the bunch, look at the circle control favors Xavier.
Definitely true. They don't even need to move right now. All they need to do is just wait it out. And that's what exactly they're doing, because all they need to do is just try to spot out where VOIN might actually have a couple of players trying to jump up and down, trying to avoid themselves from the blue zone. And all they need just pinpoint exactly the one particular angle, and they have the perfect angle at it as well. Haystacks to cover. Look at how Nade and Levi or Shadows placing themselves. It's impossible for the side of VOIN to spot them out.
Yeah, I guess the next best thing for VOIN Donkeys to do is whatever Zeta is doing. Rotate to the compound where MORPH was at, hoping to find a couple of loot boxes to gain utilities. But other than that, man, unlikely the circle will be on their side. So yeah, I guess the best is for them to get 1 knockdown onto either one member of the Xavier and try to win the fight from there. But the chances are quite slim, since they will be forced to move first.
That's true. Now, it's all about a patience game. These Avis, they know they don't need to do anything. This is gonna give away Zeta and spot him out. The bug almost exploded as well and got stuck in between. Speaking of timing, but look at the terrain cover his orbit. The spray from shadows, hoping it will land any shot. The nade is still there to be utilized. Here it comes, dropping in 2, 1, and boom we go. Didn't clip Zeta yet. Razak trying to bait out the position.
Keep Zeta at bay at this moment. Probably let the circle do its work. But now, Zeta down. Razak, he does not have the circle. He has to force himself through. Move a little bit forward, but still on the outside circle. But Razak does not have any more space. 2 angles onto him. Razak trying to get one knockdown, but look at the pressure by Xavier. 40% of health left for Razak. And it's going to be a last call for him.
Oh, Razak still have the fight in him, trying to make sure he still can have that 1% of miracle. It's not really 1%, it's more to 60 to probably 70% to 30% right now with Zeta bleeding out. But at least he's trying to feed off information to the side of Razak where exactly these Avis players are. He's trying to go far flank just to see a glimpse of them. But Razak, the problem is he's pressured by the loop.
Yeah, that and also the open space. So no way for him to like run, and because he's pruning, obviously the move speed will be at its lowest, and he will be eliminated by Xavier, who took advantage of the 2 fights and finally is scoring.
Not just that, this is gonna be the Xaviers coming back with their usual chicken dinner moment, guys, and this is something alarming since it's not the last map of the day. And they are known for their back-to-back chicken dinner. Now, if they keep scoring, there's no more chicken left for everybody else in the game.
Oh man, these Xavier not missing a day without a chicken dinner in at least their last 3 playing days, ladies and gentlemen. The Xavier in the driver's seat in terms of chicken dinners so far among all the PMSL teams. Let's look at the eliminations that they've collected. They collected 8 eliminations this time. There's 18 points for the Xavier.
It is pretty pretty normal for us. It's like our everyday elimination, guys. That's what the Xaviers actually just give the information and impression to us. And also when it comes to damage, why surprisingly Lamborghini didn't actually get any elimination despite all across the team. As he scores a couple of 3s and 2s down there. Maybe because he's being eliminated quite early.
Yeah, the surprising thing for me is that Lamborghini didn't score anything. But nevertheless, we're going to celebrate Shadows as the MVP this time. 2 eliminations, 555 damage, 59 damage received, 27% team contribution, and a maximum survival time of 26 minutes, 43 seconds. And interesting enough, 0% headshot. Who needs headshot if you can score the chicken dinner?
That's kind of true. Maybe he just tossed the nade all over again. I'm like, who needs ammunition if you can just keep tossing nades, right? Speaking of which, 27 for VOIN for the smokes, but they didn't last that long because of how they were just, well, they lost 6 airplanes. But let's just relive the moment for the chicken dinner of these Davis right now. Checking out, will they score another after this?
Though the circle wasn't too far away for Xavier, but it's not about that. It is about how they navigated the last few circles to have the circle advantage to them to score this chicken dinner. But when it comes to elimination, VOIN Donkey, 13 eliminations, and they brought them 19 points, so they're above Xavier by 1 point. Other than that, MORPH, 11 points collected this round, and those are the double-digit club.
Honestly, I love how MORPH is actually performing, slow and steady, climbing up the ladder here. But we do have 1-0 this time, which can be YOODO Alliance. On the side of GEEK Fam, this is good that we're not looking at them at the second page.
Oh yeah, they got a decent amount of points because of the win against Crit VIP early on. But that means that Crit VIP, they were eliminated. So they were at page number 2 this time with 4 points collected. YOODO Alliance the only team without any points this round.
And speaking of a YOODO Alliance, I agree. But back towards the overall rankings, 45. Which is going to be Xavier standing. Welcome back. This is going to be the Kings of Super Sundays coming back. But will they still stay Kings? Because VTR, Alter Ego right now, they're definitely upset being pushed down. Seeing this, or VOIN Donkey going up instead. The point gap is so small. Up to probably on the 7th place, Cloud.
Yeah, just 4 games in, so we don't see that significant gap yet. But I also want to point out that every region has their own ticket dinner today. So great work, all the regions out there. But when it comes to the other end though GEEK Fam, they did a little bit better than the previous rounds, but they're only still at 6 points in total. So still in the single digit bracket. For Roy as well, also in the single digit with 5 eliminations, and that's about it. No placement points at all yet for Roy.
Back towards our top gunslingers, this is the average. We mentioned before, the average previous today, it was around 2.1 to 2.5, but slightly lower than usual. Maybe due to how fast the circle, due to the open space just now, that we had so many teams going down the northern side, everyone being obliterated early. But across the board, MORPH, Xavier's and RIQ damage is pretty much very close to each other.
And when it comes to the next match, ladies and gentlemen, we are definitely going to swap into Miramar as our final 2 games. And in case you just joined us, yes, it is a variety of regions here to get the chicken dinner. The first 4 chicken dinners in fact. NKT, Crit VIP, and we have BTR and now Xavier. So, technically, it is still red color logo teams.
We're still on that. I forgot about that entirely. Thank you for the reminder. So who's next, Cloud? Who else got the redness in them? I think there's only one left here. FaZe 2 probably. FaZe Clan. And 3. Alter Ego and GEEK Fam.
Yeah, technically, if you want to say, yeah. FaZe Clan, Alter Ego, GEEK Fam. Maybe GEEK Fam next to finally score that chicken dinner. And obviously, if they do that, they'll be out of the single digit bracket and maybe even the first page. That is something that GEEK Fam definitely needs.
It feels like the red color has been always usually the color of luck. In the case of PMSL, we don't know why, but as long as your logo got a bit of red, things gonna be perfectly fine. Because the teams that didn't score any here, which can be MORPH, Team Secret, example, VOIN Donkey, are close enough just now, but sadly, just a bit too far apart in the very last minute. And Roy, I mean, black and white doesn't seem to be the color that you want to go for this season, guys.
Yeah, if only MORPH scored that chicken dinner early on, then they would have broken the streak. Although you can kind of argue that orange is kind of next to red, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But anyway, they still got a good amount of points out of that. So I guess nothing much to complain about their performance. And as long as they can keep themselves in the first top 8, mission complete. But of course, we gotta remember as well, Group B, the group that every single team got themselves into the Super Sunday last week, has not played yet. That's the scary part.
That's true. And mostly group, the one that actually didn't actually get into the Super Sundays, all of them are playing here right now. So that's something they should be concerned about. I agree. But at the same time, I mean, we don't want to criticize too much for the team. But at the same time, we do see some progress across the board right now. Like YOODO, we do see some improvement from MORPH. But the thing is, MORPH, they always have this high momentum at around the early stage of the group stage. and then they start to drop in day 2, which quite alarming, because if they keep this going, they might actually miss another Super Sunday here.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point there. Though MORPH overall, yeah, but it's kind of hard to tell that, are they actually really doing well or not, because you have not seen Group B playing yet, and you will only truly know by day 3, for the most part, that is. But yeah, I mean, without considering things that they cannot control, which is how Group B will play, they truly need to collect as many points as possible for themselves as of now, because I guess by now everyone knows that if you miss out 2 weeks of Super Sunday, even though you make it into week number 3 Super Sunday, it's still very, very hard.
I mean, if you can get across all Super Sundays every week, but don't score as much, at least it's better than 0 that never go to the Super Sunday, you know. That's what happened to PEA last season. They never score anything. There are some teams that don't really get any chance, not even a glimpse of Super Sunday. So I'm so glad that there's so many things change for this season. I want to see at least all the teams get a bit of a Super Sunday at least once, you know. So we do have those kind of games, and also not just that, they all have the experience of Super Sunday for this season as well.
Well, for me, from a viewer's perspective, is at least to have a good race by the 3rd Super Sunday, rather than maybe only like 1 or 2 teams who did not get Super Sundays at all, getting only 1 Super Sunday, something like that, and then it becomes kind of obvious early on who is the grand finalist. So we'd like to see a little bit more drama towards the end. So I do hope to see those teams who missed out on last week's Super Sunday to be able to make it to this week, just to add more spice to next week.
Yeah, we definitely want a bit of suspense, guys. So anticlimactic when it comes to the last few days. Give us a bit of a fight sometimes, you know, for the sake of entertainment too. But hey, it's the players' life at stake, by the way, Clown. We're asking too much from them.
Well, I mean, they are playing, so we have all the right to ask. If every netizen has the right to comment, I guess we have the right to do it for us. Ladies and gentlemen, do it for us. Just like what the Infinity is doing. They put in 3 touch, and we got Hans for you back in the lineup for Alter Ego.
Oh, it's been a while. I don't know why they sub him so long, because he's actually on his peak performance these days. And it's surprising for him not to be deployed early on by the team. So this is going to be probably the secret weapon, or maybe the Miramar specialist coming out from Alter Ego.
Yeah, maybe that. And maybe it's also to give him, give Boyzil a run out as well. So I mean, there are a lot of theories to what possibly might be. Unless we get an interview for them, and the question is asked on the other side. If not, then I guess we'll be left guessing for now. But for BTR, who has a star-studded lineup as well, obviously have Saxi waiting on the bench, ready to come in any time, but they're sticking to the same lineup still.
You know, the lineup, some players look happy, some of them are prepared. Big fam. Slow and steady building up their momentum, but they will try their best. It's so hard to see Damrit perform.
Yeah, he has been not showing the performance of Damrit like what we know of before, especially during the championship winning days. And I guess I don't know. It's also probably because like other teams are improving in terms of performance. That's what happened, and that kind of pushed down his personal performance as well. But it's a matter of keeping up to the others inside of Miramar.
Welcome back, Miramar. We're done with the forestry, and now we're back to the sandy dunes with Valdemar, Devil at the very bottom here. We don't never get to see Lost Eagles again. It's lost in the Eagles land. But Patona might actually be a good replacement. So far, we haven't got a lot of the Southern Circle way down south, but some southern Lost Leonis, a couple of them, but too many water treatment circle before this.
Oh yeah, it's been quite a common circle around the area of water treatment, so I'm probably done with that. It's like, okay, come on, circle gods, we're done with that. Give us something way different. Patona, please, because you know it's a rebrand, it's a rework of that area. We'd like to see how they play the final circle. If not, my traditional wish list is Impala, but of course it's not like left side of Impala where you have a lot of land. Give us like 50% water or something like that. I'll be pretty happy. But for the players, of course, let's see here. Nobody dropped into Patona this time. A lot of popular spot it seems, even though the Black Pup is there. So I wonder if we'll see a clash somewhere else.
Speaking of clashes, we might actually have scout clashes early. That's it. I don't think there's going to be something too detrimental for most of the team. But wait, this is going to be a truck stop circle. We had this once. Not too shabby. It's pretty okay. Not too many times. But here comes a long shot coming up from Roy. Giving quite an ambitious spray and a bit of a tap to his RRQ possibly.
So far, nothing comes out in the elimination features yet. So I guess it's more like a warning shot. And if you get something out of that, then probably it's a bonus. But yeah. So far, based on the trend of Miramar, for the most part, we don't get to see early eliminations. And I guess that's also because it's the biggest map of them all. So teams have a lot more space to play with. And so far, that trend seems to be continuing in this round.
True. Oh, 0. Quite far apart from the rest of the team, though. It's quite concerning.
But honestly, for me, I wouldn't be too concerned. If I were to look at this position, we don't see anyone else close by. And he's probably doing his scouting or getting information just to have a look if anyone's nearby and sending back to his team. And yeah, I would say that probably a mission complete for him. Car 9, oh, Winchester, interesting. So more like a warning shot to PEA.
Limp reason. Well enough. Definitely should commend that. But yeah, me and Zero just having fun. That's it. There's nothing else there. There's nothing. There's no objective down there. It's just try things out. Hello guys, hello. There's gonna be a couple of shots from off one. That's it. PA like, okay, we're gonna go away now. But at least they land themselves a couple of vehicles quite early on for PA.
I mean, at least for Zero, so Winchester comes together with the scope naturally. So at least it's a good scouting weapon for him to temporarily use at the start. At least he knows that, okay, PA is there, or at least a team is there. They obviously wouldn't know it's PA, and they went towards that direction. So they know that, okay, that direction, there's someone. Alright, so if they want to make that rotation, however it is, at least they kind of know that, okay, somebody is there, or somebody could come from that direction later on. So I guess, yeah, that's pretty much his role early on. Just do some light scouting work.
Well, scouting work. Just to remind me, Claire, I don't think we've seen a lot of Hexas last week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, last week he did not play at all. So this week is also his debut for this season. I guess a lot of teams doing that, just like the whole, I wouldn't say the whole BTR thing, but then again, it's a pretty similar situation. Maybe because also like RRQ last week, they were pretty okay, so they can still have some room to experiment and to prepare themselves further forward for the grand final.
I personally do love Hexas more. I mean, like 2 seasons before, he's definitely one of the high potential players that working so well with Peko when it comes to syncing along to move in unison when they engage. Because Peko back in the day is like rat face. He doesn't think twice. He just go for it, and it's so fun to watch this duo to just go in at the same time while the others are giving support fire at the back. But I'm surprised they didn't actually put Hexas in the first week here.
Yeah, I guess it's maybe the same surprise of why we don't see Luxy, perhaps. Yeah, and also last season was the same trend for Hexas as well. He played more of a sub role, probably giving opportunity to the other players as well to have a good run out. And if you kind of think about it, it's not bad for RRQ. Whatever happens, their substitute is pretty solid as well. So, good strategy or good lineup composition for RRQ, I'm saying.
Speaking of RQ, they're quiet, but the one that's quite loud is going to be FaZe Clan. Now, this is going to be the red team versus the red team. Which red team will actually score the chicken is? It depends on this fight right now because FaZe haven't scored any. Beta already did. And it's going to be the red team of domination today.
Wow, looks like FaZe Clan is the one that's winning the fight against BTR. But keep your eye on the south side because another team across them. And I believe that should be MORPH or so. But FaZe Clan, they'll be happy to pick up the first 2 points out of BTR. And they have to make sure they reset quickly before a potential third party comes in. But maybe because the elimination field only shows like one team dominating the other, so the third party didn't happen.
Hopefully it will happen soon, depending on the circle, though, because it's going to be fun. It's so long that we haven't got our stuff in Parlor Circle. It would be really a treat if we can actually get that one. Because you remember, I think I custom with you as well during the PMPL season. I don't really remember, was it Southeast Asia or MYSG back in the days. You remember that we had the Impala last circle, multi-level of terrains, where the players just hanging on at the edges of it, waiting for the last circle to survive.
Yeah, my goldfish memory don't
don't
exactly remember which one is it, but there were a lot of nice Impala circles. Yeah, definitely one of it in one of these, whether it's a PMPL, MYSG, or whether it's a PMSL, or maybe even like a PMRC. One of those, definitely. And it's always very entertaining to see that sort of circle. But unfortunately, this time around with this kind of circle, it's probably going to be hard for us to see that. But that's where I do hope to see it again. That's always my wish list when it comes to Miramar, because of how that multi-terrain is so hard to play for all the teams, even though if you're like up there.
It's not really up there for the side of BTI, I guess, because they're being bombarded by multiple sprays just now. Hexa is just so good in this map, right? I mean, they definitely trying to brew something up for RIQ, not showing too much of their card for the grand finals or even Super Sunday. But I feel like RIQ is just warming him up to see, just to make sure that, you know, when he needs to perform, high chance Hexa are going to play. I have a feeling high chance Hexa are probably going to play the grand finals. Just look how good he is at the game right now.
He's definitely showing good promise here, especially by picking out that point. So great work so far. And if it can I think about it, right? Overall, RRQ has been doing pretty decent, especially for day number 1. And if you recall, like day 1 of the group stage last week, RRQ was kind of struggling, but it took them day number 2 and they went all the way bang 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 with the highest eliminations of them all with the chicken dinner. So yeah, so I guess like if we were to put that into context with Hexas in the lineup and making it in comparison with last week's day 1, it's definitely a lot better.
That's kind of true. Maybe depending on what kind of rotation they want to go. Maybe Hex has like certain dynamics that they specifically trying to tune into for the team that works out in certain contexts or certain teams that they have to fight against, especially when it comes to the grouping. So maybe that's one of the main reasons why he's playing it due to the shuffle of the group from last week's position to this week. That might be a case of that as well, right? There's a small chance anyway. I don't know what the coach is thinking, but I was hoping it would be one of those reasons. But speaking of FaZe, well, we might actually not have another red chicken here because one player knocked down.
Well, let's see. Boo Who can land the nade onto the high ground. Yes, he will. Knocking out Jimmy OP. But Adilu opening up the space on one side though. And now the rest of YOODO lines coming in. But VOIN Donkeys, the other members are just too far away. And they're probably not going to take the risk to say Boo because it's an open position between him and also the other members of VOIN.
Speaking of YOODO lines, Jimmy knocked down. Alter Ego has been a bit more safer. We don't see how aggressive they went like last week. It feels like they definitely trying to figure out rotations of a team and just playing a bit slower. But I definitely want to see them if they try to go a bit more aggressive. Maybe when it comes to different grouping they're fighting against, we get to see that happens, especially when Group B fighting against them as well. But on the other end, BTR down to 1 player. Infinity still have a 3-1 knockdown, still able to reachable, revivable. PEA. Oh, PEA.
Well, PEA, if I were to assess their situation, at least for the past rounds that they have played, not as objectively collecting as many points as per last week. So this is my worry about PEA, right? And because we don't get to see much on PEA on screen, obviously they only collected 13 points, so that's an indication that they don't really last that long this time. It's maybe because like teams are starting to be familiar with how they play last week, and even like for us at Casters as well, we can see a pattern of PEA. Okay, they like to play a little bit safer, come in a little bit later, do good scouting work, and just try to play survival. And that's what brought them to the Super Sunday. So maybe if we could see after that, imagine if these teams with professional coaches and analysts that look at the game in and out every day, they will probably have read that as well. And that's maybe the case for PA this time, that they've been blocked by other teams and they couldn't do what they did last week.
Yep. It feels like there's no safe entry for them unless they actually rotate early. It's all about the early game. If you're not in the circle, when the circle has only like 30 seconds left before it shrinks down, you're done because there's so many gatekeepers. Almost impossible to find a squeeze of an entry in there. For Creep VIP, early today, really good run. Now they will be challenged by Team Secret. There's 3-way war if they start to engage it, and the position is going to be really tough if they start to open fire, giving away their position to a side of MORPH and Team Secret. And I think there's going to be another team on their right side.
Oh. But no thinking here for PEA. They got a knockdown to Ade Boy, who was stopping them on that high ground. And they will have a place there to secure that point for PEA. So that's going to be point number 1 for them. On the elimination, you asked for Alter Ego to be in action. They got one out of another team, and that's going to be their first point as well.
Probably a YOODO 2 or PEA at this point. RRQ, Rosemary, it's going to be RRQ it is. 2 knockdown, 2 player left remaining. Alter Ego hands for you. It's back in here. I don't think that they even need hard work to finish things off, since nobody else is there and the rest of the team of RRQ already left, knowing the fact they need to go for survival and just go abandon their ship down here. So that's going to be a bit of a quiet zone since RRQ, from the PAM to the fire. This is going to be hectic for No Mercy.
Doing the scouting work for his team, trying to find an entry point because they're on the outside circle. But now they will not be playing the rest of the round with Snape, one of the top fraggers. So let's see how they're going to overcome the situation, knowing as well that Alter Ego was the team in front of them after the elimination of Snape. I don't think that they will want to engage with Alter Ego at all. But if you look at the minimap, it seems that Alter Ego is the one that probably want to try to take them out.
YOODO 2 as well. Everyone happened to be bumping into each other quite early, and it's just not a whole team that be bumping into all these guys. It's like they're being picked off one by one or being set up a trap. These Xaviers, despite YOODO 2 is actually across PA, the one that actually shut them down is actually these Xaviers across the other side of a mountain. Alter Ego is going against RRQ. PA, they are in trouble. They need to find a safe way in, but look at how they made a bit of a U-turn now. YOODO 2 or these Xaviers, both of them are there. Oh my god!
Okay. I wasn't too sure if he had the information, but the moment Kid arrived, then Trexie was prepared for it, because obviously he will get the audio cue first, and he will take that point out of YOODO 2. Now the question is for PA to survive this phase of the circle.
Trexie left. Previously was Trexie the one that went down first, and this is going to be a kind of a reverse scenario as PA last member is going to be their own IGL. Hexas taking down Rosemary. Here comes Hexas. This guy is so crazy, taking the fight by himself.
Didn't have a choice, as last we saw Alter Ego, they were circling around RRQ. And he was the only member left from there, and RRQ eliminated with only 1 point this time.
Have a bit of an upgrade, hands for you. Look at that, reloading his DVS, happily just trade off all those boxes with more ammunition, more loot going, and even sprays even furthermore. He just go and spray the next to those boxes, so he can even reload himself in case of the ammunition running low. That's pretty smart and pretty handy to have. A great VIP on the other hand, barely inside the circle. MORPH do have those elevations, how to entry in, because there's another team inside. Who's blue color again?
Probably MORPH up there, but we'll hopefully get a better view. Okay, yeah, it's MORPH there. I also noticed that Snipes, the first one for GEEK to be eliminated, and in the previous round he was the first one to be out as well. So Snipes didn't really have a lot of game time in the past 2 rounds at least. He had a good moment though, taking out the first split from a YOODO Alliance in one of the Iraqi matches, and that's pretty much about it for him so far today. But at the elimination feed, Outer Ego, Fredo in action. One of the last 2 members of YOODO O2.
VIP running away from MORPH, now being banned by the Molly coming up from the side of VOIN Donkeys. Put out Razak. Switch over to the M416. Bill fighting back, going for a different angle. Swing it over for the team. Razak now he has to do this by himself possibly as Zeta bleeding out. That's going to be 2 more players of VOIN Donkey still there. MORPH is pushing in as well. This is not great.
Zeta takes down Putra. Great VIP, only Bill left. We've seen him put on an amazing solo performance last week, but not this time. Zeta, 1 single health left, not gonna be an issue. Don't get that day, but now we got MORPH against FaZe Clan as Hawk comes in, but Hawk knocked down.
This is insane fight going on a very small window there. There's not even a window, it's a crack in the wall. Ventura is trying to just wrap around the corners. They didn't spawn him out, they hurt those footsteps just now by Zay, but he's prepared himself a DBS. They know they prepared themselves a DBS. They don't want to pick out, they don't want to overpick themselves. Just play safe for a bit because the DBS not something to try for with, but FaZe still secures it. But the problem is there are some shots coming out from outside.
Well, 5 elimination points secured by FaZe Clan and then dominating this round after eliminating MORPH. Team Secret heard the commotion and scouting for information, but at least for FaZe Clan, they're all the way on the other side, so it's quite far for Team Secret. They probably want to focus on the circle instead, since it's going to close anytime soon.
Speaking of closing, I know you guys want a Picado Circle, but we cannot be that demanding, guys. Life, you have to be grateful with what PUBG Mobile has to offer, but it still might be a Picado Circle, and this is gonna be a tough one as well because you don't know which way to go, whether you take the right side of a road or the left side, where you do have those elevation, but it's so difficult if the circle shifted away in the very last minute.
Yeah, I guess with a 50-50 now, every team will play with their own side and see whether the circle hard shifts towards one side of the road at the later stage perhaps. But I guess what we're interested to see is that what's going to happen on the high ground. Last we saw the circle, there were like 2 or 3 teams on the high ground on the right side of power grid. So that's where probably the next clash point is going to happen.
Speaking of what's going to happen, Hans for you and the rest of Alter Ego, they are actually on the hunt. Got himself 4 eliminations. Rosemary being eliminated early, but we do know Alter Ego these days, everybody pulling in their weight here. They're definitely not heavily just dependent on Rosemary. We can even see Alva rising up to the occasion these days. So this trio can work wonderfully well still, but I praise them too much. I might actually just jinx them.
Well, it wouldn't be a jinx if it's their decision to go up to the high ground where the Infinity is at here together with Xavier. 3 teams from different regions and 3 touch. His debut today will get the first knock for the Infinity, but 3 touch knocked back, and now it's going to be Hans for you. The last level Outer Ego, and you say thank you to the points from the hands of the Infinity.
But he needs to make it fast because these Xavier's shooting right across them as well. Can see Hans for you clipping down quite a lot of damage. And speaking of which, what was it, Zeta? Or was it FaZe? Or who did eliminate the rest of us? It was Infinity still.
Yeah, waiting for the elimination feed to roll, but yeah, I guess it could be that. Oh, okay. He was in the middle of the circle last we saw. There you go. We have him on visual. So from the low ground, stole away the point. And that's going to be the first point for GEEK fam. Though Damroot, he kind of exposed his position. So now 30k will be looking at the direction of Damroot.
30k. It's so tough sometimes when Vampire is playing. 30k and 30k so close. But luckily we don't have our Vampire today, so you guys don't get confused. Team Secret just decided to march in and fight head-to-head with YOODO Alliance, knowing the fact if they just keep staying in the blue zone, they might burn themselves quite alive. FaZe Clan spot out GK, and this is going to be a third-party game all over again.
Go long range by Mela! If he gets to blow up that vehicle, Namku could be knocked down. Point to be taken out by a YOODO Alliance, but Mela is still trying his very best. Not able to get the knock just yet. Anyway, now Mela on his vehicle. Is he going to go all in? Nope, he's going to rendezvous with his other teammates. 10% of health left, not going to take the risk.
BTR with last player, but Mela still got knocked down by Roy Valak. As per usual, here comes the scary Valak coming in and taking out, and YOODO O2 stealing away all the heart. No, it's actually turning game with what? 3 people trying to shut down on Mela. How much love you can get?
Oh man. I mean, maybe he has a limit of 3 marriages. I don't know about that. You know.
What?
But,
Wait, what?
Anyway, you know, if people offer you love, you just take it. You know. But yeah, that's definitely not the kind of love that he wants.
Yeah, too much of it. Too much and overwhelming, the case of Mela. But Team Secret now moving in. Damrit from the low ground, slowly approaching towards the very foot of the mountain by crossing the rope. Quite a risk that he's taking by himself there for the sake of GEEK fam. He needs to move. He knows for a fact the blue zone is still 50-50, but 10 more seconds it will shrink. Then we get to know what's going to happen next. Well, the last member of BTR didn't score any placement points.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. So they only got 1 point, but I mean, it's BTR that we're talking about here. Though Xavier, they are on number 1 right now with the full squad still. And the last I checked, they had the circle, so still good spot for Xavier. But now Team Secret, not a good spot. Vehicle blown up, breaks on the outside, and that is going to be Damrit again from the inner side.
That solo player, Damrit, when he's solo, he's just go crazy. He's just being possessed by all this, I don't know what, but he's just being so bold and confident. But Roy, on the other hand, surprise spider in a very short range. The CQC indeed for Roy. What? No way! And KT!
Nice pre-fire by the god! Beautifully executed, but now he has to heal up quickly. He found the 2 first aids. Very, very important first aid. Okay, we beat it first aid. And on the other side, Tusk is kind of low as well. But say hello to YOODO Alliance.
Beyond DBS is not even trying. He didn't even try that one. Easily just taken out Roy. Tusk just now. YOODO Alliance now will be greeted by the GOAT. Here it comes. It resumes for the fight. And KT, Mr. Joe at the backline, he's still alive.
With the smoke, the god gets knocked down by Jimmy OP and eliminated by Adin. Look now, leaving Mr. Joe. I don't want to call him, man. Remember the name, Mr. Joe. That's all I can say. And going up against 3 more players from YOODO Alliance. I think that's 3, but 1 player is playing the squad role right now. Go up to the 2nd floor, no space to play with because Jimmy OP's on the other building. And that's pretty much it, pinned down. But Mr. Joe creatively jumped out to the ground floor.
In Mr. Joe we trust. Let's see what Mr. Joe has to offer this time. And jump down and spot out. He's still fighting back, Mr. Joe. Close enough, but it's just overwhelmed when it comes to the numbers. It's 4v1 in fact. And Mr. Joe still give them a bit of a run for their money towards YOODO Alliance. But regardless of that, we're down to 7 teams and still stage number 6. But the circle, this is going to be the judgment day for the teams. Which side of a circle?
I also have to point out that everyone else below Xavier have been eliminated. Just saying. Just saying. They can pull away from everyone else, at least between these 2 groups. But speaking of the circle, it's going to be a majority of the left circle where the high ground is that. But Xavier, they do not have the high ground. They don't have the circle at all. So they have to push forward by taking out other teams.
So Damrit still got himself in a small shack. Due to the smoke, Fredo just randomly sprays. But it's quite a risky position for Fredo. He just gave away his position. Look at how many teams behind him right now.
Oh man, exactly right. Scary just looking behind. He's gonna put. He's probably gonna worry about that later because right now, tries to steal away the elimination by taking out Namcube, but doesn't have a good clear shot. That jumper putting up the space. So interesting enough, there's going to be a dynamic duo from the days of YOODO gang, Fredo and Jumper. Is going to play the rest of the round.
Both are daddies now. Father figure for both of the players, I mean. But Team Secret, now I'm cute. I don't know what he planned just now, but I feel like he's just willingly just take me is screaming out loud. Well, damn, we're not going to be doing exactly what Namkit did just now. That's going to be a good example set up for him, so he will not just running outside, knowing the fact there's so many eyes watching. Now he's trying to spot out, never mind.
I mean, your point on the father, that's not wrong. I mean, both of them are dads by now. I mean, oh, wow, you think about it. Back in the day when they were like YOODO gang and was still single and ready to mingle. And obviously now the only mingling they can do is among the players. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that didn't mean anything else. But, okay, yup, by the game, we have the Xavier now, PA, Traxy out, and number 5 for them. So far, I believe this is their best round so far for PA.
I agree. Today has been quite up and down for them. But these Xaviers, will they score another chicken? We didn't mention early on, the moment these Xaviers start getting chicken, they might actually not share it with anybody else for the rest of the day. So the moment they got themselves the momentum, there's no stopping this beast. Nothing of stopping at all. Not showing any sign of slowing down even. YOODO 02 Jumper trying to slow the advancement while creating a space to revive on Fredo. Well, he actually can do that, but the problem is the blue zones start to close.
Look at this, right? Look at how cramped it is on the high ground. It is just insane. Now, shadows can still be picked up though. But YOODO Alliance trying to focus. Trying to stop Xavier while Leon's long way onto Xavier. Like I said, no circle. 25 more seconds before the zone will force them to go further down.
Nobody got the circle here. It ended up in no man's land. Who will be willing to jump down first? Now that's going to be the trigger point, and Lambo will spot our spray coming up from the almost entirely chipped down. Close enough. YOODO Alliance just seems to be having a better position than the others, who are still struggling to find some footing across this uneven terrain.
Yeah, that was as close as my eyes. But yeah, that's a different angle. But oh my god, jumping down. Here we go. It's raining men. Hallelujah, it's raining man. And with that, the Xavier. Only one player left. Oh wow, Sapo is still alive.
There. But he's kind of stuck in between so many players now. No, there you go. We're down to YOODO 2 and YOODO. Oh, this is going to be interesting. The YOODOs are here to take the chicken away.
Oh yeah, good point there. We're gonna get stickers soon. So yeah, I know. Mr. Tuck
double sticker.
To this. Yep,
double
stickers.
Sticker at this.
Yep.
We need 2 stickers now.
What? There you go. But, okay, who has the better advantage right now? Obviously YOODO Alive with 3 players, and also they have kind of like the circle. Yeah, they do have the circle. I would say that YOODO Alive has it.
High chance they do, but do they have enough utils for the side of YOODO 02? I don't think so much. Smokes pop early on Jumper, he still got those smallies to work. But the problem is how to land them without getting shot at, because look at how aggressive YOODO Alliance can get. YOODO 02 versus YOODO Alliance. Which side you guys on? The O2 or the Alliance? Because teams like Addict, look, just gonna finish them off, and look at the spray. It's still YOODO wins.
YOODO Alliance. Yep. YOODO won it the other day. But the bigger one is YOODO Alliance coming up with that chicken dinner against YOODO 02. And this is the first for this week. YOODO Alliance still proving that they are one of the most consistent teams from the Malaysian region.
True to that. It feels like they're slowly getting their footsteps into the game right now. Left and right, every single day, just counting days to slowly start from walking now to running. But hopefully they don't put themselves a momentum halt later on, because that sometimes happen to be in the case of the Malaysian teams.
Yeah, so one more game to go. Let's see if they can continue to be as consistent at this round, as we will tabulate the scores between the 2 YOODOs and everyone else, obviously. But for YOODO Alliance, welcome back to the Chicken Dinner chart. And they got the Chicken Dinner in last week as well. So group stage is definitely something that the YOODO Alliance is comfortable at. But we're going to jump straight onto the MVP. And this time, we're going to award it to Addict Luke. 4 eliminations, 549 damage, 306 damage received with 41% team contribution, and a maximum survival time of 27 minutes, 40 seconds with a 9% headshot.
I think the average headshot we have around 28, usually coming from the sprays of the players. This high chance come out from a lot of molly's damage or a hand grenade damage. High chance because it seems that way. Depending on, look at how the throwables being used by the side of YOODO Lions. If you compare it with YOODO 2, they barely had enough human being to work with just now, and not just that, their utility is pretty dry.
And ladies and gentlemen, you probably want to screenshot this because not always we see a non-Indonesian DR in the top 4. But let's check out the best moments here. Brought to you by YOODO Alliance's Chicken.
Here comes the number 10, 10, and 20. That's gonna be a pretty number for YOODO Alliance up there with Infinity 6 eliminations across the board, which gonna score themselves a total amount of 10 points, which means I think the points across distribution, it's gonna be a lot of average of 6, 7, 9s, and probably on the second page we do have a couple of zeros, Cloud.
Oh, but what interests me on page 1 is that we got 3 teams without placement points, but they're still up there. FaZe Clan, VOIN Donkeys, and also Alter Ego. But interesting. Okay, no team went out 0 this time.
That's a good sign. This is going to be a rare occasion as well. Might as well just screenshot this because this is going to be one of the very few cases where we have so many teams across the board that pretty much almost have similar amount of points. Not too big of a gap except for, of course, YOODO Lions.
And this is where it all matters. The overall rankings, of course, you're going to put focus on who is in the top 8 as of now, that is. And the Xavier, another a good round for them. So they have now reached 54 points and they are pulling away from BTR by about 15 points. Followed by Alter Ego and VOIN Donkeys. And of course, we must always have like the Indonesians way up there.
But these Xaviers, look how the stretch of a gap. But I agree, the Indonesia is always so close, neck to neck within themselves, and just so difficult for the other teams to penetrate through those barriers with all them lining up on stack on the top 5 and top 6. But when it comes to Roy and GEEK, they need to end the day with the double digit. Come on, guys.
1 point away for GEEK to at least hit the double digit mark, and for Roy 4 points away. And interesting enough, Roy still without any placement points. All 6 points are through elimination points, so that's probably something they need to go back to the drawing board. But our top 4 fraggers, YOODO Alliance. 10 eliminations, obviously. We saw it. And yeah, I know what you're laughing. I know. But we only get one sticker. I only get one sticker.
You get one?
I need
two. We need two.
Yeah, I need two.
We need two. This is not fair. I mean, like, if you guys don't know, Mr. Tuckman, the YOODO person, we call him the YOODO person. I call him the YOODO person. He always send us a sticker when YOODO teams actually perform. This is gonna be the break, the streak of the redness out there. The green is here, and finally we have a switch of a wave.
And yeah, good point. There's an alternate logo for YOODO Alliance with the YOODO being red color. But yeah, I guess for the sake of this one, it's like white color, but it's fine, right?
You're kidding me.
could have been a red streak technically.
Technically, but it didn't happen because of, we blame our producer for that. Keegan, why didn't you switch the logo into the red one?
Keegan's fault,
But at the same time, now we're speaking of the red ones. Now FaZe Clan, can they score? Because I do want to see. But DX, on the other hand, what has changed so much since week 1 that they carry out the momentum from the last day of group stage until now? It just feels like they're so good at this game now.
I know, right? I mean, now it's the question of how is it to stop them? Like, there's so many scenarios, right? Got circle, no circle, early fight, no early fight, everything. It feels like ever since last week, all the formulas have been thrown to them, but they're still able to overcome it. It's like they're so prepared to be so versatile in so many scenarios. Right? How many souls are that? But that is just how many souls that needs them to get these amount of points, and so consistent since last week. Another soul.
Let me check again. Sowas isn't the lineup, right? That's why you keep on sewing all the way. No, it's actually a different lineup. Team Flash is actually Sowas. I didn't know. Where's Sowas again? You couldn't find Sowas. Oh, he's actually Team Secret. Sorry for that. There you go. So confused with the lineup. Sometimes they love to swap around. But speaking of which, now we do know these Aves kind of have a different sort of view towards a game perspective here. While the other teams that start to tone down, which can be the Indonesian teams, seems like, they are still up there, but it's different rotation of teams when it comes to week 1 and week 2.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing, right? And that adds to the whole dynamics of week number 2. At least it doesn't feel like same thing last week, copy paste to week 2, that sort of thing. And that's the fun part. So far I'm really enjoying week 2. Even in day 1, we already got like arguably or maybe going to be the weirdest chicken dinner that we ever see.
That one is still
I have to remind everyone.
Big question mark, man. Like, seriously, that was a big question mark start of the day.
Yeah, rewind the Sandhawk match, ladies and gentlemen, then you know what I'm talking about. Week 1 we had like one of the most insane chicken dinner, points wise at least, which is a DJ. And this time around we have NKT. I don't know what else.
No, we have not NKT. We have Mr. Joe. That's it.
Oh yeah. Mr. Joe Esports.
Mr. Joe Esports it is. Imagine you have 4 Mr. Joes. I think teams are starting to get confused just to fight that guy. He's so witty and just so good at juking people out of the certain compound and just outsmart them. It's fun to watch, I agree. But also we have to focus on the other teams. Example, in Infinity, they're dropping the ball here today. None other than also Roy. I do prefer their week 1. I miss that Roy, the one that actually so energetic, so active, trying to find those eliminations. Despite that didn't actually make it through for week 1 Super Sunday, but they have more momentum compared to now.
A lot more better as compared to now. Not gonna lie. I mean, Roy is just losing that steam. And if you gotta think about it, right? So Roy, although not the same lineup, but still, it's still Roy. It's not like they haven't been collecting experience in preparation for this year's PMSL season, because they were even in Malaysia for one of the tournaments end of last year, somewhere around there. So they'll be gaining XP even like in the sense of like when you travel, you play it offline in a different country, in a different setting that's not familiar to you. So they've been gathering all that. And obviously with the PMSL, the first one was in Malaysia, the second one is now in Thailand. part of their preparation is also towards here, but yet still, they're not able to perform as consistent as I'm sure they would have hoped.
Sometimes I do want to pick the brains of the player, or even like what really happened throughout the entirety, or maybe internal stuff going in for the team, just to try to figure out. Like sometimes you as a player, right? You tried your best, but it feels like whatever you tried, things didn't work out. In that case, if you are in their shoes, what would you do?
I would. Okay. Hey, hang on a second. I want to say make a substitution, but Roy has made substitutions, but still nothing happened. Ooh, I don't know. I will bring them to the room, and don't let me explain to them. That's all I can think of for now.
Beep. We leave it at beep. Okay, don't
Leave it
ask
to your
anymore,
imagination.
It's not our fault. We don't get cancelled for this. Come on, we didn't do anything. But we do want to see if so far the flags waving today has been incredibly colourful. It's quite a rare sight that we actually do have different flags all day long, alternating between the regions here. But when it comes to these Xaviers, despite they only got themselves one chicken for today, but they are so good at keeping their position of oh wow. Ooh. We have this twin back, so Luxi and Saxi is playing.
Okay, we haven't seen a confirmation of Luxi being swapped out, so you're gonna get what you asked for, the Tachibana twins together this time for the final round today. So it was a good run up for Leon Pang. So yeah, great workout for him, especially with the experience of playing with all these amazing players from BTR. Hopefully, we were able to get to see him as one of the next big name, just like how Tony K was when he made his debut back in the day.
True, but I want to see if kind of make me miss Microboy for some reason. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, like, I don't want to upset you guys, but we all missed that version of BTR as well, right? Microboy, Natix this season. I do wonder what happened to them now. Or are they going for coaching or whatsoever? But on the side of these Avies, it feels like they are discussing probably. Despite they got #1 right now, it doesn't look so happy in Lamborghini's face.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time the camera pans over to him, right, he's like that sort of look. But I can tell you, I've seen them in a casual setting, and he's the loudest of them all. Though I obviously don't understand what they're saying, but but he's like the loudest of them all, and he will be the happiest of them all. So I guess it's like two personalities sort of thing, right? Like, okay, it's game mode time. Like, even though they're not in the flight yet, it's like game mode all the way. But when it's like, okay, tournament's done, they go for their snack or whatever, supper, and it just turns into a different Lamborghini, and that Lamborghini got him hitched, maybe.
That's a triple version of it, by the way. That's the third version is gonna be when a camera pans into his face when for an interview. Suddenly he just a different character in Thailand, super shy, just like being so innocent. But when the camera is off, I'm still speaking in English towards him and to him, he's very playful. But when the camera is on, he's suddenly like a super nice, good guy that is so shy. I don't know why.
Speaking of interviews, right? So at this point, who's your wish list interview for today?
Definitely these Avies. I really want to know what really changed them so much, because it's such a tremendous growth and progress. If you compare it with last season, yeah, they were one of the best in the days of South Asia, like a couple of years ago. Then they lost that entirely, and now they're just so strong. They don't have change of lineup.
I know who I want. I want to hear from Mr. Joe.
Oh, that one, yes.
Yeah, I want him on stage just to ask him what was on your mind in the Sanhok match. That's all. Although it's like way back in match 1, but let's bring Mr. Joe on the table. Come on.
I agree. We should have interviewed Mr. Joe now. I do want to know what kind of personality when he's actually talking to audience as well. Because his name looks like a fun person. The way he plays looks like he's having fun as well. So, can we have fun when it comes to the last Miramar map? As we're looking at the players ready up their gears. And the flashes of yellow light means we're going to go back to the Sandy map. the biggest of them all, Miramar, won last time today.
Oh yeah, baby! It is Miramar last match for today before we roll on the groups tomorrow. And this time the flight path is going to come from the other side. This time from Impala to the left side of the map instead this time. And I just wanted to point out as well, if you look at the Miramar average points, look at DC, 9.3. And the next contender is Altigo, 7.6. It's that far for DC right now.
Now, personally, I haven't been keeping track so much for the Xavier's comparison between Erangel and Miramar map, but they do have more chickens in Erangel. But when it comes to elimination, it feels like they have different objectives. When it comes to Miramar, it's like, okay, we don't get the chicken, and so we got more eliminations.
Well, whatever brings the points, right? So, and they've been pitted in multiple situations, and they're still able to bring in points no matter what the case. And at the end of the day, people probably won't remember like, oh, how many is it exactly in Miramar? How many is it exactly in Erangel? People are like, oh yeah, you are able to bring in that amount of points. You're able to lead behind those teams, like Alter Ego behind you. Man, this is a big statement for Xavier this season.
We're going water treatment again, I assume this one. High chance we would. But it's going to be a fun one because of how far the circle away from the flight path just now. So everybody move upwards. It's talking to one corner, so one direction. Unless some teams love to go up north, like take a bit of a longer rotation to the right side. That's going to be a couple of cases of PA probably who's trying to avoid early conflicts.
Yeah, PA might stick to their guns. I believe that they will still remain the same kind of rotation because that's what they're most comfortable with. Probably going to take either one of the corners, rotate all the way up, and then coming into the circle from there and try to avoid as many fights as possible. That's probably going to be the best bet for PA. I don't expect them to all of a sudden switch up to like, okay, we play straight into the middle, or we go hunt for fights. Even if they were to do so, let it be a revision for the next day and not today, since it's the last game anyway.
True to that. But at the same time, I don't think they can stick to their guns till the end of the week though, because like you mentioned earlier on, players start to adapting towards their rotation. If their rotation is pretty much similar in across every single map, every single day, that's very predictable regarding their rotations and their movement. And it's pretty much like digging their own grave, because a lot of teams will try to take advantage of their firepower. I think we all have to agree, not being too harsh on them, hopefully. From my statement, that is, that we have to. I personally think, in my own opinion, their firepower is still sort of lacking somehow in certain conditions.
So I'll be objective on that. The numbers don't lie. So even if we look at like the success of them gaining points, majority of it is by placements, and same goes for last week as well. So, and that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. You know what your strength is, you know what your weakness is, and you play around that rather than trying to do something that maybe you know for a fact that you're not good at. And that's what brought them to the Super Sunday last week. Now, of course, the point that you made is clear, is that teams are starting to adapt to PEA as well. And for them to probably be able to make it to the Super Sunday this week, they need to try something different. But what is the something different? It's hard to tell because it's quite clear what their strength and weakness is.
That's the thing. They need to figure out a plan B or plan C, a variety of strategy, regardless of how they know their strengths and weaknesses are. Because we do know there are some teams that do love take advantage of the teams that do have less firepower, especially the teams that are really crazy for eliminations. They will purposely clash into the drop spot unless if they start to adapt, unless they're really trying to learn the CQC. We've seen them in one scenario of CQC that's quite early on, and they almost lost entirely for, I mean, they still won it, but they're very, very thin. The skin of the teeth, is that the right saying? But yeah, they barely actually alive after that one, and that was the first ever CQC early stage.
Yeah, that's the right term for it. Or in the great words of I forgot which character was it, but it's like, oh, you won the fight, but at what cost? That sort of thing. And they probably, if that's the sort of scenario, they probably only gain like 4 points, 3 points, and then the rest of it is like you have a difficult time trying to survive and gain any more points or any more eliminations. So yeah, and the fact that the current meta for like the top teams is that eliminations is definitely their thing. Even like Alter Ego. Play some points, they're not the highest, but when it comes to eliminations, they're definitely up there. And that's good enough for them to secure the slot onto Super Sunday. First objective done. And that has been the trend, not only this season, like even previous seasons as well. But again, like, then what is BA going to do? Like, do they want to continue to take fights and happen to be like only 3-4 points in a round, and that's not going to be good enough? So a lot of things to consider for PA, right? But to be fair to them, they are a new team and first time. Everyone on the players first time at this stage. There has been progress from last season, so maybe this is like the middle season, and then next season they would have found that formula on how to add to the elimination points.
I totally agree. I mean, they definitely, at least we can see that their progress, not least, like their progress and growth has been tremendous across this season here right now. Hopefully they just keep the momentum up instead of declining, hopefully. And I'm looking for like the team, like because we've seen the cases of some teams back in the days also that they're having difficulties regarding a CQC early fights, and probably even like usually CQC is always the issue here. Long range fight, not so much, right? In the case of the teams that slightly lacking when it comes to firepower. So maybe they can like progress to one stage after a stage of getting a conservative play just for the sake of position points. The next step probably start to develop towards getting those fight mid-game from probably just the best case scenario is just long range to mid-range fights.
Yeah,
but we don't see that happening.
I think you put out a key point, right? Development. And plus they are, for the benefit of international audience, in case not aware, PEA stands for Pahang Esports Academy. So your key point, development, and also they're known as an academy. And so yeah, I guess if it's all about development, they're on the right track for sure. So I would still applaud them. Whatever it is that happens at the end of this season, whether they make it to the grand finals or not, I would say that PA definitely has something to be proud of this season. And they are developing on the right path, and I'll be super excited to see them for the next season.
Now we talked about the teams that quite new or rookie teams into this season's or this year's PMSL as a whole, because we do know they locked straight 3 seasons, right, for all the teams out there, including NKT. What are your thoughts regarding NKT though?
I think, okay, NKT last season, first week, amazing, like boom. But I had this discussion with some of the other teams, and they say that it's probably just a week 1 thing. And truly, it happened. It was just a week 1 thing for them. But they learned so much from there. And this season, so far, yes, they didn't make it into the Super Sunday last week, but we can see that they really readapt fast. Like they know what failed them, and so far whatever that they worked out happened for them. So far so good. But for PA, I guess the whole rotation thing and playing safe didn't work out for them this time again, and MORPH will be taking the first blood out of PA.
Well, on the side of Infinity, is also kind of Infinity. I personally do love how Infinity plays, as my personal opinion, because it feels like they're balancing out both position and still eliminations in their hands. Like they do know their firepower when it comes to early stage of the map, not really the greatest of them all, but they try to make it as early engagement as possible. Instead of being ambushed, they try to initiate a couple of eliminations by going in like compound hopping right now, but at the same time they're not being overexpose themselves to danger out there by putting a couple of scouters way ahead just before they advance.
I like the fact you point out the Infinity, because for ever since they broke up the original lineup of the Infinity, they have never performed. Never, ever, ever. And this season, with the changes that we had, players like some of the previous players were actually let go, and they got some new players in like 3Touch. It has brought them a new breath of fresh air, and this is definitely a way better the Infinity than the Infinity that we have seen after the original lineup. So yeah, they have identified and they have fixed it. So gotta give it to the Infinity, great work. And now they're showing it again by getting their own first knock against RRQ.
Now, I'm not sure if Tiger X is actually permanently going to stay in this lineup or not, because we do know for a fact he's being loaned by also Heal Esports. For how long, I'm not sure, but it feels like their chemistry definitely in there for this lineup, even though their cars are flying across our screen right now.
Giving us a bit of a showboating there. But I wonder, are they going to go all the way up and try to challenge RRQ? Though it's a big risk since they're going to come from the lower ground. But maybe they could, As long as they have the information, they probably gathered that, okay, Napeko's alone and let's go.
It's Napeko we're talking about. Don't take lightly of this very aggressive man. He's fearless, by the way. Look at that. They don't want to even find Napeko. He's waiting for the right time. We have PA on the other end. I don't know why, but they can sniff out the one that actually they should be taking the points out and just straight into the direction. Alright, you still have a couple of players up there. PA kiddos. PA is splitting themselves so far apart.
I'm thinking of like maybe they're trying to go like, okay, everyone survives on their own and we try to gather as many placement points as possible. That could be one strategy as well. But for GEEK fam, well, tough day for them as Sonic's eliminated by Crit VIP. Ooh, they met each other in one of the previous rounds and now they meet again.
Daddy boy trying to find himself a bit of a foot over mountain covers. Oh, did mention Infinity, they're not done yet. RRQ and Napeko still going to be knocked down. That's leaving only one last player. 2 players left for RRQ, while YOODO too have a glimpse of BTR. Zuxi got clipped down. Well, the twins are playing as a duo here. I don't know, they don't really like to pair up, but they are in the same lineup here. I'm not sure how this dynamic will work out for the last game here today.
Well, we'll probably get our answer soon as they take this fight against YOODO 02. Adit Boy now putting focus onto behind because they know that there's a flanker there. But for the flanker, Satar, now he has two at the same time. So a little bit of a late timing there for him. But anyway, the destruction is good enough for Lapat to knock down Adit Boy.
Now the Xavier starts taking action as well. Rosemary knocked down by MORPH. It's going to be a warehouse storming by the side of MORPH. And Alter Ego taken by surprise. Knock on 2, heavy casualty. Rosemary and Alva both are down. Hans for Nocta have to deal with the damage coming out from the rest of MORPH. PA, I personally feel like the one that actually... Never mind, we're going to go... Okay, there you go, we're done. Alter Ego also being eliminated quite early this time. This is their worst performance, right?
Yeah, only 1 point collected. But anyway, their total points today is 40 points. It's not too shabby. But for Team Secret, one active player left. There's going to be Namku. And if he goes out right now, it's going to be only 24 points collected. MORPH could use a couple more points as well. 0 knocked down. Namku fights back. And Namku DBS gameplay. Best one for the clutch.
Oh, so many teams going so early out here. Still the stage number 3 with 30 seconds left for the blue zone to shrink even further. Team Secret now pretty hot themselves to fight themselves in the haze of the smokes, right where MORPH is standing here. They do pick themselves up 0. I feel like MORPH heavily depending on 0 to initiate all the fights here.
Oh, but look at the minimap now. Another variant is coming in for Namku's side. Oh, Namku! Namku! Did he survive? What's happening? Namku, we need you!
Oh no. All we can hear is those gunshots, but look at right on top of each other. MORPH, there's also Crit VIP Patrol giving so much information, relay back to the rest of the team, and I don't think Namku survived that one. But we still have a bit of a red. Did they? No,
okay.
They don't.
Yeah, no more. That is it. Namku out, and Team Secret, no points at all for them this round. Stuck with 34 points until their following game day. But we have the Infinity here against Roy, who, like what you said, hope to see them get a double digit.
Oh, never mind. Tony K. He got the Kobe of a Tony K. He got that aura. If you put yourself in the name of close enough to Tony K, I think you will actually work like Tony K. Thus, bleeding out. Lemaire, on the other hand, can he revive his teammate? No, I'm Valak trying to play around the corners, hiding himself by running out of bullets.
Yeah, 0 bullets, the last we saw. Hopefully, we're able to get some loot around. As for MORPH, okay, they'll be okay. We are done, but for the Infinity now, they're kind of busy with the Infinity 3-touch on his knees and should be eliminated soon. But Tiger fights back.
Touch still bleeding out. Nobody can actually save him. Down to Tiger to do all the job. He will save his mate, the lowest one, first trying to find a corner. Here comes Valak. Here comes the scary Valak. Sweeping the floor clean and just hunting people down.
One more to go for the Infinity to deal with. That's going to be the ghost, Valak himself. Got Tuni with his name. They'll force Valak to move. And now Valak, position compromised. They know exactly where he is. Gartuni sees him. Gartuni goes in for the Ghost Runners combat. And with the SLK, he will be eliminated. Roy, stuck with 7 points.
I think the name Valak is not scary enough for people to just walk away from him. It's not a scary ghost by the end of the day. MORPH, Infinity still going on a hunt. Look at how MORPH getting himself 10 eliminations by now. Infinity at 7. These two teams is on a rampage right now.
Yeah. I mean, MORPH already 10. Stage 4. Wow. Okay. They can surpass Alter Ego with just 2 more points.
Big one at that. All they need to do is just keeping all trio alive and just play for the position. It's more than enough here. YOODO Alliance taking on VOIN as well. Infinity now hunting MORPH. Now this is going to be fun. The top contenders of the eliminations fighting against each other.
0-1v3 representing MORPH. See if he can pull off a big clutch here. From the inner side of the circle, the Infinity, they open up the flame because they know they have the numbers. But look at the thing about another team's passing by. 0 engulfed by the Infinity right now. But gotta be careful of another team behind as well. 0 has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and 0 eliminated.
Oh, they didn't manage to overtake on the side of Alter Ego. Last minute being finished off by Infinity, who got themselves 10 eliminations. The irony of this, taking MORPH 10 eliminations back into their pockets to 10 eliminations, and now Alter Ego a bit shaky because we do have top 10 teams. Now the next one eliminated has still got himself a couple of points for positions.
Yeah, and gotta take a moment to shout out to Takman as well. We asked for 2 stickers. Instead, he sent me the whole video of the both YOODOs getting
Same
the chicken
goes.
dinner. Oh, you got the same video.
The 1 minute 18 seconds video.
Yeah, he overdid himself. He's like, I'm not going to send you 2 stickers. I'm going to send you a whole video. Top that
Just because he can. Just because he can.
Because he can.
Back to the side of Infinity. It feels like they have a very different mindset in this last game. They're back to their very engaging and active rotations, just like how they did in the last week, couple of days, like the second day where they performed here. YOODO Alliance trying to reposition themselves, while YOODO O2 still left with O2, 2 players then. FaZe Clan still having a full squad. I don't know where FaZe Clan is right now because they have been very good. There you go, right across the other side of a mountain.
I want to give a bright side moment, right? The bright side is that GEEK fam is now double digit.
Hooray! But
Hooray!
Roy,
Yay! Yeah,
Roy.
hooray. Yeah. That's a
Roy.
That's a short-lived
I think
bright side.
Yeah, because I saw Roy. Now I hope for Mr. Joe to do something, but BTR, here comes the entire cavalry. That's brutal.
Man, that was just road rage there. Luxy, let's see what's going to do about it from this high ground. But let's have another over for himself. But Luxy has something to say about it, making his debut in the last game. And Tiger will definitely fall to Luxy.
Elevations will work wonderfully well for him, but the thing is, Damn Root and the rest of GEEK from shooting this way as well. I don't know what's wrong with Damn Root. He preferred the awkward angle from below upwards. That's pretty much difficult to shoot from, but still doing so good at it. Zuxi, on the other hand, barely got himself covered. Luxy trying to save probably his twin. Look at the bullets flying over the side. Infinity. My God, these guys don't know when to stop, and finally they will.
Oh, who's Moment? Oh man. But anyway, the Infinity 11 eliminations. My goodness. Where's stage 5? We got 2 teams eliminated with a double-digit elimination. You don't get this all the time, ladies and gentlemen. This is insane. But other than that, wow. I'll be
So many
interested to
zeros.
see what's going to happen to the overall leader. We'll, like what you said, expect a lot of zeros.
We can see like 3 zeros definitely down there, but YOODO 2 will ended up another 0. No, at least they'll score 1 for a placement point here. So I assume there's going to be 3 zeros for now. But YOODO Alliance, GEEK, Fam, Damru taking on Sata quite far from the sprays or taps is coming out from. YOODO Alliance spreading out, trying to dominate over left side of the circle and even down south at the same time. But D-Xavier is still up there though.
Who will or might be the 4th zero team? D-Xavier. Still playing with the high ground. So again, D-Xavier, they're just showing that what sort of versatility that they have. They can play like all the way up on the high ground, like the previous round, and now they can play with this high ground, but on the lower side of high ground. They can play the this elevation as their cover. So great versatility shown by D-Xavier. I would say this is a good model for any team who wants to get inspiration on how to be versatile with all sorts of situations.
True. I mean, last time they said it's luck. They're getting 4 chicken in a day. I don't know what else to say. There's no such thing as luck. If you got different circles, still got yourself 4 chickens there. But on the side of Boo, how to get out from there? VOIN last player with so many VIP members, I think, that's hovering around across there on top of them.
Well, so many VIP members now reduced by 1. With Iron Pro on his knees. Still not eliminated yet, but maybe we'll see it on screen later on. Now we have NKT with Triple F knocked down by Fredo. And the rest of NKT coming in.
Mr. Joe. Come on, Mr. Joe. You can do this, Mr. Joe. FaZe Clan, Mormon getting 1, Mela getting 1, Venturis and Nonza still didn't score any, but at the same time they're trying to pressure the side of Mr. Joe! Done it again!
Well, you asked for it. You got it. Mr. Joe, call him Mr. Joe. Yeah, whoever knows that song then, yeah, we're pretty much in the same age bracket. But let's see if Mr. Joe can carry his team to take out the entire FaZe Clan.
Mr. Joe, Uncle John.
It's somewhere along the lines.
Okay.
Yeah. I try to
It's a
relate it
different
to obviously Mr. Joe himself, right?
I'm trying to remember the original version of it, but I couldn't recall. But YOODO 2, Fredo and Kid splitting himself into 2, trying to third party in this, but it's just such a slippery, steep slope. It's so hard to land those hand grenades.
Oh, now Victoria's got Kid from YOODO 2. Looks like they're managing multiple teams at the same time, but they allowed NKT to infiltrate now into the building of FaZe Clan. Now at the same time, the zone will start to close. So this fight has to be quick, and YOODO Alliance become out quick. Out at number 9, no points this time.
And down to BTR dominating. We talked about BTR with last player standing. I think that's going to be either Luxy or Zuxy just now. With VOIN also ended up Boo-Boo-Hoo. That's going to be the last player eliminated for VOIN. Luxy, that is, taking out YOODO Alliance from a farm by himself. His solo handling, he's dealing with this. And KT, well,
Fighting back though, FaZe Clan one by one being knocked down. Now only moment left, and looks like they eliminated NKT just in time before anyone else. Hang on, Crit VIP wants a piece of it.
Mela shot down one of Crit VIP members. They definitely want to have a bit of a grudge down there, cleaning off the corners, and it's gonna be easily trading it off. 7 eliminations on FaZe, but Crit VIP just got 6 out of that bombardment just now.
Just like that, snap of finger, you got 6. And right now we're going to see the next circle close real soon. And early on we saw D-Xavier having the circle with the compound. Next they're probably not going to get it, and it's going to be the next challenge for D-Xavier.
Olius puts it out, Crit VIP. Iron Pro on the run. Now they all pray that the circle will favor them, because it's going to be a tough one with the fork of the road right across them there. GEEK Fam get the center and GEEK Fam got the circle. They can gatekeep, but if all the teams moving at the same time, it's not going to be enough people on the side of GEEK Fam to defend the position.
Looks like all the other teams, they want to clear the sides first before focusing on to the middle, which is GEEK Fam. So they will cancel each other. So advantage for GEEK Fam. Here we go. Keep your eye on the southern side. Two teams on clash. While Xavier monitoring the situation, we have YOODO Alliance against Group VIP.
And it's going to be fun with the terrain that's so uneven, but they go for a retreat, regroup themselves at the back of the mountain there, where YOODO Alliance, we're frustrated that their victim have to be just sniffing out the positions, but oh, he doesn't want to get stuck there. Jimmy is still alive, by the way, and the rest of YOODO Alliance is spreading out. So they definitely try to conquer on the southern side. GEEK Fam, nobody spot them out just yet.
Yeah, GEEK Fam, I think they know. It's just that they can't put too much focus on the GEEK Fam, because if anyone crashes on the GEEK Fam, Xavier can shoot, and from either YOODO Alliance or Group VIP can shoot that middle part. So they have to clear the sides first, and this is exactly what YOODO Alliance is doing.
This is going to be a long hike for YOODO Alliance. A bit of a trading for Group VIP, 1-1. Earlier finish off. I love Mike Ruzi. Thank you for bringing it back for this round. Now, just randomly toss the nade in case there's somebody hiding behind those uneven terrain. Only just being extra careful. At the same time, want to approach towards that death box, but a bit too risky now due to the high grounds. Later, Bill spotted out, Jimmy down. A bit of a trading done again. And these two teams will not get the chicken dinner here.
Oh, newbie spraying on the Adi look down! Pick it up on newbie, thanks to the high ground advantage, but nobody's paying any attention onto the Xavier. Newbie catching up himself, only on the other side on the lower ground. Someone by the edge of the circle, only not much space to work with, and Micro's in the distance, still able to hit the shot!
Oh, here comes the Xaviers, just walk straight into GEEK Fam's land. Now they're just taking out Audrey first, leaving only one last player, GEEK Fam Damroot. They were actually trying to march towards those high grounds, but they got this compound instead. And this is going to be a solid one, but they're not planning to stay inside. They heard those gunshots early on, and it's going to be YOODO Alliance so low in terms of health.
Oh, great timing by Xavier. While YOODO Alliance and Group VIP distract each other to put focus onto GEEK Fam with that shack, and now they have options. They want to come up, aggressively push on the YOODO Alliance, or wait for YOODO Alliance to come to them. And it seems like Xavier, they're going to pick them later. They're just going to wait for YOODO Alliance to come.
They don't have to do a thing. Like usual, they play alongside where the circle's the most vacant part there is on the northern side just now. Nobody was there. Nobody even have any information regarding their positions prior to this. So YOODO Alliance, despite they trying to get as much utilities as they can, the moment they jump and just drive down this mountain, that's going to be the entire crew of these Xaviers waiting.
Yeah, it does look like the circle is just by the edge of the mountain, so they probably don't have a choice but to come down. And that will be a good angle for Xavier to shoot at YOODO Alliance. So I don't know how they're going to overcome this now. Their best is like what they're doing right now, create a smoke bridge and hopefully either find a different angle in the circle or crash, but I guess they know their numbers, so they're probably not going to crash. They're probably going to find another space within the circle with the smoke.
Okay, Tuckman, we're gonna go for a bet now between you and me. YOODO Alliance versus these Xaviers. Who's gonna score this chicken? He said YOODO gonna score it again. Okay. But based on the circle, Cloud, honestly, the circle, which can be the last stage here, the one that will clipped off by the blue zone first is gonna be the ones on the high ground here. And Luke will force himself straight into this very small rock underneath there.
Okay, if YOODO Alliance chicken, I'm gonna ask for a yo-yo question from Mr. Tuckman. Putting out there. Here we go. YOODO Alliance. So they made it. Smartly found a way into the circle, into the inner side, and they created the barricade. So now it's 50-50 between the two.
It's all down to utilities now. Who can actually flush who's out? And it's going to be crucial for them to reserve those utilities up till now. So when it comes to these Xaviers, they always save abundance of it. Look at the flush. Look at the nade galore. Keep the pressure on the side of a YOODO Alliance. They even got themselves an upgrade of lit next to it.
Go pressure by Xavier. You can see them opening up the space left and center. Putting a lot of pressure on the YOODO Alliance, but now the shots hit. YOODO Alliance still holding it strongly. And the good news is that, whoa! Wait a second, Power knocked down.
Oh, this might be it. This might be YOODO Alliance. They have a shot at this. 2v2 seems to be a good number at it. Origin cannot be saved right now. Shadows or Levi actually keeping the spray into a side of Olio. He's been discovered. There's nothing to hide. Oh, perfect! What? No way! That was so good!
I can feel my yo-yo plushie under the shadows. 50% of health left. YOODO Alliance beating the odds against P-Savior.
2v1, the numbers on their side. YOODO Alliance, and they scored it! You make sure you clip this session here right now and send him over a 2-minute clip instead of the 1 minute over. You send him longer, okay?
I just want to say, right, my house and YOODO's office is like 5 minutes away. So I can personally come to collect the plushie. I'm just saying, I'm putting it out there,
Oh man, what a great ending. And that was patience at its best for YOODO Alliance. Just bearing fruitful by the end of the day. The Xaviers, they're still consistent, but look at the damage by Uzi. Micro Uzi is back. Please play it, guys.
Oh man, it's by none other than Olio. He used it for a long range and he got a knock onto YOODO O2. That's crazy stuff. 646 damage, 163 damage received, and a total number of, let's see here, 5, 3, 9 eliminations. That's cool. 90 points collected. But I just want to point out that Olio is obviously the MVP, and he's mentioned in my upcoming new book. Just saying.
But do mention the Micro Uzi in your new book as well, please, because we need
a bit
that
too late
more.
for that, but yeah. Noted for the next one.
Wow, we got a sequence, the sequel of the books incoming. But when it comes to match recap, we have to give to the two Malaysian and 2 Thai teams, which are going to be YOODO Alliance, Create VIP, Infinity, and FaZe. I'm loving the fact there's so many teams that performing very different compared to week number 1.
Ooh, and no Indonesian teams in the top 4. The tides have shifted. Ooh, interesting. But let's check out this amazing chicken dinner by YOODO Alliance.
Golden Nate, Biolio, and the crazy Micro Uzi. We need it back in the game, but regardless of that, Infinity, despite didn't score placement points, they still up there in the top 3 at 11 elimination with 0 placement points, but YOODO Alliance, 19 points in total this one.
Speaking about YOODO, I just had a thought, right? Because obviously we're like from the future, and I'm wondering while the replay was being played, like how is Mr. Takman so up to date with the chicken dinner? Oh, because he's the boss. Obviously they would like have a WhatsApp group or something. So great work, by the way. But unfortunately, not so great for some of these teams. No points at all. YOODO 0-2, Team Secret, RRQ, and PBA. Yeah, something they need to work on for one more game day of theirs.
4 zeros, man. 4 zeros down there. Just how fast this last map actually. It's not really the fastest, but it's because so many players being picked off one by one from afar. But regardless of that, YOODO Alliance scored themselves 2 chicken, but the Xavier's still up there. Look at the eliminations and the placement points. They balance it out.
Yeah, all of a sudden, YOODO Alliance is at number 2 above BTR. And only 13 points behind Xavier. I mean, well, Xavier have been supposed the entire day. So consistent. But so far, the first team to receive a double chicken dinner is YOODO Alliance.
True. Yeah. This is a rare occasion, and this is actually a good momentum. But there's also a rare occasion to see Alter Ego push down to 6th place. I mean, like, this is definitely like not the worst case scenario, but we haven't seen Alter Ego being pushed down this far. I mean, like Zoe's in the top 4 or the first half of it every single time.
But on the other end, though, some good news for GEEK. They are at an 16 points, but for Roy now the only team with 7 points and still no placement points. So it's quite clear what Roy needs to work on. They need to work on their survivability.
True. When it comes to firepower, I think they're kind of the reverse of PEA in that sense. PA, when it comes to if Roy and PA merge into one, there's going to be a perfect formulation of the team, I guess.
I'm thinking of an anime.
What is that?
The one the one that merges 2 together and then you create one.
The one that we had their world before.
Yeah, that one. If only they could do that, but obviously not the case. They have to find their way, or maybe they can, I don't know, trade notes, make friends, you know, like, hey, how do you survive long? And PA is like, hey, how do you get eliminations without worry about placement points? Like, we could learn a thing or two, because right now both these teams are in a similar situation in which they missed out on the first Super Sunday. But we're going to pass it back to our host. Take it away.
Welcome back, everyone, and the final part we with DX Lambo. Say hi to the camera.
Em chào mọi người.
Why you shocked? You shocked from the last game. What's happening from the last game? What is a miscommunication or something? Because the prediction is 90% after you get a winner chicken dinners, but it's not.
Chuyện gì đã xảy ra ở cái trận đấu vừa rồi, nghĩa là đội giao tiếp với nhau không được, có vấn đề gì trong giao tiếp, hay là tại vì mọi người đã có gần như là nắm chắc cơ hội sẽ thắng cái ván đấy rồi? Em có thể nói theo mọi người biết được không?
Bọn em bị lỗi ở game trước nên là game này bọn em cũng bị lỗi theo.
I think it was the match before the last match. We already made mistake. So it's like we're thinking about that mistake all the time and we make the same one for this match as well.
Oh, okay, I understand. But it's still okay because this week they play consistent, same the last week. So do you plan to break the records of 4 winner chicken dinner in one day this week?
Nhưng mà điều đấy cũng không sao, tại vì có vẻ như là đội đã có một màn thi đấu rất là ổn định từ tuần trước rồi, thì em nghĩ là tuần này team mình có thể phá kỷ lục 4 lần ăn gà trong một ngày hay không?
Bọn em sẽ thử một lần.
I think we will try to break that record.
Oh my god, break that record is mean like 5 chicken dinners. Oh my god, you confident that?
Nghĩa là nếu mà phá kỷ lục là 5 lần ăn gà, 6 lần ăn gà, em có tự tin hay không?
Đấy thì cố gắng thôi ạ, tại em không biết trước được.
I think I will try my best.
Okay, I got that one. Any preparation that you will do for tomorrow game?
Em nghĩ là đội sẽ có chuẩn bị như thế nào cho trận đấu ngày mai không?
Tụi em sẽ vẫn cố gắng hết mình thôi, tại vì cũng chuẩn bị hết rồi.
I think we will just try our best because we did enough preparation. Like we prepare for every game, not just tomorrow.
Okay. Is there any team that you think will be the dark horse of this season? Any words to them?
Em nghĩ là có đội nào sẽ là kiểu một cái đội mà có thể gây bất ngờ cho mọi người trong mùa giải lần này, với lại là em có lời nào dành cho đội đấy hay không?
Em nghĩ bọn em sẽ cố gắng vô địch ạ.
I think that team is us, and we will try to win the championship of this tournament.
Yes, I think too. You are dark horse because you 4 chicken dinners and now you think for 5. Oh my god. Thank you for today. And everyone, see you tomorrow for more action. Now it's time go to the caster decks.
Am I the only one that's super confused right now? That a team that actually got themselves at number 1 with 4 chickens, called themselves Dark Horse is one thing, and the start of interview, I feel like he's gonna cry. Why?
I have no explanation to that as well. Xavier? Dark Horse? Seriously? Bruh? Come on.
Plus, not just that, it's so harsh. Like, they are so perfectionist. It feels like number 1 is a sin for them right now. The way he conveys is like, I feel like, why I feel like you're gonna cry. Don't cry.
Yeah, it's like so many different versions, right? Like the before flight, you get the very serious, and now you get the, I don't know, gonna cry. And then maybe after this, if we have like a behind the scenes, you get the, hey guys, we're top of the table. Snap.
And even last week, last time they scored 4 chicken, they look so angry and sad. I'm confused.
Yeah, just like how Hygen is confused right now. The fact that he can only see, but you know, that's about it. Even for the single people, you know moment. Okay, we'll need to rub our headaches right now from that interview. So we will be seeing you guys again tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. And make sure you tune in because Group B, the arguably group of death, will be playing. That'll be all for today, ladies and gentlemen. See you again same time, same channel tomorrow. My name is Choo Choo, together with the wonderful
Sir Cloud.
Cloud. Yeah, I got it the other way around. I'm confused as well. We'll wrap it. Bye.
Keep waving.
Keep waving. Keep waving. Keep waving.